Chapter 149. The king's voice faded away. The meeting hall was silent. For a moment, only the crackling of the braziers and the people's uneven breathing could be heard. At that moment, almost everyone was shocked by the king's decision. The silence lasted for a whole 5 seconds. Then a young male voice spoke weakly. "What's going on?" Everyone's gaze swept towards the dumbfounded Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar. King Nuven's meaningful gaze was also included. Behind him, Putre coughed. The dumbfounded Thales only reacted then. He curled his lips awkwardly and flashed an apologetic smile. But at that moment, no one cared about the foreign prince's loss of composure. "Your Majesty." The tall Archduke Rockney stood up abruptly. With a stern expression, he said what most people were thinking: "You must reconsider your decision. This does not only concern your family's revenge, but also the future of all of Ekstedt." The members of the Imperial Conference beside the king looked panicked. The expression of the administrator behind him, Lord Merk, changed several times. He tried to whisper something into King Nuven's ear, but the latter just waved his hand casually. The words of the close vassal and Merk were stuck in their throats. "This is my decision," the king said softly to his close vassal. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that King Nuven's aged figure overlapped with the robust figure in Renaissance Palace. Thales noticed that among the people present, only 2 people's expressions did not change. The leader of the White Blade Guards, the Star Killer, remained expressionless, while the master of the secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan, still had a kind and amiable smile on her face. As for the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jul Holm, Thales could not see her face behind the veil. "How old is King Nuven this year?" Thales turned around and asked Putre in a low voice. 69 if I remember correctly." The one who replied was Marquis Shiles Bamra, who was next to Putre. This guest from Kemu Union also furrowed his brows deeply and looked worried. "And Archduke Poffert has just turned 33 this year. He is in the prime of his life. Damn it, we have just signed the contract for the mines. The situation has developed beyond our imagination. Be vigilant, Your Highness." The thin vice diplomat's expression kept changing. "If King Nuven insists on a duel," Thales nodded with an unpleasant expression. He knew what Putre meant. If King Nuven died here, Jadestar and the Walton family's tacit agreement of peace would lose its most important fulcrum. And in Dragon Cloud City, in Ekstedt, he, the Prince of Constellation, would become isolated and helpless. And the Archduke's attitude towards him, not to mention that Archduke Poffert, who seems to be filled with hatred towards me. Thales gritted his teeth. The next moment, King Nuven walked out of his seat and slowly walked forward. He smiled at the Archdukes. "What's wrong, noble and proud Rockney?" King Nuven's old but powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Are you worried that my old bones cannot defeat the young?" The long-haired Archduke Rockney did not say a word, but his slightly swaying head had already explained everything. "I can't say that his words are unreasonable, Your Majesty." Archduke Trentida rubbed his right hand with a dark expression. He glanced at Archduke Poffert, who was still in shock. "It's one thing to snatch a woman from a young man, but to fight to the death in a duel. You know your age, don't you, Your Majesty?" Archduke Alcius' words were even more direct. "Even if you directly order for him to be detained, it would be 100 times better than what you're doing now. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" "This is the consequence." Nuven suddenly raised his voice and bellowed angrily under the gazes of the entire hall. "This is the unavoidable consequence when the Walton family is invaded." Everyone in the hall was instantly shocked. "Not good." Thales watched their interaction worriedly. Has Nuven VII been dominated by hatred and impulsiveness? The old king's furious gaze swept across the 3 archdukes. "You know, if you provoke the Dragonspear family, you have to pay the price. You are willing to bet everything for revenge. This is how the Walton family is." The 3 archdukes were momentarily speechless. Their expressions changed. Under the king's threatening gaze, they turned their heads away and did not speak. They were like lionesses in a pride of lions who lowered their heads to show their submission to the leader. "That's not right." Thales came to a realization. He thought to himself, this is not as simple as an irrational revenge. This is a warning. From the king, from Dragon Cloud City, from the Walton family. Archduke Letko, who was sitting further away, laughed awkwardly. "Our king likes to joke, doesn't he?" King Nuven turned his head and glanced at him. Archduke Letko's smile froze on his face. "Joke." King Nuven snorted softly and slowly walked up to Poffert. His eyes seemed to burn with endless flames. "You tell me, Concret Poffert. Do I look like I'm joking? Everyone looked at Archduke Pofrit, who was being challenged. You're crazy. A duel? The young Archduke's face was filled with disbelief. His lips trembled as he sized up King Nuven's frail body. He murmured, for the sake of even your own family's life, but King Nuven quickly interrupted him. Then why are you so surprised? The old king said coldly, this is also your best chance. Kill me and you won't have to face all of this. All of your crimes will be erased. Pofrit was shocked. He raised his head and looked straight at King Nuven. Of course. Nuven sneered. His eyes were full of hatred. You can also admit defeat at the beginning of the duel and then admit your crimes. Without waiting for Pofrit's response, the king turned around and looked at the remaining 4 archdukes. And isn't this also the result that you've been hoping for the most? King Nuven was like an angry dragon. He said loudly, if I die here, the expressions of the archdukes froze. Then you can save those overt and covert tricks, right? King Nuven looked around and laughed. And it'll be time for Exdet to hold another king selection congress. It might be a little rushed. The old king narrowed his eyes slightly. But isn't the chance for you to ascend to the common elected throne and command the entire kingdom right in front of you? The archdukes did not speak. Almost everyone was motionless. Only their breathing grew heavier. Of course you're the king. Archduke Rockne sighed. It's your choice. King Nuven responded with a vigorous laugh. He then turned around and looked at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple. High Priestess Holm? Under the veil, the High Priestess nodded slightly. She raised her arms in a dignified manner. Her left hand supported her right elbow, while her right palm faced up, as if she was holding a plate. High Priestess Holm closed her eyes and lowered her head. Everyone shut their mouths and watched the High Priestess movements solemnly. At this moment, a strange ringing sound rang in Thales's ears. Thales was shocked. He had experienced this feeling before. It was in the Hall of Stars, in front of Wuxia, the High Priestess of Sunset Temple, before the bloodline ceremony. But this time it felt much better. At least, he did not have a violent reaction like the last time. Could it be that prayers and rituals related to gods will affect me? But just as he maintained his composure and secretly rejoiced, in the faint ringing sound in his ears, I'm watching you. Thales raised his head abruptly. But he only saw an empty ceiling. What? He turned his head in surprise and looked around. Everyone was solemnly waiting for the High Priestess ceremony to end. Behind him, Putre and Shiles also had solemn expressions. No one spoke. Then just now. Thales scratched his head in confusion and looked around. Unable to find anything, he could only exhale helplessly. Alright, tinnitus is an illness. It has to be treated, I warned you. Thales shuddered. He subconsciously turned his head again and looked around nervously. Again. Oh, who is it? That's right. He was sure that someone was talking to him, like whispering in his ear. Thales could not remember the characteristics of the voice, but the words were extremely clear. Could it be? Thales thought nervously, is it Yodel? The masked protector who's invisible? No, impossible. That voice is completely different from Yodel's hoarse voice. Thales panicked a little. After making sure that no one spoke, he stared in disbelief at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, whose eyes were closed. It can't be. Thales' actions attracted the attention of others. Shiles cast him a curious glance, while Putre frowned and stared at him, as if reprimanding him for losing his composure. Thales, who snapped out of his daze, was shocked. He quickly turned around and stood properly in a dignified manner. Finally, the strange tinnitus disappeared. But the doubts and panic in Thales's heart only continued to rise. The bright moon has responded. High Priestess Holm opened her eyes. There was no fluctuation in her clear eyes. The gods did not object. In the hall many people sighed. The archdukes remained silent. In that case, the duel is inevitable, the High Priestess said flatly in a deep voice, and I will bear witness on behalf of the gods. No one had any objections. The old king revealed a satisfied expression and his gaze returned to his opponent. In the silence, Archduke Pofrit gradually calmed his emotions and eased his rapid breathing. Then he stared at King Nuven with a strange look in his eyes. Hi, very good. The young Archduke revealed a strange smile. You said it yourself, didn't you? The duel is issued in the name of the king. I cannot and have no right to refuse. Pofrit raised his head and revealed a sinister gaze. Then what are we waiting for? King Nuven also revealed a smile. His eyes shone brightly. But Thales's mind was in a mess. I'm watching you. I warned you. What does this mean? Thales forcibly suppressed his thoughts and stopped thinking about the abnormality he just heard. He shook his head as if he could shake these words out of his head. He had enough troubles. He had to deal with them one by one. Thales raised his head and watched in a daze as the white blade guards personally moved the heavy long table in the center of the hall. The crowd retreated and spread out, leaving enough space for the duel. As the crowd retreated to a brazier, Thales realized that there were 5 to 6 steps along the wall of the oval hall of heroes, and there was an empty space in the center. Just like the Colosseum in my previous life, Thales suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this meeting hall in Heroic Spirit Palace was originally prepared for a duel? I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. Putray exhaled through his nose and said with no discernible emotion, "You get to witness a rare duel on your first visit to Ekstedt." Thales flashed a rather unpleasant smile. Does the king have to personally fight? According to the rules, duels during the Age of the Empire can be fought by proxy, Putray said in a low voice. But this is Northland, the Northland after the collapse of the Empire. A duel must be fought personally even as a king. Beside them Marquis Shiles sighed. Even though I've heard of the duel customs in Northland, it's also my first time witnessing one. God, a 70-year-old king against a 30-year-old archduke. No matter what the outcome is when I go back, this is enough to be a topic of conversation for a whole year. Duels don't happen often? Isn't the King's Selection Congress supposed to end with a duel? Isn't every archduke who aspires to become king prepared for a duel? Thales continued to ask. The duel in the King's Selection Congress is only limited to when the number of votes is the same and it's hard to decide. That hasn't happened for a long time. Putray shook his head. I heard that in the King's Selection Congress more than 30 years ago, Nuvan VII obtained the support of 6 archdukes. I heard that Archduke Lampard of Black Sand region once defeated his elder brother in a duel and seized the right to inherit the throne? Thales asked with a grim expression as he watched the 2 men take off their robes and Lord Merk solemnly decorate the place. Putray nodded. That duel made him famous. From then on, Chapman Lampard's name spread throughout the kingdom, and even Constellation heard about it. Putray's expression was solemn. There are very few suzerains in Ekstedt who are so bloody, violent and terrifying, but who can make his followers' blood boil. Lampard was then entrusted with an important mission and sent to Constellation. At the same time, it also made the other suzerains wary of him. After all, he's a terrifying person who can even kill his own brother. Marquis Shiles pursed his lips. This is the conclusion I obtained after visiting all the cities in Northland. But this duel is too hasty. Are all Northlanders crazy? Thales gritted his teeth. Didn't he think about the consequences of losing? At this moment, a cold voice traveled into the hall. In Northland, duels are sacred rituals. The Star Killer, Nicholas, appeared beside them at some point in time. He stared intently at the 2 men facing each other in the hall. It can prove whether you are a selfish villain who only dares to hide among the army and guards, or a valiant hero who is willing to gamble with his life for the goal in his heart. Thales exhaled and shrugged. In the center of the hall, King Nuvan was only left with a convenient, tight-sleeved battle robe embroidered with the emblem of the Cloud Dragon spear. Opposite him, Pofert was the same. The emblem of the blood shoe could be seen on his left shoulder. I was the one who suggested the duel. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on Pofert. As for the weapon, it's up to you to choose. Pofert took a deep breath and paused for a few seconds. Great axe. The young archduke raised his head and looked at King Nuvan with a calm gaze. The double-sided great axe. Just like this. King Nuvan's pupils contracted slightly. The people in the hall burst into a cacophony of hisses. Ha! Archduke Trent Ida laughed at Archduke Alcius. What a cunning boy. Archduke Rockney snorted in disdain. Coward. Great axe? Is it what I think it is? Thales was struck by a thought. He turned around and asked. Double-sided great axes require a lot of stamina and strength. The destructive power of its slashes is astonishing. It was once very popular during the war against the orcs, Nicholas said calmly. But nowadays this kind of cumbersome weapon is rarely seen on the battlefield. Even the axemen in Northland are more inclined towards the lightweight single-edged battle axes. A wise choice. Putray narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He's taking advantage of King Nuvan's age. Soon the weapons were brought up. Thales stared in disbelief at the 2 large weapons carried up by the guards. The thick and heavy 2-handed handles were almost half a person's length, and the 2 half-moon-shaped blades of the axe were as big as a man's chest. They reflected a ferocious metallic luster, and there were sharp spikes extending from the top of the axe's head. It was a clear indication of its power and fearsomeness. Thales gulped. The weight of this great axe is probably twice as heavy as my body. He remembered that on the battlefield at Broken Dragon Fortress, one of the opponents Araka faced used a great axe like this. However, in the end, the kingdom's wrath snatched away his weapon and even slashed his opponent's face with the great axe. Pofrit shifted his gaze and glanced at King Nuvan opposite him. He chuckled. He grabbed the great axe handed to him by the guard with one arm and tested its weight. Immediately, the young archduke's arm muscles trembled and he raised the great axe. Pofrit smiled in satisfaction. He turned around and swung the great axe back and forth. The sound of the axe blade slicing through the air could be heard clearly. It seemed to be quite easy. Thales stared at his relaxed posture and was speechless. This thing is terrible. Pofrit rested the great axe on his shoulder. He raised his head and stared sharply at King Nuvan, who was also standing in front of the weapon. Be careful not to sprain your waist, your majesty. King Nuvan ignored him. The old king only extended one hand and pressed it gently on the axe's handle. He pinched a few spots, then took a deep breath and grabbed the handle with both hands. Thales furrowed his brows. His thoughts were similar to Pofrit's. After all, King Nuvan is already 7. Before he could finish his train of thought, he saw the old king clench his teeth and raise his giant axe steadily. King Nuvan even gently tossed the axe. The blade flipped in the air and returned to his hand along with the handle. Thales stared at the old but vigorous King Nuvan. His jaw dropped in shock. Like Pofrit, King Nuvan placed the great axe on his shoulder. It seemed to be the standard posture of holding an axe. He let out a long sigh. His gaze seemed to be brewing a storm. Don't worry about it. When I was fighting with the orcs on the battlefield, your father was still suckling in your grandmother's arms. King Nuvan lifted the great axe onto his shoulder like Pofrit. King Nuvan flashed a sinister smile. Brat. Pofrit's expression darkened. It seems that our king is still as graceful as ever. The bald Archduke let go sighed. If it were me, that axe would have. Don't celebrate too early. Archduke Trentida shook his head with a strange expression. In case something happens to our beloved king? Isn't that what you want? Archduke Rockney unceremoniously mocked them. That damned king's selection. Trentida turned his head away, inviting a rebuff. Archduke Alcius combed his beard and furrowed his brows tightly. He recalled the Black Sand region succession duel 12 years ago. While Thales was still worrying about, what if King Nuvan lost? High Priestess Holmes slowly walked to the center of the arena and attracted the attention of the entire hall. Everyone's mood became tense at this moment. High Priestess Holmes stood between the two men. Behind her veil, she glanced at the two dueling men with her clear eyes. She raised her right hand and extended it towards King Nuvan. The priestess's cold voice rang out slowly. In the name of blood vengeance, this man challenges me to a duel. King Nuvan stared coldly at his opponent. The high priestess raised her left hand again and extended it towards young Pofrit. For honor and glory, this man will accept the duel. Pofrit exhaled with a solemn expression. In the name of the holy bright moon goddess, I will bear witness. The high priestess began to retreat slowly. Her posture was light, and every step she took was accompanied by a sentence. The weapons dance in the moonlight. Blood reflects the glory of the gods. Courage burns a great life. Death is but a long-awaited homecoming. King Nuvan and Archduke Pofrit's expressions turned solemn at the same time. Both of them removed the great axes from their shoulders and held them in their hands. King Nuvan lowered his body and widened the distance between his hands. His left hand pushed further and further, even grabbing the joint between the handle and the blade of the axe. Archduke Pofrit pulled the axe diagonally to his side. The blade of the axe brushed past his face and stopped in mid-air, assuming the most suitable posture for wielding it. Both of them stared at each other with solemn expressions. Thales narrowed his eyes. From their gazes, he read all the negative emotions humans could have. The high priestess slowly retreated to the edge of the arena. She took a deep breath and raised her arms towards the sky, as if making a final prayer. Everyone held their breaths at that moment. In the next second, the high priestess retracted her arms and gently placed her palms on her shoulders. She lowered her head and uttered her final words. Chapter 150. In the next second, without any delay, Archduke Pofrit's figure moved. He attacked head-on, roaring as he swung his great axe at King Nuvan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the two great axes clashed against each other without any fancy moves. The dull sound of metal clashing tortured everyone's ears. Thales stared in shock at the two men in the field. Pofert clenched his teeth. The blade of his great axe was stuck at the tip of King Nuvan's great axe. It was slanted downwards between the tip and the axe's sharp edge. Impulsive rookie. King Nuvan calmly turned his body sideways. His left hand grabbed the joint between the axe handle and the blade, and his right hand grabbed the far end of the axe handle. Like holding a spear, he used the axe to block Pofert's slash. The old king blocked his opponent's axe. His tone was cold. On the battlefield with your weapon stuck, you would have been beheaded by now. As the two wrestled, King Nuvan used all his strength to push away his opponent's great axe. You know this is not a good idea, old man. Pofert solemnly took a step back. He withdrew his great axe and moved to look for an opportunity to strike again. This is not a battlefield, this is a duel. The young archduke circled around the old king. His expression was indifferent. There are no white blade guards by your side, to protect your noble head. Like an experienced warrior, King Nuvan followed Pofert's movements and turned, the tip of his axe always pointed at his enemy. Only you and me. As he spoke, Pofert's second strike came. This time, Pofert's great axe drew an arc and slashed horizontally from the side, smashing towards King Nuvan's waist. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing rang again. King Nuvan turned his axe handle at the right time. Holding the axe in his left hand, he once again blocked Pofert's horizontal slash. Yes, only you and me. King Nuvan clenched his teeth and deflected the enemy's axe. He panted slightly. This is much more exciting than the battlefield. Thales asked in a low voice, puzzled, are they all so familiar with swinging their axes? His Majesty is not a child who has never touched a weapon before. The Star Killer's expression was solemn. While explaining, he did not forget to jab at Thales. As the King of Extet, he once stood at the far north 38th century ground and personally fought against the invasion of the orcs from the north of the glacier. The skull of Syra Dark Thunder, the human slaughterer, is still hanging high up at the first lookout point, intimidating the glacier beastmen. He also led his troops out of the Golden Passage and broke through the elves' defensive line in the White Mountain. Wherever his troops went, Khemu Union, the White Elves, and the Alliance of Freedom were subdued. A brilliant light shone in the Star Killer's eyes. He was also the first northern sovereign in 300 years to conquer Broken Dragon Fortress and cross the border between Extet and Constellation. When it comes to battle experience, he won't lose to any of the battle-hardened warriors in the White Blade Guards. Putray raised his eyebrows and Thales stuck out his tongue. In the arena, Pofert swung his great axe again and collided with King Nuvan's weapon in the air. Bang! The axes collided and sparks flew everywhere. King Nuvan did not seem to be able to do as he wished. He gritted his teeth and braced himself against the great axe. His arms trembled slightly. Are you tired? Pofert seized the opportunity when King Nuvan took a breather. He roared and shook his arms. Old man. King Nuvan was forced to take a step back. While he was still adjusting his body, Pofert swung his axe again and chased after him. Clang. King Nuvan once again parried the enemy's fierce attack. From the beginning until now, he had been passively defending. But this time the enemy's attack did not end so easily. A surge of power surged into Pofert's arms. His eyes were burning like a warrior who had gone berserk. He roared and swung his axe again, striking the king's left leg. In Thales' wave vision, Pofert was filled with bright light. It was concentrated in his arms and flashed continuously. The power of eradication. Seeing that his king was in danger, Nicholas remained calm. He briefly explained, Beacon Illumination City's unique combo axe technique has given birth to at least 3 types of power of eradication. The old king roared and used all his strength to pull back his great axe. He struck Pofert's great axe away, and the 2 axe blades clashed in the air, creating sparks. Clang. The king blocked Pofert's axe. But unlike before, the old king did not manage to lock Pofert's axe in this strike. Pofert had no intention of stopping either. His axe spun in the air. Under its master's crazed expression, it brought with it a strong gust of wind as it chased after the king's head. Panting, King Nuvan struggled to adjust his posture. He lifted the heavy axe handle to his side and forcibly parried Pofert's attack. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Thales subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. But Pofert, who was supported by the power of eradication, did not get his axe stuck like the previous few times. He reacted quickly and reversed the axe. It slipped away from Nuvan's block in an instant. The next moment, the young archduke pursed his lips and pushed with both hands, thrusting the sharp tip of the axe forward. It was a sudden stab at the opponent. In the face of the enemy's sudden attack, King Nuvan, who was powerless, had no time to retract his heavy axe. He could only watch the tip of the axe stab towards his face, until the tip of the axe pierced straight into his left cheek. King Nuvan roared indignantly. At that moment, Thales felt his heart skip a beat. In the nick of time, King Nuvan suddenly turned his head sideways. Rip! The tip of the axe grazed the king's face, drawing blood. It also caused a wave of exclamations in the hall. With a terrifying scar that stretched from his cheekbone to the side of his left ear, King Nuvan narrowly avoided the fatal tip of the axe. Blood dripped onto the ground. The king then gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and swung his axe horizontally, forcing Pofert to retreat. This was also Nuvan's first counterattack. Pofert nimbly retreated 3 steps, dodging the wind from the king's axe. At the same time he left his opponent's attack range. Like many people in the hall, Thales heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest to soothe his nerves. Perhaps all of you have forgotten something? Thales turned around and said worriedly, that old man? King Nuvan is already 70 years old. As the king of Extet, a duel is a test he must undergo. Nicholas' gaze did not waver, but his lips parted slightly. It has nothing to do with age. Every man in Northland has to undergo harsh combat training during their military service. Every suzerain of Extet has to do the same, and even awaken their power of eradication, Putre explained to Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. This is how the country is and the customs of the people dictate it. My God. Thales rolled his eyes and shrugged helplessly. I'm so lucky to be born in Constellation and not Extet. Hearing this, the Star Killer smiled indifferently. It's still the same old saying, welcome to Northland. Thales shook his head and turned his gaze back to the arena. Putre's expression changed as he looked at Thales' back. Being born in Constellation is a kind of luck? Putre sighed silently. It's too early to say that, young prince. Ah. The young archduke looked at the blood-covered, panting king with satisfaction. He gritted his teeth and laughed nastily. How many rounds has it been? Old man? You're already at your limit? Nonsense, brat. King Nuvan propped his axe on the ground and used his left hand to wipe away the blood on his face. Without showing any sign of weakness, he retorted, I've just warmed up. You're 70 years old. Pofert weakened the king's imposing manner with his words and prepared for the next wave of attack. Not only have your muscles withered, but your power of eradication has also deteriorated, right? Hee hee. King Nuvan inhaled and smacked his lips ferociously. Brat, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say this in front of me? Pofert began to laugh strangely. Yes, I still remember 12 years ago when my grandfather was still alive, you gathered the armies of the 7 archdukes. With unprecedented pride you went south to Constellation. As he spoke, Pofert swung his axe without warning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the blade of the axe ruthlessly struck the great axe that King Nuvan had raised. This time the young archduke roared and pressed his entire body forward, wrestling with King Nuvan head-on. King Nuvan was pushed back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. His face was contorted as he struggled to resist the young and aggressive archduke. His arms could not stop trembling. You were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. Gritting his teeth, Pofert pushed the axe in his hand forward and easily suppressed the aging king. You were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. You weren't like this sickly and broken man now. In the next second the old king finally lost his strength. He was pushed away and fell to the ground. His weapon fell to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk many people held their breaths. Pofert mercilessly smashed his axe down. The old king rolled away in a disheveled manner and the axe smashed hard on his left side. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the force was so great that the stone floor caved in. The hall burst into an uproar. Damn it. Thales turned around in frustration. This is what I'm worried about. Keep watching. Nicholas said coldly, although his furrowed brows had already betrayed his emotions. On the battlefield, until the last moment, panting, King Nuvan quickly picked up the giant axe that had fallen to the ground with a reaction speed that was beyond his age. The young Pofert withdrew the giant axe that had been plunged into the ground. He seemed to have used too much strength in the attack just now. He was also slightly panting. At that time, my grandfather was wearing a military uniform and armor, panting as he stood beside you. He was like a toothless tiger, old and ugly. Pofert's expression was calm as he carefully observed King Nuvan's movements. Your grandfather and father were much better than you. King Nuvan spat on the ground and slowly stood up. But you just can't nurture them, can you? Poffert's gaze shifted. The moment King Nuvan stood up, he swung his axe with all his might. Taking advantage of the other party's unsteady footing, he smashed Nuvan until he knelt on one knee. Can't nurture them? Poffert sneered and waved his giant axe. Once again he pushed Nuvan back. The latter half knelt on the ground, panting continuously. To you, Beacon Illumination City is a tamed, well-fed hound, isn't it? A hound that is at your beck and call? Poffert laughed and once again knocked down the old king who was trying to get up. Every time King Nuvan tried to stand up again, he was interrupted by Poffert's attacks. The common elected king of Extet could not even get up to face the enemy. In front of Constellation's broken dragon fortress, my grandfather's army could not stop that damned sword of reversing light. Beacon Illumination City's defense line collapsed. I still remember you softly saying to my grandfather, "You're old." Is Beacon Illumination City also old? Poffert's tone was cold as he recovered from the huge exhaustion caused by swinging his axe. The next day my grandfather obediently returned to Beacon Illumination City to retire, and my father became the next Archduke of Beacon Illumination City? What? Kneeling on the ground, King Nuvan, who was at an absolute disadvantage, laughed nonchalantly. Don't tell me that you're going to betray Dragon Cloud City because of this? As he spoke, the old king swung his axe and struck Poffert's leg close to the ground. The three archdukes of the south are arrogant and unruly. Poffert took a step back in a relaxed manner to avoid the strike. He looked at King Nuvan, who was kneeling on the ground. Their supplies are lagging and their progress is slow. Hence, the war with Constellation is all on Beacon Illumination City's shoulders. The supplies, military expenses, reinforcements, suicide squad, and even the nearby prostitutes in the camp. Don't you think something's wrong? Poffert said through gritted teeth. That's the responsibility you've been assigned. King Nuvan's gaze was frightening. His voice was laced with anger. It's also the king's order. Poffert mercilessly swung his axe again, causing King Nuvan to roll away. This time, Nuvan, who had expended a lot of energy, could not completely parry his opponent's attack. The axe grazed the old king's left arm, causing blood to spurt out. This is bad. Thales thought to himself. This is bad. To hell with your order. How many soldiers and men have we sacrificed in order to take down that damned broken dragon fortress? More than half of them are from Beacon Illumination City. The young Archduke shouted angrily. I watched the dead and injured soldiers return to their tents with numb expressions, lamenting about when they would be able to go home. The next day they were sent as the first wave to attack the fortress. Like targets, they depleted the fortress's crossbows, arrows, kerosene bombs, huge logs, rolling stones, mystic guns, and soldiers. Poffert pounded his chest. His gaze was fierce. They were sent to their deaths. On the other side, the elite soldiers of Dragon Cloud City were laughing and singing, enjoying the best wine, food, and women. And the privilege to attack the fortress at the most critical and relaxing moment. After Father took office while trembling with fear, what else could he do in front of you? He could only be crazier, more magnanimous, and send all of our soldiers to their deaths at the fortress regardless of the cost. In exchange for your trust. King Nuvan grabbed the handle of his axe and parried another attack from his opponent. Then he lay on the ground and panted. Poffert began to pace around King Nuvan. He switched the position of his left and right hands at the right time to reduce the consumption of holding the great axe with both hands. You actually sat in the tent, under the protection of the White Blade Guards, and righteously questioned grandfather and father why Beacon Illumination City couldn't stop Horus Jadestar. Couldn't stop that damned butcher of Constellation? Couldn't stop the most elite and craziest royal guards he brought from Constellation? Horus Jadestar? He recalled what Tolja of Black Sand region told him about the final story of the Sword of Reversing Light. He turned his head and looked at Putray and Nicholas. The former did not say a word, while the latter pursed his lips, looking unhappy. You talk a lot of nonsense. King Nuvan wiped the blood off his left arm on his clothes so that it would not affect his grip. He raised his head, his gaze fierce. On the battlefield, those who talk the most die the fastest. Poffert answered him with a merciless slash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk King Nuvan trembled as he parried the trajectory of the axe. He was already at an absolute disadvantage. Go to hell, Nuvan Walton. Poffert spat, his face full of resentment. Conqueror of Broken Dragon Fortress, do you think you're worthy? King Nuvan got up on one knee, holding the great axe in his hand. He looked at Poffert ferociously as if he was preparing for the most crucial counterattack. Once again Poffert did not stop. His axe struck the handle of Nuven's great axe. Asterisk clang. Asterisk King Nuven struggled to resist his opponent's great strength. The two terrifying weapons were locked in a stalemate in the air. You told everyone to pack up and go home just because of the fortress treaty. At least you pretended to comfort and explain to the other archdukes. And to us, to Beacon Illumination City? No land, no spoils of war, no rewards, no consolation. You told us to leave with a wave of your hand. Pofrit gritted his teeth, looking crazy. I personally sent your grandfather and your family to the position of Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. I trusted him. King Nuven clenched his teeth, his expression furious. I ignored them because they were my most capable assistants. Bullsh *T trust, they're not even worth a penny. Pofrit roared. Countless corpses of Beacon Illumination City soldiers are buried in the fortress, in Constellation. If you have the guts, go and tell them. Assistants? Why don't I see you sending people from Dragon Cloud City to their deaths? However, in the next moment, the eyes of the seemingly disadvantaged old king flashed, and the muscles on his arms suddenly bulged. In the unique vision provided by the fluctuation, the old king's arms suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Chapter 151. Pofrit's expression froze and his pupils constricted. King Nuven, who had activated his power of eradication, raised his arms and forcefully pushed his great axe to the side. Pofrit held onto his great axe with all his might and stared in disbelief at the old king who had suddenly attacked. Within a second, King Nuven's movements became swift and powerful. He decisively let go of the great axe in his hand and pounced on Pofrit like an eagle. The old king ruthlessly struck Pofrit's chest with his right elbow. But, caught off guard, Pofrit grunted in pain and took a step back. Clang. Two great axes fell to the ground. In the hall, the spectators' moods were instantly stirred. Thales could not take his eyes off the king. He almost forgot to breathe. The king's counterattack had arrived. Without the great axes restraining him, King Nuven's movements became as fast as lightning. He did not stop after the elbow strike. Instead, he steadily hugged his right arm and did not stop his feet. With a terrifying momentum, his right shoulder crashed into Pofrit's chest. Pofrit instantly lost his balance. The young archduke felt a tightness in his chest. He gritted his teeth in pain and kept retreating. Beautiful. Marquis Shiles clicked his tongue in admiration. The tables are always turned in an instant. With a ferocious expression, King Nuven stepped forward. You talk too much, whoosh. King Nuven clenched his right fist and swung it violently in the air, causing the wind to howl. Never a good ending. Amid the king's low growl, the heavy punch hit Pofrit's abdomen. The muffled sound of fists hitting flesh reverberated in everyone's ears. Many archdukes frowned. These blows are really unlike a 70-year-old man. Trentida watched the king's counterattack in disbelief. Don't underestimate him. Archduke Alcius's expression was solemn. He is the sentinel of the glacier defense line. He has fought countless life and death battles with the terrifying orcs. With a pained expression, Pofrit instantly crouched down. His entire body suddenly shrank into a ball, as if he could not withstand the strength of the punch. King Nuven immediately raised his left fist. His expression was calm but full of anger. Beacon Illumination City? Unfair? King Nuven was like a lion that had successfully hunted its prey. He stared coldly at the young opponent before him. You caused the death of Mariah. The next moment, the king punched again with his left fist. With the terrifying force of the power of eradication, he hit Pofrit's heart on the left side of his chest. Bang! A terrible dull sound came. Pofrit's body shook violently under the punch, like a leaf floating powerlessly in the water. As he watched his opponent tremble, King Nuven spat viciously. Coward. It was only then that Thales relaxed. Phew. You scared me to death. At this moment? Wait. Nicholas said warily. Something's wrong. King Nuven's expression changed drastically as he punched. The next second, Pofrit roared and raised his head, straightened his chest and stretched out his curled body. His gaze was fierce. Only then did everyone see the battle situation clearly. The punch that King Nuven used to land on the Archduke's chest was being held tightly by Pofrit's hand. There was no solid hit at all. Thales immediately felt a chill in his heart. In the next moment, Pofrit grabbed King Nuven's fist with his left hand and abruptly pulled it backward, pulling King Nuven towards him at lightning speed. Then he raised his right elbow and aimed it at King Nuven's face. But Pofrit's elbow landed heavily on the old king's skull. A terrible dull sound echoed in the hall. However, this time the two parties engaged in a hand-to-hand fight had switched to offense and defense. King Nuven seemed to be dizzy from the ferocious elbow strike. As he swayed, he fell backwards. But King Nuven fell hard on the ground. His head landed solidly on the stone bricks. Some of the spectators could not help but cry out in surprise. Thales stared blankly at the reversal of the battle. "I've been waiting for this strike for a long time, Your Majesty." Pofrit laughed and rubbed his chest, which had just suffered a heavy blow. His tone turned cold. "To think that I said so much nonsense to lure you into taking the bait." King Nuven shook his head strenuously, as if he had lost his sense of direction and vision. "You're used to fiercely counterattacking when the enemy has the upper hand, playing to your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses, and subduing the enemy with one strike, right?" The young Archduke angrily raised his leg and kicked King Nuven's chest. Amidst the gasps in the hall, he kicked him back to the ground. "Your Majesty." King Nuven trembled. He dragged his aged body and tried to stand up again. However, the blow just now seemed to be too heavy, or perhaps he had used up too much energy. The old king actually could not struggle to get up. "My grandfather always told me stories about you, from your fighting habits to your footsteps." Archduke Pofrit panted and flashed a ferocious smile. "My grandfather. Do you still remember him?" Panting in pain, King Nuven flipped over and tried to grab his fallen great axe. But Pofrit was faster than the king. He abruptly stepped on the two great axes on the ground. The Archduke then kicked King Nuven back to the ground. Many people in the hall were so shocked that their mouths were agape. Although they had expected it, when it really came to this. "When I was young, my grandfather always said that there was a generous and just king in Ekstedt. He said that you clinked glasses with him and Archduke Stustel in the camp of the sentry." Pofrit picked up a great axe from under his feet. His gaze was bleak. "But what did I see? They were the Archdukes of Beacon Illumination City for 2 generations. They were subservient, fearful, and lived worse than dogs in front of you. Grandfather died of depression on the way back to his hometown. Father trembled in fear and wore a distressed expression all day long. He was afraid that he would disobey you and lose Dragon Cloud City's support. Even on the way back he had to prepare camp prostitutes for you." Pofrit looked at the king and growled indignantly, "They all lived in your shadow. They suffered humiliation, fear, and pain." The young Archduke swung his axe at him. King Nuven panted. He had no choice but to abandon his weapon and roll away from Pofrit's attack range. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the axe hit the ground with a loud bang. Stone chips flew everywhere. Pofrit exhaled and panted for 2 seconds. Then he picked up his great axe and walked towards the defenseless King Nuven, who was panting on the ground. Many people in the Hall of Heroes clenched their fists. "It's over." Marquis Shiles slapped his face in pain. "The crystal drop mine contract with Dragon Cloud City?" Putre narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Thales did not speak. His heart was heavy. Now, he truly began to think about what would happen after Nuven's death. Shiles only had to worry about his contract. What he had to worry about was his own life. Pofrit walked towards the king step by step with the footsteps of death. "Hey." Archduke Letko, who was watching the battle, sighed. "Is this the end?" Archduke Rockney pursed his lips tightly. Alcius had a complicated expression on his face. Trent Ida rolled his eyes, deep in thought. No one answered him. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, King Nuven suddenly laughed strangely. "Haha, I figured it out." Panting, King Nuven threw his head back and laughed. "Your father's death was because of you, wasn't it?" Pofrit's gaze suddenly froze. The sudden death of the former Archduke of Beacon Illumination City? In an instant, the young Archduke's expression became incomparably ferocious, as if his deepest past had been touched. "The secret room has been suspicious for a long time. Your father's death was too strange. He suddenly fell ill in the prime of his life." The defenseless old king gritted his teeth and stood up with all his might. He glared at Pofrit. "It was you, Concret Pofrit." King Nuven's words cut Pofrit's heart like a knife. It also made the other people in the hall tremble with fear. It was his favorite son and heir. Nuven's expression was solemn. His gaze was complicated. "You killed your own father, didn't you?" Pofrit's axe-wielding hand began to tremble. His face was contorted and his teeth chattered. "No." Pofrit's face was pale. His lips trembled and he subconsciously raised his great axe. "No." The young Archduke took a deep breath. "I didn't." He raised his head abruptly and glared at King Nuven with eyes full of hatred. "I didn't kill him." With a furious roar, the young Archduke swung his axe and struck the king. Asterisk bang. King Nuven dodged the fatal blow in a flustered manner. As he retreated, he fell to the ground again. Poffert's power of eradication once again increased his arm strength and speed. The Archduke roared and instantly pulled back his axe. In a frenzy, he raised the great axe with both hands and stabbed the tip of the axe at King Nuven, who was lying on the ground. Under everyone's nervous and fearful gazes, King Nuven roared and reached out with both hands to grab the handle of the axe that was stabbing towards him. The old king dangerously blocked the blade and the tip of the axe in front of his chest. Another gasp could be heard in the hall. Thales was dumbfounded as he stared at the king, who was forced into a corner. "My father was accidentally injured. It was bad, very serious." Poffert murmured with a sorrowful expression. "I did nothing. I just let him sleep in peace. He didn't live a happy life anyway." From then on, there was no more anxiety, no more fear, no more anxiety. At the same time, the Archduke, who was wrestling with King Nuven, did not stop. He pushed the blade of the axe towards the king with all his might. He roared madly, "No more nightmares from Dragon Cloud City." King Nuven gripped the handle of his opponent's axe tightly and moaned in pain. But his face was flushed and his arms trembled more and more violently. After roaring, Poffert came back to his senses. His gaze gradually focused, becoming firm and numb. "From that moment on, I will bear the humiliation and pain of Beacon Illumination City. I will end it." Watching the tip of the axe getting closer and closer to his chest, King Nuven's old face contorted in pain and suffocation. "Haha, even if you kill me, you are still a coward." The powerless old king refused to show weakness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ha, even if you kill me, you are still a coward." Poffert shuddered. He raised his head sluggishly and looked at King Nuven. He slowly narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Poffert continued to exert more force, causing the old king to moan again. "This is all our fault. We are too weak." The muscles on Poffert's arms swelled to the limit. His eyes burned with indignation. "Look at the three archdukes in the south. None of them are obedient. Trentida of Reformation Tower always obeys your orders and cuts corners. Alcius of Prestige Orchid Region has a special identity given to him by Raikaru. He ignores you. Lampard of Black Sand Region is a thorn in your side." The spectators tensed up, especially the two archdukes whose names were called. Their expressions froze. "But they have gained respect." Poffert gritted his teeth and spat out words at the exhausted king. "You treat them as worthy opponents, while we, Poffert of Beacon Illumination City, a dog that crawls under the dragon's shadow, wags its tail and begs for pity, are the weakest targets to be bullied. You do whatever you want to us just because you support grandfather and Poffert to become an archduke. Because we, the two generations of archdukes, are cowards." King Nuven gradually could not withstand the young man's tremendous strength. The struggle between life and death had reached its final juncture. The tip of the axe began to move towards the king's chest. "Just because of this." King Nuven's words became incoherent. "You turned to Lampard?" The old king's eyes were bloodshot. "Of course, that's not the only reason." Poffert's expression became cold again. "But why should I tell you?" Nuven howled in indignation. "When you arrive at Hell's River, please send my grandfather and father my regards," the young archduke said coldly. "My beloved late king, your majesty." King Nuven let out the most sorrowful and indignant roar in pain. Poffert's pupils shrank. His power surged and he thrust the axe in his hand. Rip. The ferocious spike at the top of the axe sank straight into the old king's chest. King Nuven stared at Archduke Poffert in front of him. It was as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Blood stained the king's robe. Thales gently lowered his head and shut his eyes tightly. Chapter 152. King Nuven lay quietly on the ground. His hand was still tightly wrapped around the handle of the great axe, as if it was his lover. The two sharp spikes in the middle of the axe blade sunk deep into his chest. Everyone in the Hall of Heroes watched the scene unfold before their eyes. Shock, doubt, sorrow, and grief. Countless emotions intertwined. The victor of the duel, Archduke Poffert, was sweating profusely. His hand on the handle of the axe slowly slid down. As his body relaxed, he knelt beside King Nuven and panted violently. Poffert's eyes were lifeless and his chest was heaving, as if he had just experienced a nightmare. Archduke Alcius, who was watching the duel, widened his eyes. He looked at the motionless king, and his complicated emotions instantly turned into indescribable sorrow. Archduke Rockney's expression was sorrowful. Archduke Letko's brow seemed to be laden with a heavy burden. Trentida shook his head as if expressing his disdain for the duel. Thales lowered his head and stared at the ground in a daze. He did not know what kind of expressions Nicholas and Put-Ray had on their faces behind him. Damn it! How could this be? He slowly clenched his fists. King Nuvan died here. Who will control Dragon Cloud City? Who will control Dragon Cloud City? Who will control Dragon Cloud City? His thoughts became a jumbled mess. Freed from the duel, Archduke Pofford half knelt in front of the king's body in a daze. Nuvan, the born king. Nuvan Walton, the monarch who ruled Extet for nearly 30 years. Already dead. The young archduke suddenly let out a low laugh. Ha ha! He raised his head and his laughter grew louder and stranger as if he was a morbid lunatic. Ha ha! Then the young archduke laughed maniacally and suddenly turned to look at the witness of the duel, High Priestess Holm, who represented the bright moon goddess. Ha! His body trembled as he laughed. The female priestess stared straight back at Poffret. Behind her veil, her beautiful eyes were calm and unruffled. Under her gaze, Poffret felt an invisible pressure quietly bearing down on him. His smile gradually faded. The priestess remained calm and did not show any expression. Poffret stopped laughing. His face slowly darkened as he furrowed his brows in confusion. Thales was in a daze, desperately thinking about his future. At this moment, I see. Nicholas, the Star Killer, suddenly said softly from behind Thales. In the next moment, two loud sounds of collision resounded. Bang, thump, clang. What followed was the clang of metal falling to the ground. Thales shuddered and snapped out of his thoughts. At the same time, many people in the Hall of Heroes exclaimed in disbelief. Thales raised his head swiftly. Then his eyes widened and he frowned. He saw the most unbelievable scene. It couldn't be. The shocked Thales even forgot to breathe at that moment. King Nuvan, who was supposed to be lying dead on the ground, had somehow struggled to his feet. Instead he pinned Poffret face down onto the ground. The great axe which had pierced through the king's chest lay at their feet, still trembling. Like the others, Thales stared fixedly at the scene before him in bewilderment and confusion. The old king of Extet had a fierce and aggressive expression on his face. His left arm was in the shape of a ring, tightly gripping Poffret's right forearm from behind. His right hand was firmly pressed against Poffret's upper right arm, and his left knee was pressed against Poffret's back. King Nuvan had locked Poffret's right arm and pinned him to the ground. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief and shook his head subconsciously. How could it be, that injury? Thales was not the only one who thought so. Everyone in the hall, from the archdukes to the vassals, from the servants to the guards, were shocked to see this unbelievable and incomprehensible turn of events. Know you clearly? Amidst the intense pain, panic and fear, Grand Duke Poffret, whose right arm was locked and whose head and face were pressed to the ground, desperately exerted his strength in an attempt to break free. At the same time he shouted with a face full of fear, "No, impossible!" He could not believe that the king, who had been pierced through the chest by his axe, could stand up in an instant as if he was unharmed. The old king's right chest and the front and back of his robes were soaked in blood. It looked extremely terrifying. But at this moment, it was as if the injury did not exist. It did not affect the king's movements at all. It was as if King Nuvan had just been pricked by a needle. Thales turned his head abruptly and anxiously asked the only supreme class elite here, "How could—" Silence. Nicholas interrupted him in a hurried tone. The Star Killer stared at the scene, unwilling to let go of any detail. Finish looking at it? It's not over yet. Put-Ray, on the other hand, was astonished as if he could not accept this fact. Impossible? Nuvan VII's face was flushed after being resurrected from the dead. The king pressed down with his right hand and retracted his left. His muscles trembled as he slowly exerted force and tightened. Using Poffret's elbow as a fulcrum, he began to pry Poffret's locked forearm in reverse. The old king gritted his teeth and his face was ferocious. On the battlefield, you'd better believe in impossible. As King Nuvan exerted force, Poffret's locked right arm began to slowly deform. His forearm moved in the opposite direction of his elbow joint in a frightening manner. The distinct sound of muscles snapping rang out in the field. Poffret's face contorted in pain as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. The Archduke's left arm desperately reached behind him towards the crazed King Nuvan, but it could only scrape the air in vain. He kept scratching in the air. He could not break free from such a fatal lock at all. I killed you, I clearly killed you. Poffret's neck was pressed against the floor, and he could not stop twisting in inhuman pain. He screamed in pain, "You're dead." "Is that so?" King Nuvan, who was firmly suppressing his opponent, revealed a ferocious expression mixed with hatred and madness. His words were as piercingly cold as the wind. "Perhaps, I'm not completely dead enough?" As he spoke, Nuvan VII continued to exert force with his hands methodically. The frightening cracking sound from Poffert's forearm continued to ring out. It sent a chill down Thal's spine. The young Archduke struggled frantically. He could not reach his enemy's left hand, so he desperately slapped the ground. But under King Nuvan's experienced and ruthless strangulation, all of Poffert's struggles seemed to be in vain. He could not exert the strength in his young body at all. He could only frantically twist the other parts of his body that could still move. He was like a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board. The next second, slap. A crisp sound rang out from Poffert's arm. Poffert's head, which was pressed against the ground, could not be raised any higher. His face was contorted and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. His mouth was widened to its limit in pain, and he let out an unprecedented, frenzied howl. No, no, no. His right forearm, starting from the elbow joint, had been forcefully bent in the opposite direction. Under the intense pain, Poffert trembled as he resisted King Nuvan's strength. He even lifted his chest an inch off the ground. But Poffert's nightmare was not over yet. King Nuvan suddenly raised his right hand, which was pressing against Poffert's upper right arm. He abruptly clenched his right fist and hammered the back of Poffert's head. Thud. Poffert's head was smashed to the ground again by the punch. His forehead hit the floor with a dull thud. But King Nuvan did not stop. He let go of Poffert's crippled right arm and extended his right hand to grab Poffert's left arm. Then using the same posture he switched his left and right arms. His right hand clasped Poffert's forearm while his left pressed against Poffert's upper arm. King Nuvan took a deep breath and continued to exert force. Poffert recovered from the brief dizziness. Panic struck him in an instant. Feeling the intense pain and numbness in his right arm, as well as the sensation of his only intact left arm being tightly locked, the young Archduke realized something. He turned his head in despair. "What?" Tears of pain rolled down Poffert's face as he asked his opponent indignantly, "Why?" King Nuvan stared into Poffert's eyes and sneered in satisfaction. On the battlefield, a wound that penetrates the chest is fatal. Most of the injured can only leave their lives to luck. The king stared at his enemy like a hawk as if he was staring at a rabbit. This is especially true for a wound that penetrates the chest. King Nuvan continued to exert force on Poffert's arm. He did not stop talking and exuded a chilling aura. "Your lungs will become like broken bellows. Breathing will become harder than lifting your hand. Every time you take a deep breath, you can even hear the hissing sound of air entering and leaving your lungs from the wound. You will start coughing and the coughing will become more intense and painful. Breathing will become softer, more painful and more difficult. Blood will also slowly soak into your lungs. Then, as you breathe and cough, it will continuously flow out of your throat, mouth and nose. In the intense pain and tightness in your chest, you will feel an incomparably heavy chest. Then, slowly your strength and consciousness will leave you. If your ribs are broken, then congratulations. The fine bone fragments will become the most terrifying torturer. They will penetrate deep into your muscles, rub against your tissues, puncture your blood vessels, and torture your spirit and body in pain and sourness until you surrender to death and reach out to the ferryman of Hell's River. Even if the wound is blocked in time and the external bleeding is stopped, it will be of no use. You will first cough more and more blood, then less and less until you die. If you are lucky, it will be over in a few minutes. If you are unlucky, you will even wail until midnight. Accompanied by a terrifying fever and cold sweat, you will die in pain in your hallucinations. I have seen too many tragedies like this on the battlefield." Poffert widened his eyes. Cold sweat continuously seeped out of his forehead along with the pain. The king smiled and changed the topic of the conversation. But, King Nuvan moved his head closer to Poffert's ear and said ferociously, "You know, a person's chest has a range. Not the entire chest is where the rib cage is located. If the pierced part does not hurt your chest and avoids the fatal artery such as the muscle between your right shoulder and right chest and penetrates forward and backward, and perfectly grazes your rib cage and bones, then use the power of eradication to expand the wound muscles and stop the bleeding. How is this possible?" Poffert gritted his teeth. The veins on his face bulged as he stared at King Nuvan behind him in despair. "I told you, brat." The power of eradication surged into King Nuvan's arms. He laughed contentedly. "On the battlefield, you better believe in impossible. Finally, a bone-chilling sound, accompanied by Poffert's screams, rang in everyone's ears. Crack. Poffert writhed madly on the ground, screaming out the pain and despair he felt at the moment. His only arm was also bent by King Nuven. The young Archduke had lost both his hands. A few seconds later, Poffert's struggles and screams began to subside. His body twitched continuously and he let out miserable moans. The Archdukes stared at the scene before them in disbelief. What does this mean? Archduke Trentida tried his best to regulate his breathing. The one who answered him was Archduke Rockney, who had not spoken for a long time. The latter said coldly, "It means the end." Thales watched in a daze as the king completed his counterattack in an instant. It was quick, violent, and effective. It was a counterattack that ended things once and for all. He did not even have time to see how the king's reversal began. His Majesty was lying on the ground and was pierced by the axe. Nicholas sighed behind him. Whether it was us or Poffret, we only knew that His Majesty's chest was pierced, but we could not clearly see the penetrating position on his back. There was no way to tell if it was a fatal wound. And that was exactly what the king calculated. Calculated? Thales stared at King Nuven's chest, especially at the area on the right that was soaked in blood. King Nuven panted. He flung away his enemy's useless arm and stood up. At that moment, Thales felt that this valiant figure was incomparably tall. King Nuven looked around at the people in the hall. He was greeted by different gazes and breaths, ranging from excitement, surprise, and doubt. What? King Nuven suddenly roared loudly, "Strong rye wine." Thales was momentarily stunned. The strongest kind. The servants and guards in charge hesitantly looked at the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple and the Archdukes. However, High Priestess Holm was still unmoved. The Archdukes only stared at the king in a daze. Poffret, who was on the ground, stopped moaning. He struggled to lift his head and looked at his opponent with a face full of despair and numbness. Enough. King Nuven roared impatiently. I won't suffocate him to death with a wine cup. Motherf Ker, bring me the wine. In the name of the king. The king's administrator, Lord Merk, sighed and waved his hand, granting the king this privilege. A wooden barrel full of rye wine was quickly carried to the hall. King Nuven grabbed the metal wine cup that was brought over, opened the lid of the barrel, scooped up the wine, threw his head back and poured it into his mouth. Wine seeped from the corner of his mouth and flowed through the king's short beard that stretched from his chin to his neck. The old king downed the wine in the cup in one gulp, wiped his chin happily and scooped up another cup. This time, King Nuven tore off the clothes on his right shoulder, revealing his aged but still firm muscles. The wounds caused by the axe just now were obvious. There was one on his chest and one on his back, but they were all away from the center of his chest and even close to his shoulders. The wounds had already been filled up by the compression of his muscles. Gritting his teeth, King Nuven raised the wine cup and poured the wine on his wounds. The muscles on his right shoulder trembled and shivered under the strong wine. However, King Nuven's expression was as cold and indifferent as usual. It was as if the wine that had soaked his wounds was not strong wine. Everyone in the hall watched this scene in silence. No one interrupted him. On the ground beside him, Archduke Poffret, whose arms were broken, growled in a low voice. Once again, his eyes were filled with indignation and hatred. He used his head to prop up his upper body and tried to get up with the help of his knees. What welcomed him was a heavy, merciless kick from King Nuven on the Archduke's back, forcing Poffret back to the ground. Poffret first let out a painful groan, then his groan turned into an indignant roar. No, how did you do it? The young Archduke's face was gloomy. He glared at King Nuven as if he wanted to dig a piece of flesh out of him. Did you think you could pierce my chest with the axe so easily? King Nuven's expression remained the same. He scooped up another cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Brat, I lured you to stab me. My strength is not as good as yours, neither is my endurance. In a battle with a great axe I would lose sooner or later. King Nuven stepped on Poffret's back and spat at him in disdain. But even a supreme-class elite, once he lets down his guard. King Nuven's eyes shone brightly. You're useless. Poffret's eyes widened. He pressed his face against the ground and his lips trembled. Once again he let out an indecipherable roar. It was filled with desolation and pain. I'll give you a piece of advice. Before you break your enemy's neck, don't relax. King Nuven slowly exhaled. Feeling his exhaustion and fatigue, he said in a cold tone, This is the most valuable experience we've gained in thousands of years of bloody battles with the orcs. King Nuven raised his head again and drank the third cup of wine in one gulp. Behind Thales, Putray asked faintly, "Is this what the army often talks about, the so-called fighting instinct of a warrior?" "Instinct?" Nicholas, the Star Killer, replied with a cold chuckle. "This is a battle tactic. From the beginning to the end, the duel went according to His Majesty's calculations and rhythm. It went according to the pace he planned." Putray revealed a puzzled expression. From the beginning, His Majesty lured Pofert to stab him with the tip of his axe instead of slashing him with the blade. The Star Killer crossed his arms. There seemed to be a smile in his eyes. His Majesty seemed to be passively defending with his axe, unable to counterattack and retreating step by step. In fact, with every blow they exchanged, the distance between them unknowingly shortened. When His Majesty fell in the end, the distance between him and Pofert was so close that they were face to face. It no longer allowed Pofert to slash him with the blade of his axe. Thales thought of something. He looked at the distance between the two men in the field and the position of the two great axes. Pofert was led by His Majesty to end the duel with the thrust of the axe. The leader of the White Blade Guards replied faintly. His Majesty, on the other hand, was lying on the ground. He used both hands to control his opponent's axe to stab into the muscle gap between his chest and his shoulder blade. That was an injury His Majesty inflicted himself. It would bring him terrifying pain, but it was definitely not a fatal blow. Thales took a deep breath and looked at King Nuvan in the field. A shrewd and ruthless hunter, huh? The only thing left to do was to wait for his opponent, who had been incited into a frenzy by his words, to think that he had won the duel. Putray added to the Star Killer's answer in a sentimental tone. Then he would seize the opportunity to take advantage of an opening that could completely restrain Pofert's advantage in endurance and strength, and launch a decisive counterattack. "I hope that you will watch this rare duel carefully and benefit from it, Your Highness," the prince's vice-diplomat said faintly to his prince. Thales could only shake his head slowly. Pofert claimed that he understood His Majesty's fighting style from his grandfather, but he did not understand anything at all. Nicholas' pale face shone in the firelight. "This is the real, fierce counterattack, subduing the enemy with one strike." "Deep impression," the Marquis of Camus Union exclaimed by the side. "You are not surprised by this, are you?" Nicholas nodded slowly. "Yes, every step Pofert took was within His Majesty's expectations. There is a saying in Constellation's Western front line." Putray sighed. "On the battlefield, even a dying veteran is 10,000 times stronger than a rookie with boundless strength." "A veteran meets a rookie." The leader of the king's personal guards snorted coldly. "The outcome of this duel from the beginning." Chapter 153. The king had drunk enough. He threw the goblet down and exercised his joints. "Brat!" He snorted at Pofert, who was on the ground. "You have the guts to mention the war 12 years ago? How much do you know about the tragedy and bloodshed 12 years ago?" With a disdainful gaze, King Nuvan stared at his prey, who had lost both his arms. "You are nothing but a suzerain's heir whom he dotes on. Your grandfather only keeps you in the safest main camp. He doesn't even let you transport the supplies." In Thales' eyes, the young Archduke's eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at the front. It was as if he had even forgotten the pain in his arms. "But maybe your grandfather was right. If you were sent to transport the supplies, and if you encountered Horus Jadestar, who would sneak around and attack the supplies." At this, King Nuvan's face darkened. F*CK, then there wouldn't be so many F*King problems. A few seconds later, Pofert, who was pinned to the ground, let out an indecipherable laugh. "As for the so-called shock you received in the war. Bullshit." King Nuvan suppressed his anger until he could no longer suppress it. "Without Dragon Cloud City, without the Walton family, you are nothing." He let go of Pofert's foot and kicked Pofert's stomach. Thales frowned. He remembered his time in Abandoned House, the days when he was punched and kicked from time to time. After suffering the kick, Pofert curled up and moaned in pain. "And you shouldn't have gone after Mariah." King Nuvan lowered his head and growled with a pained expression. "He thought you were his friend. Despicable traitor. Hypocritical coward." The enraged King Nuvan kicked Pofert's chest again. Thud. The dull sound was clear. Pofert curled up again. Under the heavy blow he could not help but cough. Pofert's cough gradually eased. Then his curled-up body stretched out again. His two folded arms looked extremely hideous. The Archduke laughed strangely as if he was crying. "Ha ha ha." Pofert suppressed his laughter, but in Thales' ears, it sounded so miserable and tragic. King Nuvan's expression became increasingly hostile. He looked at his enemy and gritted his teeth. His expression was terrifying. The young Archduke abruptly stopped laughing. He raised his head and glared at King Nuven with eyes brimming with anger. "That's right, I did it." Pofrit glared fiercely at the old king. Panting, he said, "Mariah only told me about his secret mission, to visit Constellation and renew the treaty. What an honor." "You admit it?" King Nuven's expression was solemn. His eyes burned with hatred and pain. "You only have the guts to be a man when you're facing death, don't you?" "Yes, I don't have to waste any effort at all. I can use his trust in me to deceive him into going to Constellation." Pofrit responded to the king with a mocking smile. Including his itinerary, arrangements, plans, and even the members of the diplomat group, King Nuven kicked Pofrit's abdomen again. Pofrit rolled away from King Nuven's side in pain. "Just because you feel that you've been treated unfairly?" King Nuven sneered. His voice suddenly rose. "You killed my son and betrayed your friend. The so-called status in Beacon Illumination City is just an excuse you're looking for your selfishness and indifference. You can even betray your own father. What else can't you do?" Pofrit groaned in pain from his broken arms. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but when he heard the king's words, he lifted his head from the ground with difficulty and chuckled. "Unfair." Pofrit's laughter was strange and maniacal. "My God, you really, you don't even blush. You're indeed our born king. Unfair? Ah." The next moment, Pofrit's expression changed. He looked at the four archdukes. "Stop pretending. All of you." The young archduke's words were filled with anger. "Alcius, Trentida, Rockne, Letko? Do you dare to swear to your ancestors that you're not grateful or happy for what I've done? Do you dare to slap your chest and say that you're not glad or happy about Mariah's death and the Walton family's loss of power and decline?" The archdukes chose to respond with silence. Even the craftiest Trentida did not make a sound at this moment. Thales felt that the atmosphere in the hall had become very tense, as if the scope of the duel had expanded beyond the two of them. King Nuven did not say a word. Step by step he slowly walked towards Pofrit. Panting, Pofrit shrugged his shoulders and struggled to crawl on the ground. Thales looked at the struggling archduke on the ground. He did not feel the slightest relief from the truth being revealed or the vengeance being avenged. All that was left was an indescribable sorrow. "The 10 archdukes," Pofrit gritted his teeth and said as he struggled to crawl, "the 10 archdukes, after your death, will fairly and justly choose the king, right?" King Nuven stopped in his tracks. With his back facing King Nuven, Pofrit crawled to the center of the hall. He tried his best to turn over and face King Nuven. "To the south, you promised Reformation Tower a long time ago that you would arbitrate on behalf of Trentida and obtain the disputed territory at the border of Elifir City in exchange for his support. In your hands you have little Alcius, who fled to Dragon Cloud City after losing the fight for the throne. You have the bargaining chip to interfere with the inheritance of Prestige Orchid region. No matter how dissatisfied Archduke Alcius is, he does not dare to voice his anger. Since your father, you have relied on Dragon Cloud City's position to forcibly re-establish the trade route to the Glacier Sea in the northeast. You have threatened the Cameron family to cut it off unless they choose you as king. Of course, there is also us, the Pofrit family that you and your father supported to rise to power, the Beacon Illumination City that you tamed like a hound that will listen to you with a whistle." King Nuven frowned deeply. The hall was filled with whispers. Thales also had doubts in his heart. Pofrit continued to speak with grief, indignation, and pain. "To the north, the bald old Letko of Defense City will only remain neutral and choose the family that is bound to win at the most crucial moment. To the north, the Stustel family of Sentinel region has always chosen whoever supports them in resisting the orcs." Pofrit rose from his kneeling position. He straightened his upper body and turned his head abruptly to look at the ice-cold King Nuven. His voice was desolate. "In the next King Selection Congress, you and your Walton family have already made arrangements for 4 of the votes. And with these votes, the 2 people in the north are destined to choose you." King Nuven's face turned green. His clenched fists made cracking sounds. "In the future King Selection Congress, we so-called archdukes have no chance at all. Unfair. This is the real unfairness," Pofrit roared in a low voice. His words sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the hall. "Decades ago, before your grandfather died, he arranged for the king's selection and your father's coronation. Since then, all of you have used all kinds of disgusting methods to manipulate everything in the dark under the pretext of fair competition and open king selection, pushing the appointed person to the front and suppressing all dissenters and opposers. Our king selection is just a formality to send the appointed person to the throne. King Nuvan strode forward. Thales sighed in his heart. Is this the truth behind the king's selection? He remembered what Putre had told him about the history of the establishment of the Extet king selection system. The archdukes who had opposed each other since Raikuru's death. Poffert's face was filled with disgust as he stared at his livid opponent. From then on, the Archduke Walton of Dragon Cloud City disappeared. There was only King Walton of Extet. Bah! He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to bite King Nuvan into pieces. Don't you know why we call you the Born King? It's not because you are a genius or powerful. It's because you were destined to be the common elected king of Extet since you were born. You motherf asterisk king born king. What disgusts me the most is that you still have the cheek to proudly claim that Extet is governed by a joint king selection system? Poffert's face was dragged across the cold floor tiles. He began to lose control of his emotions. Under the suppression of the Waltons, what difference is there between us and the rotten hereditary royal family of Constellation and the tyrannical system of the Empire? Sooner or later, a madman like Constellation's 82nd will appear and drag his entire country to hell. Hearing this familiar name, Thales' heart sank. That's my grandfather. Drag his entire country to hell? Suddenly he felt someone pat his shoulder lightly. It was Putre behind him. Thales exhaled through his nose with difficulty and shifted his attention back to the scene. King Nuvan stepped forward with a cold gaze and mercilessly tripped him. Asterisk thought. Asterisk the young archduke, whose arms were crippled and who could not even maintain his balance, was swept to the ground again. Poffert fell back to the ground, but he continued to shout. Verbally praising the greatness of the joint ruling pledge, hypocritically claiming that we have the freedom and right to choose our king, but secretly monopolizing all power and fixing the throne and interests. In this world, where else would a ruler be so shameless, despicable, hypocritical, sanctimonious, and disgusting? You have long turned Extet into the Walton family's hereditary kingdom. The Walton royal family. How ironic. Raikuru's joint ruling pledge has long been ruined by this shameless family left behind by his nephew. Thales sensed his erratic breathing. Everything that happened before his eyes was like a mirror to him. At that moment, as he listened to Poffert's accusations, he did not think of Extet. Instead, he thought of Constellation. It was Kessel's cold expression and the one-eyed dragon Koshter's solemn gaze. It was the Hall of Stars' 6 great clans and 13 distinguished families, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Thales sighed softly in his heart and unconsciously clenched his fists. That's not all. Poffert used all his strength, swaying as he struggled to get up from the ground. Your father married his daughter to the previous Archduke of Black Sand Region a long time ago, trying to meddle in Black Sand Region's affairs by controlling the Lampard family's bloodline. You maliciously purchased crystal drop ores from Kemu Union and transported them to Elafir City in the east at a low price. Nominally, it was to guard against the threat from the Eastern Peninsula, but in reality, it was to cut off the supply at a critical moment and force the Gadro family to submit. God knows what other tricks you prepared for the West, for Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers. I'm guessing it's that Camion whose territory is close to the City of Faraway Prayers, the hypocrite Marquis of Goodflow City, right? What is it this time? A contract that looks gorgeous but is actually full of traps? Hearing this, Thales could not help but turn his head and look behind him. Marquis Shiles of Kemu Union felt everyone's gaze. He coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. Poffert's face had long lost all color. He no longer tried to get up, but lay on the ground as if he had accepted his fate. His tone was sorrowful and low. That's not all. You also wanted to learn from Constellation in the south. You wanted to set up tax collectors who reported directly to the king throughout the territory. You wanted to take back the suzerain's jurisdiction in their own territories, and you wanted to send the king's officials throughout the country, starting from Beacon Illumination City. This humiliation, this oppression, this injustice. It's not just me and it's not just a day or two. Poffert panted, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. How could we not fight back? Fight back? So you caused Mariah's death? To take revenge on the Walton family? King Nuvan's gaze flickered slightly. By betraying a friend? Only a coward like you. Poffert paused for a moment. His gaze became complicated and subtle. Yes, Mariah, Poffert panted, his voice low. We used to be friends. I've also told myself that everything will be fine, but... Li Yundong's eyes widened. Nuvan Walton. The young Archduke's expression changed as if he had painfully made up his mind about something. He lay on the ground, raised his head, closed his eyes, and let out a desolate laugh. "This is all your fault. You forced me to do this." "Me?" King Nuven's voice was like the muffled thunder before a storm, deep and terrifying. Poffert's voice rose. He trembled as he raised his head. His gaze was vicious. "5 years ago, after I rejected your appointment as an official in Beacon Illumination City, immediately someone among my vassals strangely jumped out to question my legitimacy. Trentida began to provoke me arrogantly at the borders. The people in my territory began to talk about my abilities. Soon, my vassals began to rebel, the people began to resist taxes, and the territory was in chaos. When I was in a terrible predicament and at a loss for what to do, you sent Mariah with a letter from you to mediate. As I read your hypocritical and pretentious letter of comfort, I raised my head and looked at Mariah, who was standing in front of me. I listened to him mention our past with a silly smile on his face. Only then did I understand that we were never friends. I'm just a dog of Dragon Cloud City. And don't you know what kind of person Mariah is?" The veins on Poffert's face bulged. His brown hair stuck to his forehead, making him look ferocious and pathetic. I've had enough of the silly smile on that good-for-nothing's face. In his mind, the whole world is so beautiful. Poffert's eyes were bloodshot. He struggled to get up with all his might and roared madly at everyone in the Hall of Heroes. "That's a naive, weak, hesitant, incompetent, short-sighted, and unambitious good-for-nothing. Ha ha ha." Under King Nuven's gloomy face, Poffert's upper body shook and he laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. "Did you know, that fellow, that good-for-nothing Mariah? His biggest dream was actually to become an adventurous mercenary, to travel the world. Ah, mercenary, adventurous. Ah, right, he even fell in love with a prostitute, a coquettish slut. And he even said that he wanted to marry her." Thales shook his head. He remembered what King Nuven had said about Prince Mariah when he first met King Nuven and the Archdukes. Poffert laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. King Nuven furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Poffert laughed in a morbid manner. He rolled on the ground in pain and agitated emotions. Snot and tears streamed down his face. "The Honorable Prince Mariah, the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, wants to marry a lowly whore who has been ked by tens of thousands of people. Ah, and he's also the appointed king of Ekstedt. Think about it, the great Ekstedt has a prostitute queen. All the subjects have to bow to a whore. Ah." Everyone in the hall looked at him. Many of them lowered their heads and sighed. King Nuven did not interrupt him. He only continued to stare at Poffert with that terrifying gaze. "This fellow, this piece of trash, this shameful existence without self-awareness or responsibility, is actually the heir of the Walton family." Poffert had laughed enough. He raised his indignant and hateful eyes. "And I still have to swear loyalty to him against my will and worship him as king, not because of his ability, but because of his family name and father. And you still ask me why I chose Lampard? Why the Archduke of Black Sand region, who is as black as the name of his territory? That beast who killed his own family?" Archduke Poffert's eyes were filled with fire. His roar was like thunder. "I did not choose Lampard. I chose a future without the Walton family. A future without the appointed king of Ekstedt. I am very happy that I have finally destroyed the last of your bloodline." He glared at King Nuven with gritted teeth. "The next common elected king of Ekstedt will no longer have the surname Walton." Poffert was answered by a vicious blow from King Nuven that landed squarely on his face. King Nuven grabbed Poffert's collar and said coldly, "Before that, I will destroy you first." The young Archduke laughed miserably. He shook his head, turned around and looked to the side. "Thales Jadestar." Thales' heart immediately tightened. "What's going on?" "Hey you! Constellation's little brat!" Poffert shouted, attracting everyone's attention to Thales. "You!" the wounded Archduke uttered with difficulty and laughed shrilly. "You are very pleased with yourself, aren't you? A prince of Constellation flaunting his prowess in the capital of Ekstedt, fooling a group of archdukes?" Thales frowned. He could feel the hostile gazes of the people in the hall. After all, he was in Ekstedt. "Your days will not last long," Poffert said resentfully. "Did you think that assassinating you was just an act of self-preservation?" Thales could not help but be stunned by the Archduke's next words. "You don't know how much they want your life." Enduring the pain in his arm, Poffert panted. When I hired them I figured out their motives. It's not just for money. Thales felt his breathing quicken. The young Grand Duke continued, that's right. Even in their dreams, they want to kill the entire Jadestar family and take over Renaissance Palace. They are wanted criminals that everyone in Constellation wants to kill. Of course they can't do it. But here in Extet, when they accepted my money they did not react at all. Poffert's eyes were like fire. But those killers, when they heard that the target was you, the heir to the Jadestar royal family of Constellation. The expressions on their faces, how excited they were. What? What killers? Thales stared at him in a daze. A few seconds later he reacted. Who are they? Who else? Poffert yelled with a delighted expression. Of course it's those sneaky assassins. Those pitch-black assassins. They were the ones who infiltrated Lampard's army and used his mystic gun unit to assassinate you under the fortress. They are the Jadestar family's greatest enemy. Thales stared at him in disbelief. Jadestar family's greatest enemy? The next moment, Poffert laughed maniacally and called out a name that made everyone frown. Chapter 154. Thales was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Shadow Shield. He heard Gilbert describe this name before. It appeared together with the Charlton family's name in the tragedy of the Bloody Year. The direct murderer of the Jadestar royal family. He remembered the small stone jars in the Jadestar family tomb in Renaissance Palace. From the king's eldest son, Midier, to Horace, to the twin princes, Bancroft and Herman. And the youngest princess, Constance Jadestar. But Shadow Shield. Thales stared at Poffert in disbelief. Assassinate me? How could? His thoughts were quickly interrupted. Enough. King Nuven's voice rang in the hall. As long as I am in Dragon Cloud City, the king threw Poffert down with a gloomy face, I will not allow such a despicable assassination to happen again. Poffert sneered and hissed a word through his teeth, tyrant. King Nuven narrowed his eyes and looked at his helpless enemy. And it all. Poffert curled his lips and his expression was cold. I will watch from the bottom of Hell's River how your family is destroyed. End it all. King Nuven gently clenched his fists and was silent for a few seconds. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Finally, King Nuven closed his eyes and exhaled through his nostrils. The duel is not over, but I can give you a chance. Under everyone's gaze, the old king opened his eyes and said flatly, admit defeat to me now. Now admit defeat and admit to your crimes. Confess to the conspiracy between you and Lampard. You can still earn your life back. Poffert was completely stunned. What? What? But you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Your younger brother will inherit Beacon Illumination City, and Poffert will still rule that land. Other than you, Beacon Illumination City will not be punished. The old king's gaze was sharp. What do you think? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Poffert stared blankly at the king. I killed your last son, he said absent-mindedly. Yes. King Nuven's gaze darkened. You killed my son. Poffert's gaze gradually changed as he looked at the king. Thales saw struggle and pain in it. The young archduke lowered his head, breathing rapidly. Thales pondered over the king's choice. At that moment, Putre whispered into his ear, if he agrees, if Beacon Illumination City still wants to rule it stably in the future, it must never make an enemy out of the Walton family. Thales nodded in realization. Nicholas snorted coldly by the side. After a few seconds, Poffert slowly raised his head. A bitter smile appeared on his desolate face. Really? Yes, King Nuven said flatly. As long as you say that word, you can continue to breathe the air of Northland. The hall was silent for a moment. But not long after, Poffert, who was lying on the ground, stopped smiling. His face was like ice and his eyes were like steel. His expression seemed to be covered with cold snow that would not melt for 1,000 years. The young duke looked the king in the eye. Poffert gritted his teeth, but said another word resolutely and decisively, yes. Absolutely not. Thales shook his head. This is Northland, Nicholas said softly behind Thales. Being forgiven by the enemy is also a form of humiliation. King Nuven sighed. But he immediately raised his head and flashed a gentle smile at Poffert. Good boy. The old king smiled with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Poffert kicked the ground with his left leg and struggled to get up from the ground. With a roar, he charged towards King Nuven. What welcomed him was a gentle kick from the old king that hit his calf bone. Thud. Poffert lost his balance again and fell to the ground face down. Poffert let out a final howl of indignation. King Nuvan shook his head slowly. He stood up and knelt down on Poffert's back. Then he reached out with both hands and grabbed Poffert's head tightly, lifting him to a place where the 4 archdukes could see. The 4 archdukes, Alcius, Trentida, Rockne and Letko, all stared at their king with solemn expressions. The next moment, the common elected king of Extet, Nuvan Walton VII, roared loudly in his old but heroic voice. "Look!" His roar echoed in the hall. King Nuvan's face was filled with anger. He roared loudly. "This is the enemy of the Walton family." Poffert's face was mournful, but he smiled as if he had been released. As many people inhaled, the old king twisted his hands forcefully. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the crisp sound of a neck bone breaking reached Thales's ears. Asterisk plop. Asterisk Poffert fell to the ground. But this time, his head was facing upwards, staring blankly at the ceiling. King Nuvan sat on the ground and stared expressionlessly at his enemy's corpse. No one spoke. The only sounds in the hall were the howling of the snow outside the window and the crackling of the braziers, along with the uneven breathing of the crowd. The dead silence lasted for a few seconds. Then, a light and moving trill traveled faintly from the other side of the hall. "Death. It's just a long-awaited homecoming," High Priestess Holm of Bright Moon Temple said flatly. She crossed her arms again and lowered her body. The eyes on her veil slowly closed. "The winner has been decided. The holy duel. The end." As soon as she finished speaking, the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple turned and left. The Red Witch smiled and turned to follow her. In the hall, many people finally exhaled slowly. "It's over." With a wave of Lord Merc's hand, the servants and guards hurried to catch up. The doctors and healers who had been on standby rushed to King Nuvan's side and bandaged the wounds on his chest and face. The king's vassals and the 4 archdukes left the spectating area. They left absent-mindedly with different moods. "I was wrong. I can't brag about this duel for a year." Marquis Shiles sighed. "It's enough for me to brag about for a lifetime." Nicholas glanced at him coldly and walked down the field. He began to instruct the White Blade Guards to deal with the aftermath. "It's been a complicated day, my dear Highness." Shiles adjusted his hat and bowed politely to Thales. "Forgive me for taking my leave. I have to go back immediately to estimate the possible business losses we might suffer in Beacon Illumination City. I hope it doesn't exceed the returns King Nuvan has given us." Thales shrugged and watched the Camion leave. "It's been a fruitful day." Thales turned around and said sarcastically in a low voice, "We have to talk, Putre, about Shadow Shield." Not only that, but he also had many other things, including many doubts, that he wanted to ask this experienced and knowledgeable deputy. "I agree." Putre nodded cautiously and solemnly. "At this moment, the 4 of you." The old king's aged voice came from afar. "Do you have any opinions about this duel?" King Nuvan raised his head. His gaze pierced through the crowd and fixed on the 4 archdukes. The hall fell silent again. Everyone looked at the 4 archdukes. The archdukes had different expressions, but Thales could feel the solemnity and vigilance on their faces. After all, a colleague had just died here. No. The one who answered the king was the cold Archduke Rockne. He only said softly, "This is a holy duel. It is a righteous vengeance. It is fair and just." Poffert also confessed to his crimes. Trentida was still smiling. Alcius did not say a word. Letko looked elsewhere, his expression indecipherable. King Nuvan stared at the long-haired Archduke for a few seconds and suddenly sneered. "It'd be strange if you didn't." King Nuvan sneered. "Your dissatisfaction has been going on for a long time, right?" Thales suddenly felt the atmosphere in the hall become tense again. Until King Nuvan's next words. "You don't have to worry anymore." King Nuvan sighed slowly. "I will send a messenger crow tomorrow. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City has died gloriously in the duel. Beacon Illumination City will be inherited by this fellow's younger brother. He must have been looking forward to it for a long time." The archdukes were slightly stunned. "The Walton family has no hope in the next king selection," the old king said desolately with his head bowed. "We don't have a candidate who has enough prestige and legitimacy." Archduke Alcius frowned. "Your Majesty," King Nuvan did not stop talking and interrupted Alcius. "But at least, before I die, I can still do one last thing for my family in Dragon Cloud City." He raised his head. His gaze was piercingly cold. The archdukes shuddered. "Such as?" Archduke Alcius asked softly in his most cautious manner. King Nuvan smiled. "War," the old king said softly. "It's going to be the new year soon. After next spring, I will enlist Dragon Cloud City's army." Hearing this, Thales felt a chill in his heart. No way? The four archdukes held their breaths. Constellation. Archduke Alcius glanced at Thales with an unfriendly expression, causing him to shudder in fear. Fortunately, King Nuven's next words made the Prince of Constellation exhale. No. I want to go for a stroll in Black Sand region. King Nuven, who was sitting in the middle of the hall under the care of a healer, patted his thigh in a relaxed manner. To visit my dear nephew, Chapman Lampard. The archdukes frowned. So did Thales. I miss him. The old king's eyes shone brightly. I miss him to death. Archduke Alcius and Archduke Trentida, whose territories were near Black Sand region, frowned simultaneously. But I don't like being alone. I don't want to go alone. King Nuven stared at the four archdukes with a sharp gaze. What do you say? The four archdukes did not speak. Until the king's second sentence. After visiting him, shall we discuss the king's selection? The old king said meaningfully. The four archdukes glanced at each other. This time they quickly made a decision. Defense City will respond with all its troops. We will always stand on the king's side. The bald Archduke Letko was the first to sigh. Archduke Alcius nodded solemnly. Prestige Orchid region has no objections. We will also send reinforcements. This is a legitimate revenge, a warning to those who are plotting in secret. Archduke Rockney's eyes shone. The city of faraway prayers is willing to send reinforcements. Since all of you have said so, if Reformation Tower still doesn't send troops, Trentida said in annoyance, I won't even be able to walk out of Dragon Cloud City. Hearing this, Thales criticized in his heart, the king will take the lead and help you eliminate a competitor. Why not? King Nuven looked at them and laughed out loud. At this moment, Archduke Alcius could not help but ask, what about Black Sand region? Are you going to let Chapman's son inherit the Archduke's position? King Nuven stopped laughing and shook his head gently. I have a candidate in mind. He's definitely a good candidate for the Archduke's position. He stretched his newly bandaged right arm. Castellan Lampard, Chapman's uncle. He used to be the captain of my personal guards. Thales was stunned. He thought of the sturdy old man in Hero Tavern. I heard that he has no interest in power and that he hates his family, Archduke Rockney said flatly. Yes. King Nuven laughed softly. But it's not up to him. The archdukes were slightly stunned. All right. The old king pushed the doctor aside and stood up boldly. He shouted angrily, everyone go up. The banquet is still going on. King Nuven looked around at everyone and laughed. Don't spoil the mood. The four archdukes looked at each other. With different expressions on their faces, they bowed and left. The members of the king's imperial conference also left. Thales noticed that when everyone turned around, the old king's smile disappeared from his face. All of you should leave too. King Nuven shook his head and said to his white blade guards, just stand guard outside the hall. Nuven the seventh sighed and grabbed the wine barrel. He walked to the stairs where the battle was held and sat down. His expression was desolate. I'll sit here alone. Nicholas and Merk looked at each other and nodded. Thales and Putre looked at each other. Both of them carefully left with the crowd. Tonight is long enough. And fulfilling enough. At this moment, King Nuven's voice rang again. Thales, my dear guest. Thales jolted violently. The people in the hall who had yet to leave looked at the Prince of Constellation. Especially the archdukes, such as Archduke Letko, who seemed to be deep in thought. Why don't you stay? King Nuven patted the stairs beside him. His expression was calm. I still have to thank you properly. Shall we have a drink together? Thales opened his mouth and looked at the king awkwardly. What a joke. After I offended a bunch of archdukes, after you broke an archduke's neck, after you forced the other archdukes to join the war with you? You want me to have a drink with you? What I need to do now is to disappear quickly and keep a low profile. Once the time is up, I'll return to my country immediately. Even if you want to attract hatred, you can't do it this way. He turned around and looked at Putre. The latter shook his head slightly. It's an honor to drink with you, but I'm only 7 years old. Thales turned to look at King Nuven. He said politely and embarrassedly, and I'm very tired, but... Bulsh *T 7 years old. King Nuven interrupted him with a displeased expression and raised his wine glass to the second prince. When my father brought me to drink for the first time, I was only 5 years old. As the future king, how can I not know how to drink? Thales looked dazed. He was ready to find another excuse. Or do you want to reject the king of Extet's invitation? King Nuven revealed a contemplative look. Even you, like that fellow lying on the ground, look down on a king who doesn't have much time left? The atmosphere in the hall became strange again. Thale's heart suddenly raced. He could only lower his head and sigh. Then he turned around and took a step forward. Under Putre's worry, Nicholas' frown, Shile's smile, and the four archdukes' peculiar gazes. Chapter 155. Everyone retreated from the meeting hall. Only two figures, one big and one small, were left, sitting side by side on a flight of steps at the edge of the hall. Thales felt slightly uneasy. This old man, why did he keep me here? It can't really be for a drink, right? King Nuvan was draped in a thick cotton robe, revealing his wrinkled but well-defined muscles. He looked at the bandages on his body with an unpleasant expression and raised his goblet. I'm old after all. King Nuvan gulped down a mouthful of wine and moved his left arm. A pained expression appeared on his face. In the past, I could have fought a battle of this intensity for a day and a night, but now, the old king snorted coldly and poured the rest of the wine down his throat. Thales did not speak. He was trying his best to calm his slightly nervous breathing. It was not that he did not have the experience of being alone with a king. In fact, his nominal father, King Kessel of Constellation, gave him more pressure. However, when Thales sat next to Nuvan VII, he always felt extremely uneasy, especially when the smell of the mixture of potion and blood wafted into his nostrils. Perhaps it was because King Nuvan had just killed someone with his own hands. Perhaps it was because the old king had lost all his blood relatives and lived alone in the unpredictable world. Perhaps it was because, your plan is very risky. Thales' thoughts were interrupted. King Nuvan scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and slowly said in his old voice, if the murderer, Pofret, faced with such a situation, remained calm and did not react at all, what would you do? Thales exhaled. What should I do? There is still a way. The Prince of Constellation tried his best to put on a warm smile. Then you can announce to the archdukes that you want to bring them along to meet Chapman Lampard openly and sincerely, shake hands and make peace. I guess the murderer will definitely not be willing to go. He knows that if you and Lampard combine the information you have, it will be enough to force him into a corner. King Nuvan swirled the wine goblet in his hand and listened quietly. Of course, there is no need to take such a risk. We can completely set up the plan slowly and reveal the two pieces of information to the archdukes bit by bit. Thales shrugged. But there is no other way. Marquis Shiles Bamra informed me that the two archdukes will be leaving in the morning. We only have one night left. We can only think of a way during the banquet. At this moment, King Nuvan suddenly snorted. The laughter went on for several seconds. The old king's cryptic smile stunned Thales and he stopped talking. Suddenly a thought flashed in Thales' mind. It couldn't be. Wait, don't tell me? Thales looked at King Nuvan with an incredulous expression mixed with surprise and dissatisfaction. You? King Nuvan tilted his head and looked at Thales with a playful expression. Hidden in his green eyes was an emotionless, cold, and scrutinizing gaze. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Thales thought it through. None of the archdukes wanted to leave, right? Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh in indignation. That was false information you deliberately gave us. As Grand Dukes, it's impossible for them to just take a quick look at me before leaving. A bit of appropriate urging. King Nuvan nodded nonchalantly. It seems to be very effective. An appropriate urge? Very effective? Thales recalled how panicked and flustered he was today, and he resisted the urge to ridicule them. He adjusted his emotions. After all, this was Heroic Spirit Palace, and the Prince of Constellation was just a weak guest. But I have to say... King Nuvan put down his wine cup and stared at Thales. His gaze was complicated. Well done. Thales was slightly startled. Thank you, but... Thales turned his head and snorted softly. That plan was actually thought of by Putre, my vice diplomat and instructor. He reminded me that I could also use Lampard as a bargaining chip. Thales turned his head around and snorted softly. But you are indeed the one who carried it out, King Nuvan interrupted him, his gaze sharp. You deserve this praise. For someone your age, it's practically a miracle to have such a performance. Thales flashed a fake and ugly smile. He did not want to appear like a monster, it was all forced by this world. Perhaps the Jadestar royal family really produces such geniuses. King Nuvan let out a long sigh. Thales' gaze shifted. The Jadestar royal family's geniuses? Thales asked keenly. Who else? King Nuvan chuckled. A reminiscent expression appeared on his face. Your father's elder brother, your grandfather's eldest son, Meteor Jadestar, the old king said flatly. He was also a precocious genius. Thales' eyes brightened. Meteor Jadestar. Thales recalled Gilbert and Lady Jine's attitude towards the late king's eldest son, the wise prince who was praised by everyone. But at the same time he also recalled Arund, the Duke of the Northern Territories' despairing evaluation of Meteor in Renaissance Palace, the gloomy eldest brother of the king. When he was 13 he came to present his credentials. Before the two sides started fighting, he mediated the dispute over the hunting range of pine forest between Prestige Orchid Region, Black Sand Region and Overwatch City. That was a year before I was crowned. It was also in this hall that he faced my father and the two archdukes of Prestige Orchid Region and Black Sand Region. King Nuvan sized up the Hall of Heroes, which was flickering in the firelight, and slowly said, I saw the previous Archduke of Prestige Orchid Region, poor old Alcius, being choked speechless by a child in front of everyone's eyes. I see. Thales nodded awkwardly. No wonder Alcius, that bearded man always found me an eyesore. It seems that we are indeed enemies. Yes, I guess. King Nuvan smiled. My father passed away a year later, and Meteor also played a part in it. Thales awkwardly did not reply. Do you know, in the past, a strange so-called genius like you would have made me extremely fearful? The old king tightened his robe again. His gaze was subtle. Especially when you are the first, no, the only heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales frowned slightly. King Nuvan's gaze made him a little uncomfortable. Meteor's death was really a pity? I have always been curious about what kind of king a man like him would become. King Nuvan sighed, turned his head and stared straight at Thales. But you still have a chance. And a great chance. I believe that once you are crowned king, Constellation will be reborn. King Nuvan's gaze began to become fierce. Extet will welcome a terrifying opponent. Thales quivered. His nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. No way. What are you talking about? What is this guy trying to do? He could not figure out King Nuvan's intentions. Thales endured King Nuvan's gaze and tried his best to calm his increasingly rapid breathing. King Nuvan suddenly laughed in a strange manner. You don't have to be so nervous, he said flatly. His tone was filled with the unique dignity of a king. I am not a man-eating beast. Thales suppressed his desire to refute and forced an ugly smile. He glanced at the center of the hall from the corner of his eyes. It was where Poffert's neck was broken. King Nuvan noticed Thales' gaze and could not help but laugh. As the heir of a king, you will have to see blood sooner or later. The king took a sip of wine. His gaze was sharp. This will help you. Thales furrowed his brows. See blood. The look in Quide's eyes before he died appeared before his eyes. He remembered the feeling of the dagger in his hand piercing through flesh. And the young psionic assassin who could make a piercing demonic sound, and his wet, warm, beating heart. Thales forcibly suppressed a wave of discomfort. King Nuvan put down his wine goblet and asked slowly, What are your thoughts after watching the duel just now? It left a deep impression, the uneasy Thales answered honestly. Especially when I saw how an old veteran defeated a young and energetic rookie. King Nuvan sneered. And the heroic duel customs of Northland were also an eye-opener for me. Thales carefully chose his words. Of course, there was also your courage as the king of a kingdom to step into the duel arena. When I initiated the duel, I saw your expression. King Nuvan stared at Thales with a profound gaze. You didn't think much of it, did you? Thales was slightly startled. King Nuvan continued to stare at him intently. All right. Thales took a deep breath and said sheepishly, You know, considering your age, after all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong? A few seconds later. Under Thales' nervous gaze, King Nuvan suddenly said something out of the blue. You know, the Walton family and the Jadestar family's relationship and connection started a long time ago. Thales was puzzled. King Nuvan gently extended his right hand and flashed the black ring on his little finger. Do you know what this is? Thales frowned. Then he shook his head honestly. This is triumph. King Nuvan smiled mysteriously. It is also one of the origins of our two great families. Thales could not help but be stunned. Triumph? He watched as King Nuvan took off the ring, turned it to the inner ring and showed it to Thales. Thales narrowed his eyes. At the inner ring that King Nuvan pointed at, he saw a pattern engraved on it. It seemed to be a winged horse? This is the coat of arms of the Pegasus. King Nuvan said flatly, It has been the family emblem of the Carlus family since Emperor Camelot established the empire. Thales was slightly startled. Pegasus? Imperial family? Carlus? More than 600 years ago, when Extet and Constellation had just been established, King Nuvan's tone was profound and distant. Because of King Tormund's bloody methods against the existing nobles during his expansion, Extet and Constellation broke out for the first time. Tormund's bloody methods. Thales remembered something. Raikaru and Tormund, the king of Dragon Knights and the king of Renaissance, the Northlanders and the Empire, led the elite soldiers from the Battle of Eradication and met each other at the outskirts of Cold Castle. In the end, the two former kings each took a step back and signed the first peace treaty in the history of our two kingdoms. They agreed that the two kingdoms would govern the north and south separately, expand separately and not interfere with each other. King Nuvan exhaled. That was the earliest contact between Extet and Constellation. Thales narrowed his eyes. He remembered what he saw in the library yesterday afternoon. King Nuvan was probably talking about the peace treaty signed by Tormund and Raikaru. If I remember correctly. Calendar of Eradication Year 11, Raikaru and Tormund, Extet and Constellation's agreement to deal with the border issue? That's the name, right? What the history books did not record was that the two former kings exchanged an ancestral treasure in private as a keepsake of the treaty. King Nuvan put the ring back on his finger. This ring is the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Raikaru. King Nuvan inhaled and said to Thales, it was passed down from Raikaru to his nephew, then to the Walton family. King Nuvan took a deep breath and said to Thales, this ring was the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Raikaru. It has no name but all the previous archdukes called it, Triumph. The king's tone was a little ethereal. His gaze drifted to another place. Triumph. Thales frowned slightly. It's a good name, he said cautiously. It sounds inspiring. Inspiring? King Nuvan could not help but laugh. As I said, it was originally an ancestral treasure of the king of Renaissance, Tormund. It came from the first emperor of the final empire, who is also one of your ancestors. King Nuvan stroked triumph. His gaze was sharp as he said, Kessel Carlos VI. Thales' gaze shifted. Kessel? An emperor with the same name as my father? King Nuvan raised his gaze. This ring once belonged to the famous Emperor Kessel VI. It was passed down to King Tormund, who then gave it to Raikaru as a testament to their alliance. This Kessel VI did not have a good reputation. His life was neither long nor short, but it was full of ups and downs. Countless opponents fell under his schemes and schemes. King Nuvan inhaled and said solemnly, and his greatest achievement was to restore the prestige of the Carlus imperial family during the chaos after the collapse of the ancient empire. His greatest achievement was in the chaos that followed the collapse of the ancient empire. He restored the prestige of the Carlus Empire and recaptured the city of Triumph from the hands of the rebel army and the feudal lords. That was how the final empire was established and lasted for 300 years. Thales nodded. The emperor who seized back the city of Triumph, the founder of the final empire. I see. That's why it's called Triumph. Do you know the nickname of that emperor? King Nuvan suddenly raised his head and looked at Thales with a ruminating gaze. Thales was slightly stunned. He then continued to shake his head. King Nuvan's expression as he looked at Thales became more and more subtle. This made the latter extremely uneasy. This small ring has a wide range of uses. King Nuvan sighed and gently flicked the ring of triumph. This time, Thales was truly stunned. A wide range of uses? Thales stared at the ring in a daze. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. As expected, King Nuvan's next words sent a chill down his spine. The ring can hide 3 different types of medicinal foam, 2 different gases, and even a poisonous needle. Hidden. Poisonous needle? As he listened to the old king's narration, Thales almost forgot to breathe. However, King Nuvan continued to speak. For example, when 2 people in a duel are in a stalemate, Thales shuddered violently. With a gentle turn of the mechanism, Triumph can release the prepared sire grass poisonous gas at close range. King Nuvan's gaze was extremely cold at this moment. His tone sounded extremely terrifying. The cost of refining it is very expensive, but it can unknowingly anesthetize the poisoned person's muscles and mind. During intense exercise, this poison will spread through the bloodstream. The poisoned person will feel a decline in strength, numbness in their muscles, and irritation and unease. Decline in strength, numbness in muscles, irritation and unease. The second prince was stunned. Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. King Nuvan also turned to look at him. In the next second, the old king finally confirmed Thales' terrifying guess with a suspicious smile. What? Nuvan Walton VII, the supreme king of Extet, the most respected ruler of the Northlanders, stared at him with a profound gaze. Do you really think that I, an old man who is almost 70 years old, can do such a thing? To be able to easily defeat a man in his prime whose stamina, reflexes, strength, and speed are at their peak, and who has received Northland combat training all year round. Thales stared at King Nuvan in shock. Nuvan flashed a meaningful smile. Thales' mind was in a mess. He replayed every scene of the duel in his mind, and then he grabbed the fragment that best fit the description in front of him. Poffert gasped for air. He missed his axe almost every time. There was also the young Archduke's final hysteria. Seriously? Thales did not know what kind of expression he should have at that moment. He did not know what kind of expression he should have. He only stared intently at King Nuvan. Did I forget to tell you? The nickname of the founder of the final empire, Kessel VI. King Nuvan smiled. His expression was mysterious as he softly uttered 3 words. Chapter 156. Thales stared at the black ring with an unpleasant expression on his face. It was the triumphant return of the Emperor of Poison. He did not know what emotions he should use to face this matter. The ups and downs of the duel, the brilliant reversal at the end, the duel that could be said to determine the fate of the 2 kingdoms. Actually, a few seconds later he said with difficulty, "So, in the duel you triumphantly returned like this?" King Nuvan smiled softly. His gaze was cunning and pleased. "As you said," he returned Thales' words to the second prince, word for word. "After all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong?" Thales' thoughts were in a mess. The image of Nuvan VII that he had just built up in his heart from that duel was a heroic, old, and heroic image of Nuvan VII. It collapsed with a loud bang. What replaced it was an old, scheming, and cunning king who was twirling the ring behind the long table. "Remember, young Thales," King Nuvan said meaningfully, "a king should never be hot-headed, replace rationality with impulsiveness, and resort to an uncertain gamble for the sake of pleasure. You are not only yourself but also the entire kingdom." Thales ignored his words. His brain was spinning rapidly at that moment. After a long while, Thales recovered from the shock and tried his best to grasp a few clues from his chaotic thoughts. Based on his understanding of Northland along the way, once this secret was leaked, King Nuvan would become the target of thousands of curses. This was enough to destroy the reputation of the Walton family, end the rule of Dragon Cloud City, and even endanger the dignity of the entire Extet and all Northlanders. But Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan, who was silent and had a complicated expression on his face. He asked in disbelief, "Why tell me? Shouldn't this be a top secret that will rot in my stomach forever and be brought to my grave? Do you know how serious this secret is?" Thales felt his heart beat faster. He unconsciously clenched his fists. However, King Nuvan only looked at Thales calmly and flashed a happy smile. He did not show the slightest hint of nervousness or seriousness after his secret was exposed. "Of course." King Nuvan snorted lightly and said nonchalantly, "This is the greatest stain to the way of Northland. It is even disrespectful to the gods and belittling the archdukes. Even the most lowly Northlanders would despise the king they once loved the most because of this matter. Once the new king ascends to the throne, he can even use this reason to banish the Walton family from the ranks of archdukes forever." After he finished speaking, King Nuvan narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales with a dark expression. "Now you know the secret, don't you?" the king said playfully. Thales furrowed his brows. He met King Nuvan's gaze. The doubts and uneasiness in his heart grew deeper. "Your Majesty Nuvan, what exactly do you want to do?" At that moment, Thales felt that the old man in front of him was like a dark, bottomless whirlpool. He himself was like a small boat in a whirlpool. A few seconds later. "This is a show of sincerity," the old king said lightly. "Sincerity?" Thales repeated doubtfully. King Nuvan scooped up a goblet of wine and calmly took a sip. "I gave you a bargaining chip." King Nuvan's expression was calm and his tone was calm. "And as long as you hold on to this bargaining chip, you can destroy the Walton family at any time." "What do you mean?" The puzzlement in Thales' heart only increased. At this moment, King Nuvan's tone changed again. "Previously you seem to have mentioned this to Nicholas." King Nuvan did not care about Thales' expression. He said softly, After you cooperate with me to find the mastermind, you want some benefits from me? Thales' eyebrows twitched and he gritted his teeth slightly. This is your so-called benefit? Thales asked with some difficulty. Of course not. How can this be considered a benefit? King Nuven could not help but laugh. This will only make you uneasy, especially when you are still in Dragon Cloud City, within my jurisdiction. Because of this secret, you will constantly worry about your own safety. Thales took a deep breath. He felt his mouth and tongue dry. At this moment he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. The Dragon Spear family is never stingy. The old king stopped smiling. His words only made Thales' heart tremble. So, after seeing you yesterday afternoon, are you satisfied with your reward? Thales raised his head abruptly. Yesterday afternoon? Thales frowned. Yes. King Nuven looked at him with a profound expression. Yesterday afternoon. The expression on Thales' face changed. Yesterday afternoon. After he came out of the Hall of Heroes he got lost in Heroic Spirit Palace, then, under Thales' incredulous gaze the old king stroked the ring on his finger and said slowly, Why? Do you think a foreign prince who has just arrived here, to be able to wander around my Heroic Spirit Palace freely and unfettered? King Nuven glanced at Thales. His eyes flashed. And coincidentally wandered into Raikuru's library? Thales' heart skipped a beat. He stood rooted to the ground, stupefied. Merc lured you there on purpose, King Nuven said calmly and flatly. So, you have met my granddaughter Thales? In the next second, Thales sat on the stairs in a daze, listening to the calm King Nuven say softly, Your future wife, and the queen. The hall became quiet again. Thales stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. The scene in the library appeared in his mind. The unruly and capricious little princess who beat and scolded her servants at will, Alex Walton. But then, another figure that left an even deeper impression appeared. The unkempt little girl with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her face covered in dust, lying on the ground reading a book. Little rascal. King Nuven did not speak again. He calmly took another sip of wine. Thales spent a whole minute sorting out the current situation. What? What's going on? Thales' breathing quickened. He raised his head. What do you mean by this? King Nuven inhaled softly and raised his head to look at the fireplace on the other side of the hall. He looked at the shelf on the fireplace. The ferocious weapon passed down from Raikuru the hero to the Walton family. The Soul Slayer pike. Among the lies you told Alceus and the others, at least one of them was right. King Nuven's eyes burned with an unknown emotion. For the continuation of the Walton family, the old king turned his head. His sharp gaze was fixed on Thales. His expression was firm. I have to bet on a strong man, a future king. Thales' face was pale. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He suddenly figured something out. King Nuven did not speak. He was waiting for Thales' response. The Walton family is dying, Thales said quietly after a while. You want to use marriage to force the Jade Star royal family and Constellation to ensure the continuation of the Dragon Spear family? You want me to marry your granddaughter? Thales subconsciously raised his voice. You want me to let Constellation take over this burden? King Nuven held his wine cup and stared at the Soul Slayer pike. He snorted lightly as if he did not care. No. The king's old voice rang again. What I am giving you is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A bargaining chip that you cannot refuse. Thales suddenly shuddered. Think about what you can get. King Nuven's eyes were deep and cold. As blood relatives of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City by marriage, the supreme royal family of Constellation. From then on, you can intervene in Extet's internal affairs. At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. One of you and my granddaughter's descendants will inherit the Walton surname and power, and become the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. King Nuven's tone was cold, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. And you, Thales Jadestar, you will do what Meteor IV and Chara the hero could not do with their combined strength. You will become the supreme king of Constellation. King Nuven's expression did not change. He said something that made Thales' heart flutter. You will also become the regent of Dragon Cloud City, the first territory in Extet. Thales stared at King Nuven in a daze. Even if he had memories that were incompatible with the rest of the people in this world, even if his brain was working frantically, he could not immediately react to this news. And before that, the old king's expression was unprecedentedly serious. If you still want to hold the Walton family as a bargaining chip, still want to use Dragon Cloud City to restrict Extet, Thales exhaled dejectedly and continued King Nuven's words. Constellation and I must do our best to ensure the Walton family's rule and status in Dragon Cloud City, and protect the Dragon Spear family from dying out in Extet, right? King Nuven revealed a satisfied smile. If the future king intends to use the reason of no male heir to deprive the Walton family of its power, he will have to think twice, Nuven VII continued. The shield of the Western Peninsula's attitude in the south is that he is moving your cheese. King Nuven revealed a determined gaze. What you need to do is to show the existence of Constellation and maintain the rule of the Walton family. Even if there is only one little girl left, and no matter how much the other archdukes oppose her, you will be able to obtain the greatest bargaining chip and advantage when you face Extet in the future. This will also strengthen the Jadestar family's weight and status in the country at the same time, and increase the royal family's prestige, given your current situation. Thales suddenly remembered the conversation between them when he first arrived at Mindy's Hall, when Gilbert used a scheme to set up an alliance between him and Serena Corleone. Thales subconsciously repeated Gilbert's words in a low voice, using benefits to win over allies. This is the essence of politics. I can still live for another 8 or 9 years. By then, Constellation should have begun to recover its strength. King Nuven nodded approvingly. After that, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, my granddaughter, your wife, will be under your protection. Thales did not speak for a long time. Marriage alliance. Constellation and Extet. Jadestar and Walton. What if I say no? He raised his head coldly and looked at King Nuven. What if I don't want to be dragged into this dangerous quagmire? Those who dance with the dragon often have their lives hanging by a thread. Also, the second prince said flatly, so far, those who want to form an alliance with me have either caused me great harm or were harmed by me. Thales remembered what Zayn Covendier told him on the day he left for the north. If you are in the same boat as a jackal, you will run the risk of your boat capsizing. King Nuven stared at him. There was a strange and indistinguishable color in his green eyes. Thales stared back at the king without showing any sign of weakness. This has nothing to do with your wishes. Finally, the old king nodded slowly. The messenger crow carrying the king's warrant will fly to Eternal Star City tomorrow. Your father will decide on this matter. Thales could not help but tremble. What if my father also doesn't agree? Thales gritted his teeth and heard his own hoarse voice. Doesn't agree to drag Constellation into this quagmire? Oh, about that, the old king replied nonchalantly. I gave you the secret of triumph, didn't I? Thales' pupils shrank and he stared at him in a daze. Constellation can use this bargaining chip to destroy the Walton family at any time. This is enough to win his trust. King Nuven slowly enunciated his words in his old but powerful voice. When you discover a treasure, you may be worried that it is a trap and give it up. But when you have the ability to destroy it at the same time, will you still be convinced by your own concerns and choose to give it up? Thales was momentarily speechless. In the face of such a king of Extet, faced with such a situation, even someone as slick as him felt that he could not handle it. His instincts also told him that King Kessel would definitely agree to such an alliance. But the effectiveness of triumph, as a bargaining chip, will gradually fade with your death. Thales took a deep breath and followed the old king's words. The benefits of using triumph will become smaller and smaller. In comparison, Kessel, my father will definitely be more inclined towards the benefits that can be brought about by a marriage alliance, and will be more inclined to support the Walton family and ensure the Walton family's position. And obtain a nail that has been nailed into the kingdom of the great dragon, reversing Constellation's decline after the bloody year. King Nuven raised his eyebrows. He scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and poured it down his throat. I guess the nobles in Extet will not be happy, Thales said dejectedly. Including every archduke. Of course not. Every one of them can't wait to see the Walton family decline. King Nuven's eyes flashed. He put down the wine goblet and wiped his mouth. But I am the king of Extet, and I will remove the last obstacle for our cooperation, King Nuven answered him calmly. The men of military age in Dragon Cloud City will not be at peace for the next few years. Getting rid of Lampard is just the beginning. Thales instantly figured it out. From Nicholas probing to the king's so-called test. So, Thales sighed when he said this. You've already planned everything out. Don't lump me together with those shameless, scheming scum. King Nuven snorted in dissatisfaction. This is not a conspiracy but, to use a Far Eastern term, an overt plot that you can't refuse. Yes. Thales lowered his head. An indescribable sense of loss rose from the bottom of his heart. All these schemes, conspiracies, and overt plots, or something like that. All of you are very good at this. Just like the first time he met King Kessel in Mindy's hall, Thales once again felt the helplessness and powerlessness of having one's fate and choices firmly in the hands of others. The powerlessness of going with the flow and drifting with the wind. King Nuvan stared at him quietly. After a while, under the illumination of the firelight, the old king slowly opened his mouth. You are a special child, Thales? King Nuvan sighed. There was an obvious sense of vicissitudes in his voice. I can feel that you have Soria's sharp determination, but also Mosul's impracticality. Sharp determination. Impracticality. Humph, thank you for the compliment, Thales replied tiredly. He even chuckled. I think you probably think that the latter is more of the former? King Nuvan faintly inhaled and slowly exhaled when he talked about his two deceased sons. You are not weak, Thales, even if you are only this young, the old king said earnestly. From my observations of you and the reports from Nicholas and the others, you are a survivor. You have all the qualities to become a powerful warrior. But what you need is time, and you need to hone yourself. King Nuvan clenched his fingers into a fist and knocked on the left side of his heart. And a sufficiently hard, cold, and unwavering heart. A hard, cold, and unwavering heart? Thales frowned. He could not stand it anymore and asked, Don't you feel tired? The court, the country, the archdukes, conspiracies, tricks, assassinations, all of these. God knows what the hell is waiting for you. Ever since I escaped from Red Street Market, until now. Mystics, Blood Bottle Gang, Blood Clan, Iris Flowers, the Black Prophet, the 6 great clans, Extet. Time and time again I have to face malice, danger, and tiresome conspiracies and schemes. Even though Thales struggled through them time and time again, he still felt that he was reaching his limit. This pace of life made Thales mentally and physically exhausted. Even his life as a child beggar in the abandoned house did not give him this kind of difficult road ahead. Thales hesitated for a moment before blurting out, I guess if Prince Mariah is really the kind of person Poffert said he is, he would also feel tired. King Nuvan's expression slowly froze. His eyes were filled with deep emotions. There was a few seconds of silence. It's normal for you to feel tired. Everyone feels tired, King Nuvan finally spoke slowly. But for us, when you feel tired and want to stop or even want to give up, you will feel. He clutched his injured shoulder and panted heavily in pain. But whether it's the pain of being swept into the tide and losing control of yourself, or the pain your enemies give you when they see that you are weak and easy to bully. King Nuvan pursed his lips as if he was recalling something. That kind of pain that penetrates deep into your bones pushes you back to the tired battlefield. You will continue to go back and forth between exhaustion and pain until you get used to it. This is what we are born to carry, not just us, the old king continued expressionlessly. Before he became an archduke, Alcius was poisoned twice by his half-brother. Trentida married the daughter of a mountain barbarian tribe leader just to open up a wasteland in the Sighing Mountain for his barren Reformation Tower. The old bald Letko once reluctantly married off his youngest daughter to Kemu Union in order to maintain his finances until she died miserably in a foreign land. On the day Rockne became an archduke, he personally ordered the execution of 6 domineering counts and viscounts in his territory. They were all his father's most trusted people when he was alive, and Lampard was a ruthless existence who stabbed his own brother's heart in front of everyone to seize the archduke's position. But time and time again they all returned in pain and exhaustion. You too? Returned from pain and exhaustion? Thales lowered his gaze. Like your son? King Nuvan did not speak for a whole 10 seconds. After a moment of silence, King Nuvan raised his head and stared at the famous Soul Slayer Pike. Do you know Soria? My eldest son, the man most likely to inherit this position. He died 12 years ago. Thales was slightly stunned. Lady Alex's father? He hesitated and carefully asked, I heard from Lord Merk that he died in a hunting accident. No. This time, King Nuvan quickly interrupted the second prince. His face was ashen. An accident is just what we say to the outside world. Thales frowned slightly and held his breath again. During the hunt, he died of an assassination with ulterior motives, the old king said in a normal tone. To be precise, it was an assassin from Constellation. Chapter 157. The second prince of Constellation stared at the old king in astonishment. But I am here now. King Nuvan turned to look at him. His tone was flat, but his gaze was complicated. I am betting the future of my family on a prince of constellation like you. Thales suppressed the anxiety in his heart and heaved a long sigh. My 2 sons. King Nuvan's expression was gloomy. Their fates, or rather their misfortunes, are strikingly similar. But I still want to stand here, manipulate the chips, and win a future for the Waltons. Hearing King Nuvan's words, Thales secretly shook his head. Nobles and rulers are another kind of creature. They live on power, this is what Putre told me. So you better get used to it. King Nuvan put away his gloomy expression and revealed his tough and cold face again. For your own good. Thales gently closed his eyes. King Nuvan's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales mysteriously. Speaking of which, they didn't tell you, did they? The old king clasped his hands together. About the truth of your bloody year? Thales opened his eyes in surprise and looked at King Nuvan. The first thing he recalled was Queen Kia's hysteria, followed by the names of Charlton and Shadow Shield. Lastly, the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace. The second prince shook his head slowly. They didn't say much. King Nuvan snorted softly. Then maybe I shouldn't say too much. King Nuvan turned his head back. It's best not to interfere with the education of the Jade Star family. You've interfered enough already, Thales secretly criticized. But Extet was a direct participant in the bloody year, these invaders from the north. Thales thought, maybe he knows something? Do you have any special news for me, your majesty? Thales carefully used honorifics and shrugged. If you really treat me as your future grandson-in-law? Hearing the way Thales addressed him, King Nuvan revealed a thought-provoking gaze. Then the old king laughed out loud. See. The old king winked at him. Actually, you will soon get used to it. Thales responded with an ugly smile. You will learn about everything else from your instructor, from Constellation, and from your father. King Nuvan stretched his elbow. His expression was subtle. But I can tell you one thing, as one of the bargaining chips I will give to my allies. Something that even your kingdom's secret intelligence department doesn't know about. Thales' expression changed. Even the secret intelligence department doesn't know? His breathing quickened. Who do you think would kill the Jade Star royal family? King Nuvan smiled mysteriously. The real mastermind. Doubts arose in Thales' heart. The real murderer? That mysterious assassin organization, the Shadow Shield, that Poffert mentioned just now. Gilbert had briefly mentioned it to him before, but he only said that King Kessel V had already taken all the revenge that could be taken. Thales slowly shook his head. The reason is actually very simple, so simple that you won't believe it. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on him. The members of the Jade Star royal family were almost simultaneously attacked by a well-planned assassination, except for one person. I might not be sure about the others, but if the plan went smoothly, it seems that he was the one who benefited from the bloody year? King Nuvan said in a strange tone. The members of the Jade Star royal family, except for one person? Thales' heart skipped a beat, but he immediately reacted. You are not the first person to accuse my father in front of me and try to sow discord between us. Thales snorted softly. King Nuvan continued to stare at him with a strange look in his eyes. He stared at him until he felt goosebumps. A few seconds later, King Nuvan said sarcastically, Use your brain, future guardian of Dragon Cloud City. I'm not talking about your father. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and snorted. Who else are you referring to then? 12 years ago all the Jade Stars were. Suddenly Thales' body trembled and he froze. Wait a minute. Besides Kessel, there is indeed another Jade Star. He did not die of murder. A Jade Star who did not die from assassination. Thales recalled Gilbert's words. In the tragedy of the bloody year, there was only one prince who didn't die directly from assassination. It can't be. Thales felt his heart begin to beat faster. The pale-faced prince raised his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. 12 years ago, after we breached Broken Dragon Fortress, we captured Rudolph Nanchester, King Nuvan said quietly with his hand on triumph. Rudolph Nanchester? Information related to him immediately appeared in Thales' mind. That is, he was the Duke of Land of Cliffs region at that time. King Nuvan rubbed his ring and said flatly, that man was very strong-willed, but the Northlanders despised him for his cowardly act of refusing to send troops from the fortress and watching Prince Horus be destroyed. Thales recalled the conversation he had with Putre when they were at Raymond Pass to pay their respects to the former second prince, Horus Jadestar. He was one of the commanders of Broken Dragon Fortress and the previous Duke of Land of Cliffs region who witnessed the second prince's destruction. He was also the elder brother of the one-eyed dragon, Duke Koster Nanchester. According to Putre, he was captured by Extet and later died in prison. We left him in the dungeon and ignored him. We waited for the start of spring before continuing our journey south to the hinterland of Constellation. As expected, King Nuven's description was similar to Putre's. Until the king's next sentence. But when the news of the Jadestar royal family being assassinated came, Rudolph, who was barely alive, struggled to see me. King Nuven's expression became more and more solemn. In the fortress, he shed tears and told me an unexpected secret. Thales clenched his fists and quietly listened to the king's narration. During the days when Rudolph and Horace guarded Broken Dragon Fortress together, your Duke of Land of Cliffs region discovered something that made him restless. King Nuven's gaze became sharper and sharper. Horace Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation, and the Sword of Reversing Light, which you are so proud of, secretly recruited, organized, and trained a special mercenary team from different countries and regions. Since they were not part of the Royal Guards and Jadestar private army, and Prince Horace had always liked to make friends with all kinds of elites and brave men, no one in Constellation found out about it for many years. It was not until the day Horace officially used that team, King Nuven said softly, that Rudolph discovered some clues. Thales could not help but feel nervous. Rudolph found out that the small team was given a mission that year. King Nuven's tone became very cold. He enunciated each and every word clearly: how to lurk, hide, infiltrate, and even invade a fortress with the most airtight layout, the most heavily guarded, the most perfect defense, and the least possibility of being breached. Thales said in surprise. Fortress? The doubts in his heart deepened. King Nuven nodded. His eyebrows were as dark as water. When Horace took the risk to attack and harass our supply line, Rudolph Nanchester, who had long been suspicious, found a lot of things in Prince Horace's bedroom, from coded communications to secret ledgers. King Nuven pulled over his outer robe and took out a thick piece of folded paper from the inside pocket. He said coldly, "There's also this thing." Thales looked at King Nuven in surprise. "You prepared it a long time ago?" King Nuven did not speak. He only waved the thick paper in his hand. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his trembling hands. He took the folded piece of thick paper and unfolded it. The paper was made of the best material. It felt smooth and hard to the touch. It seemed to be able to be preserved for a long time. It was more than 2 meters wide, so Thales had to lay it flat on the ground and spread his hands before he could begin to observe it. There was a map drawn on the paper. There was a square building on the map. There was a flat top and side view. Soon, Thales could see that the map was very detailed. It used different colors and labels to clearly mark the wide and thick walls, the ubiquitous sentry towers, the terrifying city-guarding crossbows, a few narrow entrances as well as the important entrances, passageways and rooms in the building. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. This could it be? Thales put his face close to the map in shock. He stared at every inch of the map, not missing a single detail. There were also densely packed numbers, patterns and arrows next to the map, from the front door to the interior of the building. He read the words on the map in disbelief. Guard shifts, number of guards, hiding places, available entrances, patrol times at the front and back doors, evacuation routes. Thales was stunned. No, it can't be. A few minutes later, the second prince of Constellation gently climbed up from the map. The astonishment and shock on his face had yet to dissipate. King Nuven took in the entirety of his expression. In view of the war with Constellation at that time, I hid this secret and sent Rudolph back to Dragon Cloud City to be detained in secret until he was sent to death row. King Nuven, who had just revealed the shocking secret, sighed. You can use this information as a bargaining chip when you need it, King Nuven said softly to Thales. Rudolph Nanchester, the coward who has always been reviled by the people, the Duke of Land of Cliffs region who did not help those in need, has been misunderstood for too long. He is the one who has been truly loyal to 82nd since the beginning. Thales rolled up the map in his hand. His frown deepened. Horace Jadestar. The mercenary team. Rudolph Nanchester. How is this possible? I don't think even your father knows about this. King Nuven sighed. In a sense, Extet has already helped you get rid of the murderer. Perhaps you should go and thank Nicholas. Thales panted irregularly. He recalled the Jadestar family tomb in Renaissance Palace, 82nd's large stone jar, and the few small stone jars beside it. After a while he snapped out of his daze. "I don't think you forged this map," Thales said absent-mindedly. "What do you think?" King Nuvan said disdainfully. He then downed the wine in his cup. Thales raised his head and murmured, "That mercenary team formed by Horus, who exactly are they?" "I don't know." Rudolph didn't go into detail. King Nuvan stared at his empty cup. He only mentioned that the leader of that mercenary team has strange skills. He also has a strange longsword. Thales sat on the steps in a daze, panting unconsciously. He was so shocked by this secret that he could hardly speak. Why did he do that? The second prince asked subconsciously after a while. I think he had his own reasons. King Nuvan shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with melancholy. And that reason was very sufficient. What do you mean? His own reasons? Thales raised his head. You will know. Your father will tell you. King Nuvan sneered. But to Thales, this sneer was more sorrowful than mocking. The cause of the bloody year. The Jade Star disaster. Thales frowned and slowly clenched his fists. After a few seconds he slowly loosened his grip. Thales lowered his head and exhaled sharply. He resentfully returned the paper in his hand to King Nuvan. Keep it. That thing is too ominous. The old king of Extet shook his head and pushed Thales' hand away. He said flatly, besides, that is after all the map of Renaissance Palace. Dragon Cloud City, 4:30 in the morning. In a shop on West Express Avenue in the dark night. Just pretend that the doctor you are looking for is really in Heroic Spirit Palace. God knows how he is going to sneak in. Under the weak illumination of the everlasting lamp, the butcher shop owner from the Far East, Gu, said to the man before him with a gloomy expression, "But do you understand the price of saving someone from Heroic Spirit Palace?" However, the man in front of him only lowered his head and carefully and seriously wiped the oddly shaped pitch-black longsword on his thigh one last time, almost as if he was nitpicking every hair on his body. Gu exhaled and used his Northland retroflex accent to patiently emphasize to the man before him, "You have to climb all the way up the slope, avoid the disciplinary officers and patrols on the street, go up through the nobles' districts that are heavily guarded by private soldiers, and then go over the many towers and sentry posts. Before you are discovered and shot through by arrows and bows, or hacked to death by hundreds of people with swords and axes, you have to reach the sluice gate that separates the city area from Heroic Spirit Palace." The man stood up and threw away the cloth he used to wipe his weapon. He raised the strange black sword in his hand and pointed it at the ceiling. Gu continued, "Then you have to climb over the 10-meter-tall sluice gate. Tonight is the night of Heroic Spirit Palace's banquet." The man raised his head and narrowed his eyes at his sword, as if he was observing the curve of the sword. His nondescript voice traveled into Gu's ears. "That sluice gate will open at dawn. I don't have to climb the wall. My chances are higher than usual." "How? Do you want to sneak past the palace guards inside and outside the sluice gate, and even between them, under the illumination of the moonlight and firelight, and under their wide-open eyes that are bigger than fists?" Gu suppressed his breathing, but he could not help but raise his voice. "Even if you break through the gate, you'll still have to face countless patrolling Heroic Spirit Palace guards. They're all elites selected from the local recruits and personally trained by the instructors of the White Blade Guards. They're fierce, loyal, brave, alert, and have sharp gazes." The man hung the strange sword back on the sword belt at his waist and tightened the cloth-wrapped weapon on his back. But Gu was still trying to stop him. "Let's assume that you can avoid alerting them, but what about after you sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace? You will still have to face the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. There might only be 200 to 300 people on duty, and they are scattered throughout the palace, but every single one of them is a veteran with rich frontline experience. There are countless superclass elites, and there are even supreme-class elites like the Star Killer who possess the Severing Soul's blade." The man exercised his joints, turned around and walked towards the door. Gu followed behind him and said in a profound tone, "Do you know what a veteran is? It's not as simple as having fought in a war and seen blood. According to Extet's standards, once you are entangled by one of them." The man did not listen to Gu. He pressed his hand against the door and a strange force surged. In an instant, the man understood everything on the street outside the door, from the patrols in the distance to the hounds in the vicinity. Even if it's you actually want to sneak into a heavily guarded, impregnable palace without any support, and even fish someone out. After talking for a long time, Gu sighed deeply and stroked his forehead. "You are really crazy." The man did not answer. He stood up, looked at the frowning Gu and nodded. Gu, he said flatly, next time if you want to lie to me find some other reason. At least don't use the sensory mystic. Gu was stunned and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Only Gu himself knew that at that moment, there was already a storm raging in his heart. What did you say? The Far Easterner used what he thought was a flawless response and asked with a face full of doubt, what reason? The man patted Gu's shoulder. Gu frowned. I don't understand the sensory mystic. The man revealed a stiff smile. But I understand you, Gu. Gu was slightly stunned. You are good at hiding all kinds of emotions, but I can recognize. The man pressed his black sword and shook his head gently. A person who lives with a mask also lives with pain. Gu silently clenched his fists under his sleeves. Also. The man turned around, pushed the door open, and left behind one last sentence. Send my regards to Morat. We haven't seen each other for 12 years, I really miss him. At that moment, Gu's smile froze on his face. Gu stood rooted to the ground as she watched the man disappear into the darkness outside the door. Just like how he was in the past. The next minute, the man's figure appeared on the roof of a low house. Amidst the falling snow, he raised his head and looked at the sky, at the dark moon shrouded in clouds and mist. Then, his gaze swept past the districts of Dragon Cloud City that stretched up the mountainside, past a few gatehouses, all the way to the top, where the majestic palace stood. That was the Walton family, the residence of the Archdukes of Dragon Cloud City for generations. It was also the seat of the current common-elected King of Extet. Heroic Spirit Palace. The man recalled Gu's words just now. Sneak past the heavy guards into a heavily guarded, impeccable palace? He gently patted the strange black sword at his waist, and a smile appeared on his lips. Sigh. In this regard I can be considered. The man closed his eyes gently. You're experienced, aren't you? Chapter 158. Extet, Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace. Nuvan the Seventh's administrator, Lord Burn Merk, stood quietly in the corridor outside the Hall of Heroes. He stared at the falling snow outside the stone window, deep in thought. The white blade guards stood guard around him, their gazes sharp. Merk could not remember how many times he had looked at the snowfall in Northland in his 40 years of life. The king's personal guard captain, the current leader of the white blade guards, Star Killer Nicholas walked from behind and stood beside him. Lord Merk did not turn around. This year's day before the bitter cold winter will be unbearably cold. Yes, old friend. Nicholas looked at the snow outside the window, narrowed his eyes and flashed a strange smile. Do you still remember the days when we first joined the White Blade Guards, when we were trained in the bitter cold winter? Of course. Lord Merk, who had been an administrator for many years, recalled the past and smiled. Caslin was just like you now. Every day he would pull a long face and train us until we were half dead. We called him Iceberg, behind his back. Even when we were sleep-talking at night, we would curse him to die early or not get a wife. Until his wife came to the camp to see him. Nicholas laughed. Monty's eyes almost popped out of his head. God knows how Iceberg's wife could be so beautiful. It's so unfair. Merk's gaze drifted into the distance. Yes. He still remembered when he first joined the White Blade Guards more than 20 years ago. The famous commander of the Earthshaker, Caslin Lampard, used a leather whip to chase the group of recruits outside on the bitter cold winter at 4 o'clock in the morning. Even though those who could join the White Blade Guards were all tough men who had been through the front lines. Do you think it's cold? The north wind and the bitter cold are the master of mountain's most generous gifts to the Northlanders. They make you stronger, harder, and more unstoppable. That was what Caslin had said at that time. Merk still remembered his old superior's huge body, which was comparable to that of a grizzly bear, and his frost-covered but fierce face. Stop dawdling. Take off all your clothes and start running. There's hot water at the finish line. If you can't reach it in half an hour, you'll freeze to death on the road. When he thought of this, Merk's gaze flickered and he asked Nicholas, Are you guys still going on with the greeting gift? All the new guards have to run around naked in the day before the bitter cold winter? Of course we were kept up so badly in the past. Nicholas chuckled and said, If we don't let the newbies experience it, wouldn't it be a pity? Merk exchanged a smile with him. At that time, among the White Blade Guards, the almost undefeatable legendary Caslin was still in his prime. Bloodhammer, Dominic had not sacrificed his life in White Mountain. He always wore his signature hateful smile and helped them count laps. Inextinguishable flame, Turen still carried his silver and black motionless bow on his back. His every move was majestic. At that time, 3 of the future 5 war generals were gathered here. Sorry, Nicholas was an arrogant soldier who disliked everyone. He had not earned his nickname Meteor at the fortress, and no one believed that this troublemaker who was always beaten up could become Caslin's successor in the future. Isaiah Salian, who was later nicknamed Prickly Wind, was named the Prince of the Guards because he was picky about his meals every day. 7 years later, he would lead the legendary battle where he shone brilliantly in the 38th century ground. Probably no one would believe that the terrifying Raven of Death, Ned Monty, was a country crossbowman who was full of obscenities, had shifty eyes, and liked to nag about the size of girls' buttocks when he had nothing better to do. They were all young and hot-blooded warriors, each more arrogant and impulsive than the other. Merc could still remember how Nicholas was tied to a wooden stake in front of all the new guards because he did not listen to orders. Then he was whipped by Caslin with a barbed whip until his skin was torn and his flesh was torn. He had to bite a piece of wood and moan in pain. Under Caslin's cruel hands, they were forged into King Nuvan's most reliable daggers and the sturdiest dragon's imperial guards. They fought fiercely in the glacial defense line of the Sentry Ground, in the deep valley battlefield of White Mountain, in the complicated Golden Corridor, and in the tragic Broken Dragon Fortress. They left behind countless corpses of their comrades. They wept and mourned when they failed, sang war songs during fierce battles, and drank to their heart's content when they won. In the end, their names were engraved on the platinum page of the Legend of the White Blade Guards, on the same page as the Northland heroes from the ancient empire. Those days were like a dream. Of course, there was also the young man who hid his identity and trained with them with a hearty smile. He once fought with me for a bowl of meat soup. That bastard. When he thought of this, Merc could not help but smile softly. Then his eyes dimmed. Merc sighed. And now, even my daughter is 20 years old. At this moment, Nicholas sighed. It's time. Merc withdrew his thoughts from the deepest part of his heart. He turned around and bowed slightly to the 2 small figures beside him. Please follow me, Lady Alex. It's 4 in the morning. Alex Walton, who was wearing a thick robe, looked like a beautiful girl who had just been dragged out of bed. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with one hand and blew hot air in front of her mouth with the other. She said angrily, "Why can't we talk about it tomorrow morning?" Lord Merc looked at Alex and could not help but sigh in his heart. This girl has been spoiled too much. So much so that her temper is like that of a merchant's daughter or a nouveau riche noble. This is not a good thing, especially since she is the last direct descendant of the Walton family, even though she is a girl. I told you this is His Majesty's order. Lord Merc nodded slightly without any expression. And please believe me when I say that what happens next is crucial to your future, my dear lady. The king's granddaughter tilted her head and snorted coldly, expressing her indignation and anger at the moment. Alex pulled her robe tighter and glanced behind her. Her childish voice was full of dissatisfaction. But why did you bring her here? This lowly maid. Merc frowned slightly. Behind Alex, a thin girl with platinum hair and a pair of thick black spectacles shivered in the cold night wind. She timidly took a step back. It's still His Majesty's order, Lord Merc replied flatly. We must obey. Alex did not say another word. She glared at little rascal behind her, and the latter hugged her arms tightly, feeling wronged. Merc nodded and walked into the Hall of Heroes with the 2 little girls. Alex yawned and held her head high. Little rascal, on the other hand, cowered and followed behind her. Occasionally she would take a small step back in fear when she saw a fierce-looking white blade guard. At that moment, Nicholas, who was behind Merc, suddenly called out to him. Byrne, do you remember when we raised our white blades and made our sacred vow to the legend of the Book of Legends? Nicholas took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with nostalgia for the past. The last few words? Merc felt that Nicholas was a little strange today. He was not usually this nostalgic. Merc stared straight at Nicholas, trying to find something on his old friend's face. Of course. But the training back then had penetrated deep into his instincts. Merc chuckled and then put on a serious expression. He enunciated each word clearly. My blood is my oath, my body is my proof, my blade is my witness, my soul is my sacrifice. Nicholas' eyes flashed and he nodded. With a complicated expression, he said the next sentence together with Merc. Resist the powerful enemy, fight 100 battles until the last drop of blood is shed. The expressions of the white blade guards beside them instantly became serious. They pressed their fists against their chests in unison. Defend life, fearlessly sacrifice, until the extinction of mankind. Alex, who was waiting, rolled her eyes and exhaled impatiently. Little Rascal, on the other hand, looked at the solemn faces of the White Blade Guards. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Protect the future, honor the faith until the sun and moon dim. This is the new White Blade Oath, Little Rascal could not help but mutter. In the year 1386 of the Empire calendar, Celarun found the legend of the White Blade Guards. He rebuilt the famous White Blade Guards, combining the ancient White Blade Oath with the Empire's Knighthood Oath. Shut up, idiot. Alex cut her off fiercely. You're annoying. Little Rascal's eyes reddened and she lowered her head. Nicholas and Merc looked at each other and recited the last sentence in unison. Pass on hope, shine with glory, until the eternal sleep of all things. Both of them were silent for a while. They looked at each other and smiled. Merc nodded. He brought the two little girls into the Hall of Heroes. The person he respected the most, Nuvan VII, who had just gone through a duel, was sitting on the steps at the edge of the hall. Next to the king was the envoy of Constellation, the subject of much discussion among the vassals, the young and precocious Prince Thales Jadestar. However, both of them were silent. They were not in a good mood, as if they had just had a rather unpleasant conversation. Merc brought the two puzzled girls to the king. Your Majesty. The administrator nodded at the king and stepped aside. Lady Alex. Thales looked up. What's going on? He stared in surprise at the brown-haired, blue-eyed Alex and Little Rascal, who did not even dare to breathe loudly behind her. They seemed to be frightened by the situation in front of them. Alex sensed his gaze. The teenage girl glared back at the Prince of Constellation rudely, causing Thales to frown slightly. This is my future wife? Thales, who was still disturbed by the secret just now, could not help but turn his head away and sigh. This action made Alex pout in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, what's wrong? Alex Walton, the only remaining direct female descendant of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, pouted and said to the indifferent King Nuvan, I'm very tired now. Little Rascal hid behind Alex. She poked her head out and carefully and curiously looked at Thales, whose eyes were gloomy. That boy. What's wrong with him? Is he unhappy? Nuvan VII did not answer his granddaughter. He only scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel beside him and took a sip. Merc, the old king's aged voice rang, my granddaughter will marry this boy. As a former White Blade Guard and my administrator, what would you have done? Merc frowned slightly. Even though he had expected it when he heard it for real. What? Miss Walton cried out in surprise. Alex's small eyes widened even more than her mouth. She sized up Thales in disbelief. Grandpa, you want me to marry this? You want him to be my husband? Alex's breathing quickened. She looked at the listless Thales, the boy she met in the library in the afternoon, and even lectured her on the spot. She felt a surge of grievance. He's skinny and small, and he's not even as tall as me. Alex turned her head angrily and said to her grandfather in a hurry, let Little Rascal marry him. Behind her, Little Rascal's face turned pale and she shivered again. Come on, Miss Alex. Thales, who was in a terrible mood, did not have the energy to maintain his relationship with a teenage girl. Without raising his head, he said flatly, marrying you is not something to be happy about. Alex was stunned, then her anger turned to anger. But at that moment, Merc's voice interrupted Alex, who was about to lose her temper. Although the Honorable Prince Thales is from Constellation, if this is your wish, Lord Merc bowed his head respectfully and reminded Alex without batting an eyelid, I will be loyal to him, just like I am to Miss Alex. King Nuvan stared at him for a full 3 seconds. That's right. King Nuvan turned his head and said to Thales, I believe you have met him. This is Burn Merc. When he was still a White Blade Guard, he was Soria's most trusted subordinate. Soria? Thales' expression changed. King Nuvan's eldest son? He raised his head and looked at Merc. Merc also turned his head and nodded at him respectfully. Alex, who was panting with rage, wanted to say something, but Merc's stern gaze forced her to swallow her words. It seems like this bad-tempered young lady is quite obedient to her father's old subordinate, Thales thought to himself. Then, to thank you for your help, and to prove that there is no longer any enmity or conflict between us, according to Northland's custom, take a sip from my cup. Jadestar and Walton, we are friends from now on. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes, raised his wine cup and placed it in front of Thales. Thales frowned and looked at the old king with a puzzled expression. What is he trying to do? Reaffirm my identity to Alex and Merc? Or our relationship? Is this necessary? The Prince of Constellation thought for a few seconds and sighed. You know, Lampard of Black Sand region did the same thing. He pushed a cup of wine in front of me and invited me to form an alliance with him, but I refused. A wise choice, King Nuvan said with an amused expression. What about now? Under King Nuvan's threatening gaze, Thales pursed his lips. Shouldn't you wait until tomorrow, release the messenger crow, and wait for my father's reply? Thales asked tentatively. If my father has other opinions, that is between your father and me. King Nuvan's resolute gaze proved that he was serious and serious. But you are you, Thales, not Kessel Jadestar's son, or the second Prince of Constellation. This has nothing to do with whether you will marry my granddaughter, or whether Jadestar will form an alliance with the Walton family. I'm only asking about your attitude, Thales. The old king raised his wine cup, his gaze burning. Are you willing to dissolve the enmity between me and the Walton family? Just you. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that this was the first time someone had asked Thales such a formal question ever since he became a prince. Not any ancient or important title with the word Thales in it. Thales stared at King Nuvan. In the end, the Prince of Constellation sighed. Of course. Thales quietly took the king's wine cup with both hands and stared at the half-filled rye wine inside. Under Merc's cautious gaze, Alex's angry little face, and Little Rascal's curious and nervous gaze, the old king smiled. Thales closed his eyes and took a small sip. He thought that he already had an idea of the alcoholic beverages in this world. Jayla's Sunset Pub's kitchen often served different types of alcohol, and Thales did not miss the opportunity to poke around and dig around. However, it was only when the alcohol flowed down his throat and into his stomach that he realized that even in this world, alcohol was not the same as alcohol. At least, the rye wine that was exclusively served to the King of Extet was really, cough cough cough. Thales smashed the wine cup on the stairs and began to cough violently. The pungent, mellow smell of alcohol surged up, passing through his throat, mouth, nose, and straight to his brain. In his previous life in the memory fragments, he was the type who would collapse the moment he touched alcohol. Thales did not know if this body in this world would be better, but at least he knew that he was definitely not suited for rye wine. Cough cough. Thales coughed so hard that his face turned red and tears came out. Ah. Nuvan looked at him and laughed heartily. Maybe we should start with something lighter. Thales felt his face burn. It's okay. Caslin told me. Thales finally composed himself. He looked at the wine cup with a bitter face, snorted and shook his head. Children who don't drink won't grow up. Merc's expression changed. Caslin? Hearing the name, King Nuvan's smile suddenly froze. Little Rascal seemed to have heard the name before. Her eyes behind her glasses lit up and she stared at Thales in high spirits. The king's expression was subtle. He looked at Thales with a strange gaze. Caslin? The old man who sells wine in Black Sand region? The smell of alcohol slowly left Thales' mouth and nose. He chuckled guiltily. Did I say something wrong? Under King Nuvan's gaze, he stuttered, I heard from Putray that he used to be the captain of your personal guards and the former commander of the White Blade Guards. King Nuvan's gaze stopped on his face, making the latter feel rather awkward. Until the king's voice rang again. The best in the history of Extet. King Nuvan sighed. Although it's not fair to Nicholas to say that. Lord Merc, who was standing at the side, nodded slightly. At the same time he gave Alex, who was about to burst into tears and was about to explode, a warning look in his eyes. King Nuvan muttered, Caslin, you met him? Did he mention me to you? Yes. Thales smiled sheepishly and nodded. Caslin said that you used to be a good king. Nuvan VII was slightly stunned, but he immediately slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Used to? King Nuvan quickly grasped the keyword. He laughed without hesitation. That's a good word. Thales was stunned. He shrugged helplessly. The king's laughter echoed in the empty hall. Merc lowered his head slightly. King Nuvan stopped laughing. He exhaled as if reminiscing about the past. Tell me that old man. What did he say about me? King Nuvan snorted and asked. Thales carefully observed King Nuvan's expression. He said that you are also human. You will also grow old. There will come a day when you will be bewitched by slander and beauty, and be controlled by desires and impulses. The smile on the king's face disappeared. His eyes flickered a few times and his expression was uncertain. It caused Thale's mood to fluctuate. Finally, King Nuven let out a long sigh. I can't say that he was wrong. The hall returned to silence. Now, Thales, why don't you treat our beautiful lady to a drink? King Nuven suddenly spoke. He raised the goblet and handed it to Thales, then nodded slightly in Alex's direction. In view of your future relationship. Thales, who took the goblet, was slightly stunned. What's going on? Asking the arrogant young lady to drink? Lord Merk, who was watching from the side, was also puzzled. Alex's expression changed. She looked at Thales in horror, then at the iron goblet. Then she shook her head firmly. No, Grandpa, I don't want to. King Nuven looked at her quietly, his eyes cold. Alex seemed to be frightened by the old king's gaze. Her voice slowly weakened. However, the king's granddaughter did not seem to want to give up. She frowned and suddenly her eyes brightened. She turned around and pulled little rascal over. Let her drink. After all, she's my maid. The unprepared little rascal was suddenly pulled out by Alex. The bespectacled little girl looked at King Nuven in horror, then at Thales. She was about to cry. But no. Thales narrowed his eyes, watching everything unfold in confusion. At this moment, Merk's voice rang out. Lady Alex. The king's administrator looked at Alex sternly. His eyes were filled with undeniable anger. Stop fooling around. Alex's voice suddenly faltered. She seemed to shrink back in fear. That's your grandfather, your king, it's his order. Merk unceremoniously pulled Alex away. Go listen to his orders, whether it's the wine or your marriage. Under Merk's stern lecture and King Nuven's urging gaze, Alex took a step forward, feeling wronged. She reluctantly took Thales' wine goblet. With reddened eyes, she glared at the innocent Thales, then looked at King Nuven pitifully, but the latter did not say anything. Thales spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Left with no other choice, Alex pouted, painfully and angrily gulped down a mouthful of wine. Alex angrily threw the goblet down and glared at Thales. A few seconds later, she coughed from the spiciness. The king chuckled. Merk, this reminds me of Soria's alcohol tolerance. King Nuven laughed heartily. I once heard from Caslin that when he was training in the White Blade Guards, he knocked out a large group of people. Yes. Merk also laughed and nodded. Prince Soria is very forthright and a great drinker. Yes, I remember. You have a good relationship with him? King Nuven raised his head and looked at Merk with nostalgia in his eyes. We got to know each other when you asked him to conceal his identity and train in the White Blade Guards. Merk smiled and nodded. He's not just a prince, he's also my comrade and friend. I still remember his hearty laughter. King Nuven's lips curled up. Thales ignored Alex's dissatisfied gaze. He watched as the king and his vassal reminisced about the past eldest son of the king, Soria Walton. He began to wonder, should I leave? Yes, he's a guy who likes to laugh. He's just like me. King Nuven sighed. It's a pity that he married a wife who wore a sad face all day long. I still remember that every time they dined in front of me, they did not even look at each other. Madame Adele came from Vine City in the southwest of Kemu Union. The climate there is warm and humid. She was also the daughter of a marquis and wasn't used to the harsh life in Northland. Lord Merk glanced at Alex and sighed. Lady Alex obviously inherited many of her mother's traits. Alex pouted for the third time. King Nuven snorted. Thales. Just as Thales was about to leave, King Nuven suddenly raised his head and stared at him coldly. I told you before, my eldest son didn't die in an accident. He died in an assassination. Merk's expression changed slightly. Soria? He looked at Thales and then at King Nuven. He seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. The old king's next words made Merk's face turn pale. Tell him, Merk, King Nuven said flatly, how did my son Soria die? Thales held his breath and looked at Merk. A new doubt emerged in his mind. Something's not right. The king's eldest son? Why did he mention something that happened so many years ago? Also, King Nuven's change of topic is a little unnatural. Did he purposely bring this up? Alex seemed to know the seriousness of the topic. She quieted down and looked slightly fearful. Your Majesty, Lord Merk objected with an unpleasant expression, with Prince Thales' status, but King Nuven interrupted him. Tell him. He needs to know. The old king grabbed the wine glass on the floor and said coldly, from the process to the outcome. Merk stared blankly at King Nuven. The latter's expression had become very serious and scary. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Alex lowered her head and took a step back, bumping into Little Rascal. "What's wrong?" Thales carefully controlled his tone. "Your Majesty, you just said that it was an assassin from Constellation, right?" Merc was stunned. He didn't expect Thales to already know. King Nuven cast a stern glance at Merc. Thales rolled his eyes and observed the situation. He regretted not fleeing earlier. It seemed like the atmosphere wasn't too good. The administrator let out a sigh and finally said, "It was at the turn of autumn and winter 12 years ago." A thought struck Thales. 12 years ago? Wouldn't that be, Prince Soria brought Lady Adele and Lady Alex, who is less than a year old, out to Dragon Cloud City to hunt. Since I was originally in charge of Prince Soria's safety, Nicholas assigned me to bring a team of white blade guards to protect them. Merc lowered his eyelids. His voice was deep and pained, as though he was recalling that period of his life. But the accident still happened. Thales did not say a word and listened quietly. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Harold Lampard, the eldest son of the previous Archduke of Black Sand region, was a guest in Dragon Cloud City at that time. He actually went to the same place to hunt. When Merc said this, he let out a breath, but his voice began to tremble slightly. That assassin is among Harold's entourage. Thales narrowed his eyes. The assassin snuck under Lady Adele's carriage and waited for Prince Soria to return after his conversation with Harold. Then, Merc clenched his fists and exhaled through gritted teeth. King Nuven was silent. He sat on the stairs without any expression on his face. His gaze was numb. I shot a signal arrow to ask for help. Thales could tell that the day Merc went through must have been very painful and difficult. The latter closed his eyes and his face twitched. Nicholas intercepted the assassin on the way, but he still managed to escape in the end. Prince Soria was severely injured and lost too much blood. He died on the spot. To protect Lady Alex, Lady Adele also. When he said this, Merc closed his eyes in agony. I couldn't protect them. Alex lowered her head and stared at the ground in a daze. Behind her, Little Rascal did not even dare to breathe loudly. A few seconds later, Lord Merc finally recovered. He gulped and said mournfully, although there is no evidence, the secret room is very sure after their investigation. That assassin came from Constellation and was even directly under the orders of the palace. Thales furrowed his brows. No way. The assassination 12 years ago? But wasn't Constellation going through the bloody year at that time? His train of thought was interrupted. King Nuven raised his head slightly. His tone was heavy and sorrowful. Thales, 12 years ago, there was a reason why we sent troops south to Constellation. Constellation, Eternal Star City, an unknown underground place. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sharp metallic sound of an iron gate being violently pulled echoed clearly in this dark place. 2 torches soaked in eternal oil were lit. 2 men dressed in guard uniforms appeared in a dark corridor. The torches lit up the cells with thick iron bars on their left and right sides. Following the noise and the light, there was a commotion in the cells. Damn it! Don't you have any sense of time? In one of the cells, a well-groomed but shabbily dressed man, suspected to be a nobleman, seemed to have just been woken up. He was lying on his bed and yelled with sleepy eyes, "It's definitely early morning or late at night." If this was in the past, in the Department of Foreign Affairs. The 2 guards holding the torches ignored him as if they were already used to it. They respectfully moved to the sides and made way for a sturdy figure in the middle. Your Majesty King 80. You're finally here. This was an unkempt old man with disheveled hair and a perplexed and fanatical expression. Stimulated by the light, he pounced forward and shook the iron bars with all his might. He roared madly, "Please consider my words. Even if you don't think for yourself, what about Prince Meteor? Are you willing to hand him a constellation riddled with holes?" Under the direction of the sturdy figure, the 2 guards looked at each other, walked in front and began to lead the way. The prisoners on both sides woke up one after another. They behaved differently, but most of them were either acting abnormally or screaming madly. "You're all going to die, ha ha ha." This was an old prisoner lying on the ground. He roared madly, "Even if you're from the royal family, you're all going to die. How dare you, how dare you?" The 3 figures ignored him and continued to move forward. "Look who we've welcomed." A rather imposing middle-aged prisoner leaned against the bars and squinted at the light. He seemed to be very clear-headed. "Isn't this the 5th prince, the disgrace of the royal family? Why aren't you working hard on a woman's belly, working hard for your pitiful bloodline? Why are you here in the cold wind? It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. A prisoner hugged his head and wailed, I didn't even touch Prince Bancroft's wine glass. No. It's all Jenkins' fault, he's the one who poisoned me. Norfolk, yes, Norfolk. This was a prisoner with his back facing the corridor. He could be seen carving something on the wall as he muttered to himself. I know that he's planning something behind Duke John and Count Caribbean's back. Maybe it's related to the rebel army. I've suspected him for a long time, but that hateful woman, Sonia Cecire? The three of them continued to move forward. Brat. A prisoner with a scar on his face pounced on the bars when he saw who it was and shouted, How's the situation at the western front lines now? Did we regain Blade Fang's dune after you conquered the desert god's altar? What about the orcs? What about the 8 great tribes under the dragon skeleton throne? Tell me. Tell me. The well-built figure turned a deaf ear to the voices on both sides and moved forward. 2 guards with calm expressions brought him to the next area. There were no prison cells with transparent bars here. Instead, there were sealed cells sealed off by thick, heavy iron doors. There was only one opening on each iron door, and it was the only connection between the sealed cells and the outside world. The 2 guards brought the newcomer to the innermost room. One of them knocked on the iron door forcefully. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk the other guard looked at the well-built newcomer. The latter nodded slightly. So, the guard grabbed the iron bolt on the iron door that controlled the opening and pulled open a hole that was only the size of half a person's face. The prison cell was dark. There was also a frightening silence. It lasted for a long time. Then, a boorish voice slowly traveled into his ears from the dark prison cell. What a surprise. What brought the great Iron Hand King to a traitorous duke? The 2 guards bowed slightly. After inserting the torches into the groove on the wall behind them, they left respectfully. Under the illumination of the fire, a haggard face with a scruffy beard appeared at the opening on the iron door. The prisoner in this cell was the current Duke of the Northern Territory, Iron Eagle Val Arund. He stared sharply at the person outside the door. Outside the door, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, sat down gently on a chair that had been prepared outside the cell. I want to talk to you about what happened in the past, Kessel said softly with an expressionless face. During the bloody year, the fall of the Northern Territory. Val's expression changed. He disappeared behind the iron door. Then, his suppressed laughter came from the cell. Under the flickering light of the fire, Kessel was silent and did not speak. There is nothing to talk about, the Duke of the Northern Territory said coldly after he had had his fill of laughter. When the war was at its most intense, I was not even in the Northern Territory. My father, brothers, wife, and sister were the ones who faced the war. If you want to talk, go talk to them in Hell's River. Kessel quietly looked at the bottomless darkness behind the opening and exhaled softly. What I want to tell you is the real cause of the war. Kessel V's voice was as powerful as before, but there was a hint of sorrow and depression in it. Extet's invasion. There was a moment of silence behind the iron door. What do you mean? Val's voice traveled slowly. The rebellion that year was terrible. The entire Blade Edge Hill and half of South Coast Hill, plus the Baron Bone tribe and orcs in Western Desert Hill, 1/3 of Constellation's land was burning in the flames of war, Kessel said calmly as if he was describing something that could not be more normal. And after the rebels turned against us, we did not even have a ready-made army. So, your uncle was sent to recruit new soldiers. Val snorted coldly behind the iron door. Starlight Brigade. Kessel nodded even though he knew that Val could not see him. Extet saw an opportunity. Nuvan VII frequently contacted the archdukes. The great dragon of the North's invasion was almost a foregone conclusion. They set a schedule for recruiting troops, and they would head south to Constellation at the beginning of spring next year. For a few seconds both of them did not speak. But the Duke of the Northern Territory soon noticed that something was wrong. Wait, did you say the beginning of spring next year? Val's tone changed. Impossible, Extet clearly invaded that year's winter. This time the silence lasted for a long time. Kessel heaved a deep sigh. Yes, that was their original plan. The king spoke in the dullest and most indistinct voice from the bottom of his throat. Because of an accident, they brought forward the invasion schedule. Val's face reappeared behind the opening. His face was ice cold as he stared fixedly at Kessel outside the prison cell. He realized that there was something strange about this place. What accident? The Duke of the Northern Territory asked anxiously. Why did Extet bring forward the invasion schedule? King Kessel stared at the ground and did not move. Answer me. Val gritted his teeth. Answer me, Kai. Kessel inhaled deeply and raised his eyes to look at his former close friend. When we received the intelligence from Northland, the entire court was terrified. The rebel army, the Baron Bone tribe, and Extet, Constellation was powerless to fight on all three fronts, Kessel said slowly. So, our court came up with a plan. To delay Extet's invasion schedule. A chill that he had never felt before struck Val's heart. Delay? The Duke asked subconsciously. Kessel nodded expressionlessly and said, provoke a conflict between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region so that they will be too busy with their own affairs to invade. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Val suddenly pounced and grabbed the 2 bars of the opening. He gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at Kessel. Oh. Constellation sent out assassins and mobilized all their manpower to target the 2 heirs of Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, Soria Walton and Harold Lampard. Kessel's voice became increasingly hoarse, as though a force was devouring the strength in his strong body. That assassin should have pushed the blame for the death of one of the heirs onto the other party, creating a rift between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region that could never be mended. Hearing this, Val's breathing became heavier. But an accident happened. Because of some reason that assassin was exposed, Kessel said slowly, and Soria, Nuven's eldest son, died. Val leaned against the iron door with his back, his expression indiscernible. Even though there was no evidence left, Nuven knew that we were the ones who did it. Kessel closed his eyes. What's worse is that this also exposed our true strength. It told them that we were powerless to resist the Northern Army. You know what happened next? Kessel slowly opened his eyes. His voice was filled with exhaustion. Extet brought forward the schedule. They chose winter, the most unfavorable time for the transportation of supplies, to send their troops south. Horus brought a small number of troops, met up with Nanchester, and headed towards Broken Dragon Fortress. On the 2nd day after his death, John took down Zodra City, the last stronghold of the rebel army. 10 days later the fortress fell. At the beginning of spring after the new year, the Extensions used the fortress as their base and flooded the lands of the Northern Territory like a tide. There was another long silence. It was so long that even the light from the fire began to dim. Then, the Duke of the Northern Territory broke the silence. Ha ha ha. Val let out a sorrowful laugh. The assassination plan that was supposed to delay Extet's attack instead facilitated and brought forward their invasion schedule? Ah. Kessel did not speak. He only listened to the Duke's laughter quietly. The Duke finally stopped laughing. Oh. A faint voice asked. Oh. Val gripped the metal door and gritted his teeth in grief. Who came up with this damn plan? King Kessel looked at Val, at his expression that was a mixture of sorrow, pain, anger, hatred, and shock. The king shook his head. Father had no choice. Starlight Brigade suffered a series of defeats at first. John retreated step by step from Jade City to the Land of Tusks, then all the way out of Walla Passage. The rebel army even penetrated deep into Eternal Star City. No one expected that John would be able to achieve such a great victory in such a short period of time. At that time, the entire palace was shrouded in the shadow of the kingdom's demise. Kessel took a deep breath. That's why that assassination happened. Val's expression slowly froze, but his hand, which was holding the cell door, kept trembling. If there was no such plan, no assassination. The Duke of the Northern Territory subconsciously murmured. Kessel pressed his hands on his knees and lowered his head slightly. Yes. Kessel's face was slightly contorted. He tried his best to control his neck and nodded while trembling slightly. If Extet had waited until the beginning of spring to attack, John's Starlight Brigade would have been able to head north in time to support your father and the fortress. Broken Dragon Fortress would not have been breached. And neither would Cold Castle or fall into the enemy's hands. The Northern Territory would not have had such a tragedy. Val slid down behind the metal door dejectedly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the muffled sound of 2 knees hitting the ground came from behind the metal door. And the Duke of the Northern Territory's suppressed, pained growl. You mean? Val said hoarsely, your father, those bastards at the Imperial Conference, their stupid plan, caused the deaths of thousands of people in the Northern Territory? Ah. We always thought that Nuven seized the right opportunity to invade and took down the fortress. In the end, Kessel did not answer. He only waited quietly. The flickering firelight illuminated the side of his face. The King of Constellation's eyes were filled with numbness. After a long while, what about that stupid assassin? That guy who failed in his assassination and exposed himself? Val's sorrowful voice, which had slightly changed its tone, came from behind the metal door. There was deep hatred in his words. Didn't you dig out his heart? Kessel V turned his head and stared at the empty space. It was as if someone was standing there. There was silence. For a moment, there was only Val Arun's low and suppressed sobs in the air. Kessel's gaze was filled with complicated and indecipherable emotions. Yes. After an unknown amount of time, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, stared at the empty space and slowly said with an emotion that was difficult for ordinary people to understand, "For that failed assassination with grave consequences, that assassin is paying the price. He is forever imprisoned behind a cursed mask, never to see the light of day." The king stared at the empty space. His voice was extremely quiet. In endless loneliness and boundless darkness, he has tasted pain and suffered all kinds of torture. With the rest of his lowly life, for that tragic war, for the countless dead souls he owes. Chapter 159. There was silence in the Hall of Heroes. You know, Thales, when Soria died, Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat and looked at King Nuven. Anger, madness, hatred. It made me want to unleash the wrath of the Walton family in Dragon Cloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering Constellation seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuven slowly raised his eyes and looked at the grief-stricken Merc. Merc, why didn't you protect him in Soria? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to ensure his safety. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the grief-stricken King Nuven, then at the grief-stricken Merc. Her breathing quickened, which made little rascal who was behind her less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully, Not now, my lady." Merc shut his eyes tightly. His breathing was rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex's face turned pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed little rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. "I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death." Lord Merc clenched his teeth and looked sad. "Your Majesty, you were lenient and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years, that kind of guilt tortures me day and night all the time. King Nuven stared at him silently and sighed after a long time. "Yes." The old king swirled the wineglass in his hand. "I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I trusted you even more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know." King Nuven's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. "You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety and family to you." Administrator Merc shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed and said with a trembling voice, "I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City." Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes. King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuven, Archduke Pofrit, Gilbert and Merc, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Gened, the new recruit Willow and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuven sighed softly. "Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards. Merc." Just then Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merc's shirt. "I think." Merc tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. "Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon?" Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Thought. Little rascal who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merc's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex, what happened to you?" However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's strange condition in shock. "What happened? Does this young lady have a disease? Epilepsy or something else?" Little rascal shuddered in fear. Merc's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, "Your Majesty." "Lady Alex, we have to hurry?" "Yes." But King Nuvan still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, "I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets." Seeing Alex's strange condition, Merc was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, "Your Majesty." Alex, whose face was pale beyond recognition, opened her eyes and stared at Merc. Her gaze was filled with endless fear. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merc's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched in disbelief. It took him a few seconds to realize what was happening. King Nuvan only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she looked like she was in extreme pain. Alex opened her mouth wide and inhaled in large mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound that came out was an unintelligible choking sound. Little Rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No. Merc hugged Alex in a panic. Seeing her look as if she was in extreme pain, his eyes were filled with fear. "Lady Alex." The administrator no longer cared about King Nuvan's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around abruptly. He roared at Little Rascal, "Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor." Little Rascal was startled. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall. As he ran, he yelled, "Is anyone there? Help. I need a doctor." However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. "Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute." From the beautiful Archduchess of Enlenzo Dukedom 300 years ago to the Crown Prince of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales was shocked. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merc also raised his head in horror and looked up the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Nuvan opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merc and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. "She's already dead." As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second Alex, who was in Merc's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merc with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear. She fell to the ground on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back. His breathing quickened. What? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the current situation. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds, he turned to King Nuvan, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially, the ring on the little finger of King Nuvan's right hand that he was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carluz VI, Triumph. And the goblet in King Nuvan's hand. Phew. Thales gasped for air and stared at King Nuvan in horror. "You poisoned him?" "Humph, of course." King Nuvan snorted gloomily. "And don't forget, you're the one who handed her the goblet." Lord Merc's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. Handed her the goblet? He gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuvan. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Bastard. Thales gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuvan. But the king only curled his lips nonchalantly and looked at Merc again. A few seconds later, Merc, whose face was stiff as if his mind was blank, finally extended his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merc flinched and withdrew his right hand. But Merc, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuvan. His eyes were filled with despair and pleading. No. Merc shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merc's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thale's feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shuddered from time to time. Merc's face began to contort. "I beg you, your majesty." He knelt on the ground and spoke in a different tone. Like an asthmatic, his voice was a mixture of gasps and pauses. Tears rolled down Merc's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. What followed was his pleading voice. "Why? Why?" Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled. Merc sobbed and screamed at the king. "Why? Why?" King Nuvan seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared at Merc, who was trembling and crying, and uttered through gritted teeth. "Burn Merc. Shouldn't you know this?" Merc shuddered violently. "If it wasn't for Mariah's death, I wouldn't have combed through the Walton bloodline." King Nuvan closed his eyes and said in pain, "The High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple wouldn't have realized that she wasn't of the Walton bloodline." Merc stared at King Nuvan with his eyes wide open and trembling in disbelief. Thale's jaw dropped. He stared blankly at Merc and the little girl in his arms. "Bloodline? Not of the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean that the Walton family, which has been passed down for 600 years? And this also reminds me of many things," King Nuvan said coldly. "Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife." "Speak," the old king said in a low voice. "What happened in the assassination 12 years ago?" Merc listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly, sobbing, tears falling continuously. King Nuvan seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious and he roared like a terrifying lion. "Speak." Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal and pulled her up. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly as if she had found someone to rely on. She looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted as if he was crying but not laughing. 12 years ago. Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city, because... His words were mixed with his panting like the last words of a dying man. "Because what?" King Nuvan stared at him. "Because..." Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. "Because Soria found out..." "Found out what?" The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. "He found out about us, about me and... Adele." Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal pulled Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and watched the scene in disbelief. "Yes." Merc wailed in despair. "Alex? She is... my daughter?" Clang. King Nuvan could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. "Ha ha ha." King Nuvan's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. "You. Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you used betrayal and deceit to repay his trust." The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. "No." As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. "I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria." Thales watched the scene in front of him with an unpleasant expression. He only felt bitterness in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. "Prince Soria Soria was a good brother and I was willing to give up my life for him." He growled, "In the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslin to become the most valiant warriors. When we were in the 38th century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslin came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard," Merc said with a smile through his tears. "Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights all came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face. I will never betray him. King Nuvan stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuvan's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, with his wife, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You have never treated him as a brother in your guards, a man you should be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor. Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words and looked at Alex, his daughter, in his arms. With tears streaming down his face, he roared in grief and indignation, ah! No. He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City? Shouldn't have met Soria? Should have met you? King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor? Adele? That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her or Soria and her, it was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria? In Soria's world there was only wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like a gun exploding. Adele's resistance and sobs. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression, that was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would angrily pick up his whip and teach her a lesson. Soria said. At that time I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roar and Adele's screams. I was angrier than Soria, more in pain than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed and tears gushed down his cheeks like a flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once and I stopped her more than once. But I hid it from Soria because I did not want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele? She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele? She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with sadness. She traveled a long way to come here and Soria did not know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Agitated, Merc muttered incoherently, from magic tricks to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to trying my best to get Soria drunk at night when she did not want to. Adele was very grateful to me and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide and started to smile, even though she only smiled at me. My wife passed away in my hometown. When I didn't know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche in front of me, Adele was the one who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room and I laughed foolishly outside the room. She asked questions in the room and I answered her outside the room. King Nuven's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph and Soria drank with us all night, but that day all I could think about was her. Adele? Merc pressed his face tightly against his daughter's. His tears did not stop and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room wanting to listen to her voice as usual, but my wound burst open at that time, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thale's gaze darkened. Thale's eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey, Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist. This book title? Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? This? Don't think too much, it's just a classmate asking. No, could it be? Hey, hee, why are you blushing? It's hot. Ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry, I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ah. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, explain it to me. How do I explain it? Alright, it mentioned something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the heck? Cheating? That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function. There was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the main character's dreams is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the king he serves, the mistress. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon as a couple. Coyote, get lost. Queen Lily, get lost. I'm going to see it again. Alright, so are we having an affair now? Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. Chapter 160. When Prince Soria fell into a pool of blood, his eyes. Merc rested his chin on his daughter's forehead, filled with grief. I knew that we had committed an unforgivable sin. I could have stopped her. Then why didn't you? King Nuven raised his head. He gritted his teeth and interrupted the weeping man on the ground. You just stood there and watched Soria being murdered by that woman? Or rather, you were hoping in your heart that Soria would disappear as soon as possible. King Nuven almost roared at the last sentence. Hoping that the barrier between you and that woman would disappear? The administrator shuddered violently. He looked at King Nuven with trembling, terrified eyes. At that moment, Thales truly felt the fear, sadness, and helplessness in Merc's heart, and the deepest despair and numbness, and the fear of being exposed. Merc's expression gradually changed. He slowly lowered his head, his face contorted hideously. Finally, he punched the ground beside him and shouted in grief and indignation. No! The administrator panted violently. His expression changed several times. I was going to turn myself into you. Merc panted, his head almost touching the ground. But Adele. Adele held a dagger to her neck and cried, forcing me to take them away. She didn't want to stay in this place anymore, but I couldn't. I knew I couldn't. I'm a Northlander, I'm a white blade guard, I'm Soria's brother and subordinate. Merc's sobs became more obvious. I couldn't. Forgive me, Adele. Merc trembled. He held his head and sobbed weakly on the ground like a child. I couldn't. But you didn't say anything. You let Soria rot in lies and deceit. King Nuven's expression was numb. You even brought this child, the sin of you and that woman, back to my court. Merc lowered his hands and looked at his daughter in despair. He stared at her motionless face. But, Alex. His voice trembled as if his jaw was twitching. Alex, she doesn't know anything. She's innocent. Merc cupped his daughter's face and closed his eyes in agony through his tears. Little Rascal lowered her head in fear, but she felt Thale's hand tremble slightly. She raised her head in fear and alarm. She saw the Prince of Constellation pursing his lips tightly and staring fixedly at King Nuven. His gaze was cold and furious. Why do you feel wronged? King Nuven let out a sinister laugh that was a mixture of mockery and madness. Do you feel pain? Do you feel like your whole world is collapsing? Because I killed your daughter? Merc inhaled sharply and stared into King Nuven's eyes. Thales took a deep breath and quietly watched Merc's movements. Remember this feeling well. King Nuven's voice was deep and heavy. There was a chill in it. You deserve it. Merc hugged his daughter and gritted his teeth. His eyes were red with tears and agitation. He growled in pain. Coward, coward, if you feel indignant, come and avenge her. King Nuven did not care about the enemy who was close at hand. Merc's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He was like an enraged beast. His eyes were filled with hatred, pain, desperation, and madness. All kinds of emotions were intertwined. Thales frowned when he heard this. He looked out of the hall. Where are the White Blade Guards? What about Nicholas? If Merc really went berserk and assassinated the king, damn it. Merc stared at the king. His breathing became heavier and his fists began to tremble. But the king looked at his administrator without fear. It was as if the person before him was not a powerful former White Blade Guard, but a weakling who was shackled and could not fight back. Come on, kill your king. A complicated look flashed across King Nuven's eyes. He snorted softly and said slowly, just like how you used your incompetence, cowardice, vacillation, and weakness back then, kill Soria. At that moment, Merc's expression trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He opened his mouth slightly. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. But Merc slowly shut his mouth in the end. His face was pale. His body swayed and he collapsed to the ground again. He sobbed silently. Little Rascal cried out in shock. The king did not speak again. Thales tried to regulate his breathing and control his emotions. The Hall of Heroes today had shocked him too much. For a moment, only Merc's irregular sobs could be heard in the hall. After a long time, King Nuven snorted with an indecipherable meaning. Get lost, the old king said tiredly. Don't ever appear before me again. Merc looked up numbly. Burn Merc. Live on like this until you die. King Nuven raised his eyes. His gaze was dim and his eyebrows trembled slightly. Live forever in guilt, regret, loneliness, and torment. Never be forgiven, never be at peace. This is your punishment, for Soria. Merc chuckled like a maniac. He looked down at his daughter and suddenly started sobbing again. Get lost. In the next second, King Nuven roared angrily. Take your sins with you, and get lost. Little Rascal shuddered again. If not for Thales' support, she would have collapsed to the ground. Merc stared at King Nuven with lifeless eyes. After a few seconds, he subconsciously hugged Alex's body and slowly stood up. He turned away insensibly. The child you are hugging is a disgrace to the Walton family. She is the symbol of a traitor. The king stared at his back. His gaze was terrifying. She cannot be buried. She cannot taint my land. If I find out that you have buried her anywhere in Extet, even if only ashes remain, I will send people to dig her up and feed her to the wild dogs. King Nuven coldly finished his sentence. Hearing this cruel decision, Thales sighed and looked at King Nuven with a frown. Merc shuddered as he hugged his daughter. But he gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. He walked forward with difficulty. Lady Alex. Little Rascal sniffled and instinctively wanted to follow, but Thales pulled her back. No, don't. Thales shook his head and whispered, It's all over. Your lady. Little rascal shuddered and looked at Thales helplessly and aggrievedly. Thales just stared at Merc's back quietly and did not move an inch. Nicholas appeared at the entrance of the hall and looked at Merc with a complicated expression. But Merc only lowered his head and stared at his daughter. His face was ashen and he turned a blind eye to everything around him. Then Nicholas' voice came slowly. My blood is my oath, my body is my proof, my blade is my witness, my soul is my sacrifice. Merc looked up abruptly and came back to his senses. He stopped and stared at Nicholas in a daze as he listened to the Star Killer recite the rest of his words. Resist the powerful enemy, fight 100 battles until blood is shed. Defend life, fearlessly sacrifice, until the extinction of mankind. Protect the future, honor the faith until the sun and moon dim. Pass on hope, shine with glory until all things rest forever. Merc closed his eyes in pain. Tears flowed out again. Rest in peace, my sworn brother. Nicholas finished reciting the oath. His gaze was subtle and he looked at Merc with a pained expression. Your story ends here in the legend of the Book of Legends. Merc took a deep breath and smiled with tears in his eyes. He walked forward numbly. He brushed shoulders with his old superior. Don't forget His Majesty's words. Without turning his head, Nicholas said calmly to Merc, who was behind him, if we find out that you dared to bury her in the country. Merc chuckled in a daze. In the next second, Merc walked out of the Hall of Heroes with the girl's body in his arms as if he was unconscious. His face was dazed and his eyes were unfocused. He walked out of the place he swore to guard. Thales watched Merc's figure disappear at the entrance. Then, the Prince of Constellation panted softly and turned around to ask the question he had been suppressing for a long time. What? King Nuven raised his gloomy gaze. Alex is just a little girl who knows nothing. Thales left Little Rascal's side and walked towards King Nuven. With an unpleasant expression, he said, whether it's Soria or Adele, what does these things have to do with her? She doesn't even know anything. King Nuven snorted. Send her away, isolate her. You obviously have a better way. Thales controlled his breathing. I've discovered another characteristic of you. King Nuven chuckled coldly. His tone was mournful and silent, overflowing with an unnecessary sense of justice. Who taught you these things? This has nothing to do with justice. Thales clenched his fists. In his mind, the children in the abandoned house, their ragged clothes, sallow faces, and emaciated faces appeared. She is just an innocent child. They did not deserve such a fate. Every day she's alive is an insult to the Walton family and a threat to our cooperation, King Nuven replied quietly. This is a necessary and the best choice. Thales snorted coldly. You can find 1,000 reasons to justify your actions. Thales snorted coldly. Political needs, benefits, secrecy, revenge, punishment, impulsiveness, you can even say that you were forced by your position, that you had no choice and that it was the best choice. But none of these can justify your actions. Thales stared at King Nuven and gritted his teeth. You poisoned an innocent 12-year-old girl and ended her future, Nuven Walton. Just to punish her father for his mistakes. Thales showed disgust. Do you feel happy? Do you feel avenged? Sometimes you are more mature than the most cunning nobleman. King Nuven snickered. There was a mocking expression on his face. Sometimes you are more naive than the stupidest fool. Thales ignored his snicker. The Prince of Constellation lowered his head and clenched his fists. I used to see a person who vented his anger on a child. He could not face his own failure and shame, so he vented his anger and hatred on a child who had nothing to do with him. You are no better than that kind of coward. Thales panted, recalling the feeling of his right hand piercing through flesh. Do you want to know what happened to him? King Nuven's gaze turned cold. Don't forget. The old king straightened his back and snorted coldly. If it were not for the girl's birth and the sins hidden behind her, we would not have gone south to Constellation, and you would not be standing here. Go to hell, Nuven, Thales said bluntly. We understand each other. Put away your pointless lies. Under those circumstances, whether there was an assassination or not, whether Prince Soria was dead or not, Extet would have invaded. It was just a matter of time. So you are pitying her? King Nuven laughed coldly in a low voice. As I said, you better get used to this kind of life as soon as possible, little prince. Just like how your enemies will not show mercy to you just because you are an innocent 7-year-old child. Thales looked at him, suddenly burst into laughter and shook his head. Caslin may be wrong. It is not that you have changed, nor is it that you are old, Thales said mockingly. It is just that you have always been like this. Soria, Mariah, Pofret, Merc, Do you know why they had that kind of tragedy? King Nuvan furrowed his brows. Thales said coldly, if the Walton family has been using such methods to govern your country and treat your vassals and subordinates for the past few decades or even 100 years, then don't expect them to repay you with loyalty and integrity. Your sons. The reason why they died like that was all because of a father like you. Thales finished what he wanted to say and stared at the king before him. He actually felt at ease. He did not feel the slightest bit guilty of blaming and offending the common elected king of Ekstedt. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on him and did not speak for a long time. Then the old king's expression became serious. He stared straight at Thales with a complicated gaze. You think this is cruel, don't you? The king said softly. You haven't seen anything crueler. Thales frowned slightly. You, King Nuvan said slowly with the majesty of a king, come before me. Thales took a deep breath. Damn old man. What is he going to do now? He slowly raised his head and looked straight at King Nuvan. He lifted his leg and took a step forward. But he did not even take a step forward. It's not you. The king's gaze, which was as sharp as a sword, went past the Prince of Constellation and shot coldly behind him. King Nuvan said coldly, I said, it's that child. Thales was stunned. His pupils shrank abruptly. Thales turned his head in a daze and stared at Little Rascal behind him. Little Rascal, who had been holding her breath and not daring to breathe loudly, suddenly realized something. She shuddered. Little Rascal glanced at the king in disbelief, then looked at Thales as if asking for help. She seemed to have never experienced such a scene before. She was extremely flustered, terrified, and on the verge of tears. Don't make me say it a third time. King Nuvan stared at her with a cold expression. Little Rascal trembled all over. She did not dare to raise her head. However, her many years of experience still made her walk towards the king with trembling, fearful steps. Thales stared at everything in front of him, puzzled. Little Rascal stood in front of King Nuvan. She stared at the ground and trembled. Ever since Soria was assassinated, I've been keeping Alex under tight protection, the old king said flatly. Most people don't even know Alex's name. They only know that she exists. Fortunately, not many people know this secret, this truth. King Nuvan's gaze was terrifying. His tone was firm. From the scullery to the bedroom, from the guards to the maids, everyone who knows Alex has been eliminated on your way here. There's only one left. Little Rascal trembled violently. Tears slid down her cheeks. No, I didn't see anything, I don't know anything. King Nuvan lowered his head and raised his right hand. He stared at the black ring on his finger with a subtle gaze. Thales' breathing instantly quickened. He vaguely knew what the old king wanted to do. Thales hurriedly strode towards King Nuvan. You, but Thales did not take more than 2 steps before his shoulder was firmly gripped by a strong hand from behind. Pain shot through his shoulder. Stay here. Nicholas the Star Killer coldly restrained him from behind. Don't cause trouble, little prince. Thales immediately felt that half of his body could not move. No, you saw the scene just now. That secret, didn't you? King Nuvan slowly said to Little Rascal in his old and deep voice. And you're also one of the few who knows of Alex's existence. Little Rascal watched Thales' fate with tears streaming down her cheeks. She then looked at King Nuvan's expression and trembled in fear. I beg you, your majesty, she cried. I'll be good. I'll stay in the castle. I won't say anything. King Nuvan continued to rub the triumph on his finger and chuckled. Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the little girl before King Nuvan. No, damn it. Thales shot a hateful glance at Nicholas, then at King Nuvan. Yes. The next moment, King Nuvan sneered and gripped Little Rascal's hand tightly. What will happen to you? Nuvan. Thales struggled with all his might, but under the suppression of the leader of the White Blade Guards, his resistance was futile. King Nuvan's expression was cold. He pulled Little Rascal's hand to his right hand. No, Little Rascal was so frightened that she was about to cry. No. No. Thales clenched his teeth and drew JC's dagger from his waist. He swung it at the Star Killer at a strange angle. The 4th offensive style of the Northland military sword style. The ambush style. Then, Thales opened his mouth in shock. He saw King Nuvan stretch out his right hand and place the ring on Little Rascal's palm. Little Rascal stared at her palm in a daze. She stared at the black gemstone ring with a silver ring on it. This is the token passed down through the generations in the Walton family. Triumph, King Nuvan said calmly and coldly. From now on, you are the last descendant of the Walton family. I am the granddaughter of Nuvan Walton, the common elected king of Extet and the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. I am the only daughter of Prince Soria Walton and Marquis Gloucester of Vine City, Adele Walton. Thales and Little Rascal stared blankly at King Nuvan. Saroma Alex Soria Walton, King Nuvan said softly. This is your name. Little Rascal gasped subconsciously. Her face was ghastly pale. A few seconds later she finally realized what King Nuvan meant. The bespectacled girl trembled as she held Triumph in her hands. She took a step back in fear. Nicholas let go of Thales and the dagger that was aimed at him. He snorted coldly. But Thales had no time to care about his attitude. He got up from the ground and looked at King Nuvan in shock. He then looked at the absent-minded Little Rascal, who was frightened and helpless. You must forget everything in the past, whether it is your birth or the girl you served. King Nuvan continued with his emotionless but forceful words. You will listen to my orders and become a lady of the Walton family. You will marry that boy in exchange for Jadestar's support and protection of the Walton family, as well as the connection between the two families. You must revere him, listen to him, serve him, assist him in the name of Saroma Walton, support him, support him. Little Rascal glanced at Thales, trembling. Her eyes behind her glasses were watery. No, but King Nuvan interrupted her. Please. Remember your first middle name, Alex. It will forever remind you of your true identity. It will remind you of the night that changed your fate. But this is also a warning. King Nuvan's eyes flashed. If you do anything that threatens the interests of Jadestar and the Walton family, that boy can reveal your identity at any time. A bloodline ritual can destroy everything. Trust me, you won't like that. Little Rascal was petrified. She was so terrified that she forgot to breathe. Only when she was exhausted did she inhale a mouthful of air. And you, Thales. King Nuvan turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation. His expression was solemn. Today I will expose the family's biggest secret, the most terrifying past, before you. Triumph is only the first lock. This is the second lock. Now you can take over the Walton family without worry. Our alliance is still in effect. Thales shuddered. He looked at Little Rascal. Whether it is for your own interests or your ridiculous pity, you have to protect her and her identity. King Nuvan's voice suddenly became tired and hoarse. Just like how you protect the Waltons. Little Rascal snapped out of her daze. She stared at the ring in her palm and began to tremble. No, I beg you, your majesty. Little Rascal cried out in fear. I'm scared. I don't know anything. I can't. I'm not asking for your opinion. King Nuvan turned his head abruptly and looked at Little Rascal, causing her to stop talking. The king's eyes flashed fiercely. Do you understand? Little Rascal was so scared that even her glasses were crooked. She could only nod mechanically. King Nuvan smiled faintly. Thales watched the scene in a daze. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. All right. The old king sighed and said slowly, Thales, you already know everything you need to know. King Nuvan lifted his gaze. His tone was extremely tired. Go back to your room. Thales panted and clenched his fists. He glanced at Little Rascal again, at her helpless and pitiful gaze. Then he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Behind Thales, King Nuvan said to Little Rascal in a low voice, And you, from tonight onwards, you will sleep in Alex's bedroom. Thales clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. Little Rascal screamed behind him. If you ever feel bored, think about today. Think about the previous owner of your bed. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. He could imagine Little Rascal's expression at that moment. Think about Alex's fate. Think about how she convulsed in agony before she died. Thales gently closed his eyes. His footsteps became slower and slower. Little Rascal's sobs came from behind him. Think about the people who died because of this and think about how lucky you are. Thales stopped and took a deep breath. The servants and kitchen have all been cleaned out, but you'll soon have new servants. You'd better act properly. Enough. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Prince of Constellation turned around and glared angrily at King Nuvan and the sobbing Little Rascal. Thales gritted his teeth and strode forward, grabbing Little Rascal's wrist. Then, without giving her a chance to speak, he pulled her to his side. He could feel that Little Rascal's wrist was still trembling. Don't be impatient, Thales. King Nuvan waved at Nicholas, who was about to step forward, and said slowly, You will have plenty of time to spend with your fiancée in the future. That's it. Thales stared coldly at King Nuvan. Tonight she has to stay with me. After saying this, he dragged Little Rascal out of the hall with a solemn expression. Little Rascal pressed down on her glasses, which were about to fall off. She allowed Thales to drag her, occasionally looking back in fear. "Thales," King Nuvan said flatly behind him, "where are you taking my granddaughter? She can't stay with you anyway." Thales said rudely as he walked, "A bunch of lunatics." King Nuvan's laughter came from behind him, but it only made Thales more annoyed and confused. "Thales Jadestar." The king's laughter came from behind him. "First night? Be nicer to your fiancée." Thales did not look back. He dragged Little Rascal out of the hall, ignoring the white blade guard's frowning expressions. He just walked forward resolutely. When Little Rascal recovered from her stupor and fear, she spoke quietly. Little Rascal tugged at his clothes timidly. "You are, my name is Thales," Thales said coldly. "Miss Alex, is she really?" Little Rascal sniffled and said pitifully, "Really, dead?" "Yes," Thales answered firmly with a straight face, "she's dead, poisoned to death." Little Rascal shuddered violently. Thales furrowed his brows. "Poisoned to death." Little Rascal's gaze was unfocused as she started to mumble to herself. In the year 207 of the Empire calendar, Duke Shkichi killed the fourth knight with a poisonous arrow. In the year 489 of the Empire calendar, Count Kate Nanty and Princess Leslie were both poisoned to death on their wedding day. In the year 721 of the Empire calendar, Emperor 80 III fell into a coma. In the year 1171 of the Empire calendar, the Emperor of Poison poisoned suzerain Redi Zodra to death on the negotiation table. In the year 218 of the calendar of eradication, Archduke Lloyd Alsius was poisoned to death by the mourning Archduke. In the year 359 of the calendar of eradication, beautiful Archduke, Lacey and Lenzo died from a cup of flower tea. In the year 660 of the calendar of eradication, the Crown Prince of Constellation was poisoned by blue vine grass. "Enough." Thales roared resolutely and interrupted her murmurs. "Don't think about this anymore." Little Rascal came back to her senses. Thales pulled her along and continued walking forward. We should go back," Little Rascal said hesitantly. "You can't go back," Thales cut her off firmly and shook his head. "According to Nuvan, a bunch of people just died there. It's definitely not suitable for you to stay." Little Rascal shuddered slightly. Thales sighed in his heart as he walked. "But I'm afraid that we—" Little Rascal said hesitantly again. "You don't have to be afraid. There's no bastard like Nuvan here," Thales said quietly. "But I can only protect you for a while." "No, I mean," Little Rascal said softly with a sobbing tone. "We went the wrong way." Chapter 161. Late at night, Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales' bedroom door. Speechless, Thales looked at the people in front of him awkwardly. "How old are you? How old are you?" A hurried and displeased female voice came from in front of him. Ida, the elf guard, looked at the helpless Thales and the timid Little Rascal behind him. Under the cloak, she said bitterly, "On the first night we arrived here, you started bringing girls into your bedroom?" Thales looked at the helpless Thales and the shy Little Rascal behind him. "She's very," Thales said, feeling wronged. "So she needs your company?" Ida interrupted him with an unpleasant expression. Beside her, Ralph and Waya exchanged glances and looked at Thales strangely. "Ida, listen to me." Thales instinctively felt that something was wrong. "How old is she? Is she even 9? Ida shouted angrily. Habitually, she raised her right fist and stuck out a knuckle. Thales shuddered. He raised his hands as fast as he could and protected his forehead with all his might. Thud. Thales clutched the right side of his forehead in pain. Foul. Aida's violent strike came from the side. Ralph and Waya looked at each other, pretending that they did not see the prince being violently assaulted. Little Rascal looked worriedly at Thales, who was groaning with his hands over his head. Mindy's only touched a woman for the first time when he got married at the age of 27. Even the most lecherous and playboy Kayla is only 13 years old. The angry elven guard yelled, "That's right." The furious elven guard said loudly, "At your age, you can't even reach the bed." Thales smiled awkwardly. "This is a little exaggerated, sister." Ida wanted to continue lecturing but was stopped by Put Ray, who was behind her. "I think His Highness has other reasons, right?" The vice diplomat of Constellation said flatly, "Go back." I will communicate with His Highness about the rest. Under Putre's repeated insistence, Ida finally left indignantly and angrily. Before she left, she still had that "you little bastard" look on her face. Ralph and Waya, on the other hand, still had that strange, thought-provoking look on their faces. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and sent Little Rascal to her bedroom. Looks like a lot happened? Putre sighed and looked at Thales, who had closed the door. Thales' expression darkened. It's like this. Thales scratched his head. That is. The second prince's words were on the tip of his tongue when he suddenly recalled Little Rascal's helpless gaze and Alex's pained expression. Both girls had met him in the library, but each had experienced a fate that he did not know was misfortune or fortune. Thales' gaze darkened. Oh. The truth about Little Rascal's identity, I shouldn't have said it. In the end, the prince sighed in his heart and continued. That is Saroma Walton, King Nuvan's granddaughter. Putre's gaze shifted, and he said thoughtfully, I remember you told me that the king's granddaughter you met in the library was called Alex Walton? Yes, Alex. Thales exhaled slowly. That's her middle name. From meeting the Black Prophet to scaring Ramon, he was getting better at telling lies. His expression did not change at all. I have a good relationship with her. Thales shrugged. So she came with me? At this point, Thales paused. He suddenly realized that it was 4 or 5 in the morning. To hide what happened earlier and come up with an excuse to let the Walton noblewoman spend the night in his bedroom, it was so difficult. That, she came. Under Putre's suspicious gaze, Thales revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face. She came with me, Thales smiled along with him. He stuttered and painfully squeezed out a sentence. Together? Discussing a history topic? As soon as the words left his mouth, Thales had the urge to slap himself to death. Faced with Putre's puzzled expression, Thales put on a long face and smiled awkwardly. You know, we met in the library. Thales felt that his face was hurting from smiling so much. He rubbed his hands guiltily. She is very good at history, Putre raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was filled with a strange meaning. Thales felt that it could be translated into one sentence. Keep making up stories. Thales looked at him awkwardly and guiltily. After a few seconds, Putre slowly sighed. All right, I won't delve into why you abducted the king's granddaughter into your bedroom in the middle of the night with King Nuvan's permission. Putre flashed a meaningful smile. Thales' face twitched. He forced a smile to show his gratitude and understanding. Then, Thales heaved a sigh of relief and began to talk about King Nuvan's suggestion. After listening to the prince's story, Putre frowned deeply. So, King Nuvan has made up his mind to tie us to his chariot? To continue the Walton family's rule for him? Thales nodded gloomily. I will report this to the kingdom, Putre muttered. From interest to standpoints, this matter involves too many. Also, Shadow Shield, if they were one of the people who tried to assassinate me under the fortress. Thales recalled Pofert during the duel and was deeply worried. Although I know that they will not rest until one of us is dead because of the bloody year, according to Pofert, could it be that they have other motives, or were entrusted by someone else? Putre's expression darkened. The scenes from 12 years ago appeared before his eyes. It is indeed not that simple. In the end, Putre shook his head slowly in front of Thales. According to what that Archduke said, they wanted to kill you to enter Renaissance Palace. I am afraid that it is not just to hire assassins or to seek revenge. Especially after the bloody year, Shadow Shield suffered heavy blows and disappeared from the sphere of influence of Constellation and its allies for many years. But they still did not give up. They chose to assassinate the last of the Jadestar bloodline in Extet, Renaissance Palace. So, it's about seizing the throne again? Thales scratched his head in annoyance. Do we have to look for the mastermind behind those assassins again? Putre stared at Thales' expression. No, let your father and the kingdom's secret intelligence department worry about this. We just have to protect your safety. The vice diplomat of Constellation, who was good at reading people's expressions, flashed a reassuring smile. You have done enough tonight and you have done well enough. The risk of war between Constellation and Extet has disappeared. Constellation is safe. Thales thought of something. He looked at Putre. This is the result of your hard work. The latter nodded slightly at him, his eyes filled with encouragement and approval. I won't say much about this. Even though I was prejudiced against you before, you are indeed a competent prince. With a complicated and sorrowful expression, Putre slowly said, Not every prince can travel far beyond the country's borders at this age and avert an unavoidable war disaster for the country and its subjects. Thales inhaled and slowly lowered his head. Yes, at least. The mission of this diplomatic mission is completed. Although the process was full of twists and turns, it was still daunting but not dangerous. Thank you, Putre. The prince raised his head, flashed a smile and said sincerely, thank you all of you. Without you, Ida, Ralph, Waya and the others, my journey might have ended in Constellation's birch tree forest. Moreover, there is still everything after arriving in Extet and Dragon Cloud City. Putre chuckled. That was our mission in the first place. And you made this mission even smoother and the ending was perfect. He nodded calmly and twitched his eyebrows. Gilbert will be very pleased to see you now. Back then, the young Crown Prince Meteor went on a diplomatic mission to the north, but he was no better than this. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He thought of the elegant middle-aged man, then the valiant and heroic Madame Gines and the taciturn Yodel, and the bits and pieces in Mindy's hall. Rest early. Putre pointed at the door. If all goes well, we will be able to return to our country in a few weeks. Thales nodded and pushed the door open. Also, the first batch of messenger crows from Constellation has arrived, Putre said with a smile. One of them is for you from Gilbert. I put it on the desk. Thales thought of something. Thank you. After experiencing the ups and downs in the Hall of Heroes, his heart was now much more at ease. He smiled and said, a letter from the cunning fox of Constellation. I really look forward to it. Putre shrugged and raised his eyebrows. There is one more thing. Thales turned his head around, puzzled. Putre said hesitantly, you know your father was very dissolute when he was young. He became sensible at an early age. Thales narrowed his eyes, revealing a puzzled look. Putre opened his mouth and looked at Thales, then at the door. In the end he revealed a worried expression and said in a low voice, but, after all, you are still too young. Your body has not even matured. Thales' smile froze on his face. Putre blinked awkwardly. Maybe I should wait a few more years? Thales answered him by slamming the door with great force and without mercy. Don't be afraid. Thales looked at Little Rascal, who was still in a state of shock. Sympathy rose in his heart. They can't hurt you here. Little Rascal hugged her knees as if she did not feel anything. She curled up on the floor beside the bed and leaned against it without saying a word. Her eyes were fixed on the floor and her hands were clutching the coarse dress. This helpless scene reminded Thales of his past in abandoned house, as well as those unfortunate child beggars. He could not help but sigh softly. I have to become Miss Walton, don't I? Little Rascal noticed his arrival and said dejectedly, it's like a dream, perhaps. Thales said in a low voice, no one can change King Nuvan's will. Little Rascal shuddered. Her eyes reddened and she hugged her shoulders helplessly. In that instant, Thales only felt a deep sadness. This girl was dragged into their dangerous game by the tides of fate. He hesitated for a moment and said, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. But Little Rascal only lowered her head and began to mutter. In the year 1090 of the Empire calendar, the heir of Duke Ferret of the Tutorius Minjas province was suspected of having an improper bloodline. The Empire's law enforcers burned him to death in the city of Triumph. In the year 552 of the calendar of eradication, the Marquis of Libra City in Kemu Union, Grenfell was found to be an impostor. He was hung in the middle of the city square with 4 carriages. Thales' scalp tingled as he listened. Stop. He said loudly, now is not the time for you to use your memory. Little Rascal stopped talking and looked at him pitifully and aggrievedly. She was on the verge of tears. Do you want to hear a secret? Thales sighed. A secret that no one knows. Little Rascal's expression slowly changed. She blinked and looked at him in surprise. You won't find out about the secret history of the Prince of Constellation in any book. Thales sat down in front of her and shrugged. Little Rascal's eyes brightened. She adjusted her glasses and nodded. Do you know? Thales recalled the past a month or so ago and chuckled. When I first became a prince, I was just like you. I was always on tenterhooks. Became a prince? Little Rascal asked curiously, weren't you born a prince? No, I was born a... Thales hesitated for a moment and said, an illegitimate child who wandered about outside until I was brought back to the palace. Little Rascal showed a look of realization. When they brought me back, Thales smiled helplessly, I wasn't used to everything. Food felt strange in my mouth because I was used to eating black bread. In winter that thing was so hard that it could be used to kill people. Thales raised his eyebrows. Also, it was the first time I drank a liquid with a taste. Except for the stench. Do you know how stinky water feels? Little Rascal burst into laughter. The clothes I wore were too slippery and too soft. It always made me feel like I was naked, so I added 3 more buttons to my belt. Even though it hurt when I walked, it felt safer and more practical. Oh, that's right, on the first night, I didn't even know how to wear pants. Thales recalled this ridiculous history and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Little Rascal listened attentively and gradually forgot the tear stains on her face. I've never walked on such a flat, smooth black stone floor. In the past it was either muddy dirt or brick roads. When I saw that the floor in the study was actually made of wood, every night lying on such a soft bed was a form of torture. I felt suffocated under the blanket, so I could only run underground, hide in a corner, and sleep with my clothes on. Thales shook his head. Little Rascal looked at him sympathetically. She blinked and nodded. But I couldn't sleep well. On the contrary, I slept better when I was camping in the wild on a diplomatic mission to Extet. Gilbert was very strict and the classes were very intense. He wanted me to write 200 words a day. On the 20th day he actually went overboard and forced me to compose a poem in the ancient language of the Empire. The first time I sat in a carriage, I had to hold onto the handles on both sides of the carriage door to avoid falling. As he spoke, Thales became absorbed in his own story. Little Rascal also listened attentively and occasionally chimed in with him. When he told the story of how he was thrown off by the same pony 58 times, Thales suddenly realized something. Little Rascal was already leaning against the side of the bed. Her head was tilted to her right shoulder and she had fallen asleep. Her glasses were tilted to one side, and her head was resting on the soft edge of the bed. Her small hands were pressed against her chest by her bent knees. Her entire body rose and fell heavily as she breathed. The little girl's long platinum hair fell softly. A few strands of hair fell into her mouth, causing her to smack her lips from time to time in her sleep. Thales looked at her sleeping face and revealed a smile. He shook his head slowly. He carefully pushed aside her long hair and pulled the few strands of hair out of Little Rascal's mouth. Then he forcefully pulled down a corner of the cup and covered Little Rascal's body. Thales stood up and sighed softly. Hopefully she can sleep peacefully again, before she truly becomes a Walton. When he thought of this, Thales turned around in low spirits. He went to the study table and climbed onto the chair with great effort. He picked up Gilbert's letter on the table. Thales looked at the familiar handwriting on the letter and shook his head in nostalgia. He then unfolded the letter. It was a short letter. Your Highness, I hope you have safely arrived at Dragon Cloud City. We have learned of your encounter on the road. Lady Gines is very worried about your safety and repeatedly asked me to ask about your health. Please allow me to express my concern and worry for you. His Majesty has already notified the suzerains along the road in the Northern Territory and Central Territory. He has also notified the 2 commanders of Broken Dragon Fortress. They will send out patrols and troops to ensure your safety on the road to the Birch Tree Forest when you return. Information and affairs regarding the Blood Mystic have been handed over to the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Lord Morat has personally assured me that they will handle it well. His Majesty has officially sent a letter across the sea to the Night Kingdom in the name of the kingdom. As of now, he has yet to receive a reply from the Night Queen. In addition, after a deep conversation with His Majesty, Duke Zayn Covendier has generously donated a high-yield crystal drop mine to the royal family and increased the amount of eternal oil transported to Central Territory. He has also agreed to transfer the jurisdiction of the 3 baronies to the north of South Coast Hill to the royal family. His Majesty has often told me that this is all thanks to your Highness. Thales pursed his lips when he read this. His Majesty has already rewarded Baron Araka Murch and Lady Sonia Cecere. He has also sent more troops to Broken Dragon Fortress to urge the nobles in the Northern Territory to give Black Sand Region the pressure it deserves. He has also instructed the 2 commanders to give Black Sand Region the pressure it deserves as a show of solidarity with you and as a protest against Archduke Lampard's rude actions. Please allow me to once again express my concern for the accident that happened to you in front of the fortress, as well as my relief and happiness after learning that you are safe and sound. Even so, I know that it has not been easy for your Highness to enter Extet. The real test and difficulty is just about to come. In this regard, as the former Foreign Affairs Minister, I must remind you of 3 important points. First, Extet's political system is completely different from ours. Apart from being the king, King Nuvan is also the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City and the master of the Walton family. The interests of Extet and the Walton family are completely different to him. Please pay special attention to this point. Second, although the Archdukes of Extet are powerful and have an abundant military force, the relationship between the Archdukes is rather complicated. From current interest to past history, they are entangled. The division between them is greater than between the territories of Constellation. I believe that this is something that you can take advantage of. For example, when it comes to Constellation and Dragon Cloud City, the three Archdukes in the south have completely different interests. Their attitudes and interests are also different. There is no harm in humbly asking Lord Put-Rain-Emain for advice. Third, no matter what kind of predicament you face, please always believe that you are the only heir to the throne of Constellation. You are the descendant of Tormund and even the imperial family. Please do not worry about your safety. At the same time, please believe that King Nuvan's current interests and position are similar to ours. No one in Northland can compare to him in terms of reputation or strength. That is why it is our best strategy to rope him in and make use of him. Directing his hatred towards Lampard is the best way. To quell the war, there is no harm in turning the conflict between Constellation and the Dragon into a conflict between the King and the Archdukes in Extet. This is my suggestion. These are some of my experiences for your reference so that you can discuss a response plan with Put-Ray. But I know that real politics and diplomacy always swing back and forth between plans and accidents. Hence, grasping the essence of things and adapting to circumstances is the truly brilliant way to do things. Just like how you behaved in the Hall of Stars. I'm very confident in you. There is one more thing. The owner of Sunset Pub that you asked me to send someone to search Black Street in Lower City District has changed. The female bartender and the children you mentioned are nowhere to be found. I suspect that they have fled to a faraway place to avoid trouble. We may need to rely on the manpower of the kingdom's secret intelligence department to find out the specifics. After all, it is not suitable for us to brazenly search Lower City District in the name of the royal family. This will allow many people with ulterior motives to guess your past, which is disadvantageous to them. But please do not worry. Our people have received information that a girl who is very similar to the female bartender you mentioned visited the police station in Western City District not long ago. I believe that we will be able to find their traces very soon. When you are in Extet, please do not fall behind in your studies. When you return, I will test your method of writing sonnets. Also, Madame Jine said that you must continue to practice your sword and must not slack off. She wants to train you with a real sword when you return. Thales exhaled in resignation. As a royal protector, Lady Aida's loyalty and strength are unquestionable. However, she is not a perfect person. There are still areas where she does not think things through. When Thales read this, he could not help but roll his eyes. He was also impressed by Gilbert's tactful tone. I hope that with the other attendants filling in the gaps, you can take good care of yourself. Allow me to express my concern and longing for you once again. I wish you all the best in the future. His Majesty is very concerned about your safety and the success of your journey. During the days you were away, he missed you very much. Thales was sure that Gilbert added this sentence later on. Calendar of Eradication, Year 672, 27th of December, 27th, Eternal Star City. Yodel seems to have asked me to send his regards to you in this letter. I hope I did not misunderstand him. Thales put down the letter. The image of Gilbert holding a cane and wearing a top hat as he bowed appeared before his eyes. He also saw Gilbert's lively and respectful manner as he lectured Thales in a proper manner. Thales could not help but grin. He reread Gilbert's 3 suggestions regarding Extet in the letter and shook his head slightly. Gilbert probably did not know that they had completed their mission on the first day they arrived in Dragon Cloud City. At the same time, Thales could not help but feel worried about the disappearance of the people in Sunset Pub. Jayla, Cinti, Ryan, and Korea. However, Gilbert did mention that Jayla had appeared before. Since Jayla was safe, then the child beggars should be fine as well. Moreover, the Brotherhood had gone through such a huge incident as the Battle of Red Street Market. They should not have the energy to care about a few child beggars. He exhaled and thought of his past as a child beggar. He thought of everyone in the 6th house and was filled with emotions. Fate is unpredictable, is it not? Just like little rascal who was sound asleep behind him. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but stretch his body and let out a satisfied moan. This trip to Extet, aside from the strange things that happened, was actually quite smooth. Little Rascal's murmurs and mumbles in her sleep came from behind him. The remaining days in Extet should be much easier. As he thought of this, Thales happily rolled up the letter. At this moment, Thales was stunned. He found a second letter where the original letter was. He did not notice it earlier, probably because his attention was attracted by Gilbert's letter. No. Thales picked up the thin dark blue double-layered paper and furrowed his brows. This is not a letter. It's an invitation. Strange. Thales looked at the blue invitation in puzzlement and scratched his head. There were only 4 words written on the cover of the invitation. To my dear friend. It was written in beautiful, classical cursive. It reminded him of the treaty between Tormund and Raikaru in Raikaru's library. The cursive on it was equally beautiful. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the strange invitation and was a little hesitant. But what else do I need to be afraid of when I've already overcome a difficult situation like tonight? Thales shook his head in a self-deprecating manner and opened the invitation without hesitation. What entered his eyes was another beautiful cursive in the common language. Dear Thales, it has been a long time since we last met. I miss you very much. Especially after I went through so much trouble to find your whereabouts and learned that you have found your identity, I missed you and was sincerely happy for you. I hope that you can learn enough, good enough, broad enough, and profound knowledge during your time as a prince. After all, both Jadestar and Carluz are great names. Our last meeting was too hurried and too short, so much so that I did not have the time to tell you many things I wanted to tell you. There are simply no words that can express how regretful I am about this. This also reminds me of our mutual friend who is agile and wears a mask. I am very happy that he did not follow you to Northland. That is why I can send you this invitation. Of course, I miss him very much too. As I write this, I really can't wait to see you again. I am taking the liberty to send you an invitation for our next meeting. The location is up to you. As for the time, why don't we set it to be 15 minutes after you open the invitation? I wish you a happy mood. I look forward to our upcoming meeting. P.S. With reference to your complaint at Red Street Market, I have specially prepared an invitation this time. I've used a starry blue cover design that matches your family's colors. I hope it's to your liking. Yours faithfully and truly, Chapter 162. Dumbfounded, Thales stared at the invitation in his hand. His thoughts were a mess. No way. Is this real or fake? He blinked in disbelief, confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Is someone playing a prank? A few seconds later, he put down the invitation and took a deep breath. He tried to make sense of the current situation. First of all, wasn't that guy killed by Yodel? Then Edda was next door. Waya and Ralph took turns guarding the door. And the other soldiers and guards in the diplomat group, the countless guards in Heroic Spirit Palace, and even those so-called cool-looking white blade guards. How could they let that guy? Suddenly Thales felt his heart palpitate. He stopped breathing. Thales felt something. He turned his head, feeling his skin crawl. He shifted his gaze to the window. At that moment, the prince's heart skipped a beat. His long-lost friend, Asda Sakern, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared at Thales with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes. Just like the first time they met, the mystic wore a thin but neat blue robe. His posture was straight, and there was a mysterious but confident smile on his handsome face. He was as elegant as ever, as composed as ever. At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. What happened to 15 minutes? Hello. The air mystic nodded at him slightly. His tone was gentle. My smart, mature and mischievous little friend. Thales opened his mouth and took a deep breath. From now on, no sound between us can travel more than a foot away. Asda seemed to know what he was thinking. He slowly raised his right index finger and shook it at him with a smile. No one else will disturb us. Hearing that, Thales felt like a deflated balloon. He exhaled the breath he took in. He gave up on the idea of calling for help. Asda's smile was so warm, but in Thales' eyes, it made his heart turn cold. Wait. He and the mystic were not the only ones in the room. Thales thought of something. Following Thales' line of sight, the mystic glanced at little Rascal, who was deep in slumber beside the bed. Of course, your adorable little maid won't be woken up either. Little Rascal's mouth was still opening and closing in her dreams, but Thales could no longer hear her murmurs or even her breathing. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and curled up the corners of his lips to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. You're still the same. You're so considerate. Asda nodded politely. Thales forced himself to start thinking about everything he knew about this mystic. However, the first memory that popped up was the chess room in the center of Red Street Market, where 3 people were squeezed into balls. The second prince gulped and laughed dryly. He tried to imagine something acceptable. Like comparing him to the adorable Giza? All right. Thales shrugged in a feigned relaxed manner and waved the invitation card in his hand. He tried his best to speak in the most normal tone and said nonchalantly, "I thought you would only arrive after 15 minutes. You know," Asda flashed his pearly white teeth, "I like to enter early." Thales tried hard to keep his thoughts in check and swallowed the sarcasm that was at the tip of his tongue. "Is that so? I thought you wouldn't appear so soon." Thales changed his sitting position and smiled awkwardly. Everyone said that you would disappear for a long time." Asda stared straight at him. His gaze was as calm as water, and it made Thales' skin crawl. "The weapon in your masked friend's hand is obviously not complete," the air mystic said slowly. "Otherwise, a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is in perfect condition and fully activated can seal a mystic for a period of time. It should be." Asda's gaze was still calm, but the words he spat out startled Thales slightly. "Permanently. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sealed. Mystic. Permanently. Even so, that incomplete equipment can still seal me for at least 10 years. Asda curled up the corners of his mouth and continued to smile. "But I received some small help, and that's why I was able to get out of prison so quickly." Thales did not know if it was due to the curiosity he inherited from the memory fragments of his previous life, his natural personality, or his anxiety towards the mystery of himself, but at that moment, Thales' exuberant desire to learn about mystics overwhelmed his fear of his identity as a calamity. He yearned to know more. "First of all, I would like to congratulate you." Asda put his hands behind his back and walked towards Thales with a smile that was clearly friendly but inexplicably frightening. "Thales, Your Highness? Although I know from your behavior that you are definitely not ordinary, I have to admit that this identity has surprised me." Thales watched Asda approach him and his heart slowly raced. He forced himself to shrug. "I remember that there are chairs for receiving guests in the room. We can sit down." Asda shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it." The next moment, Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda walk towards him. Then he bent his knees and sat, in an invisible space. Asda grinned brightly on the transparent chair. "I brought my own chair." The prince looked at this strange scene and tried his best to control his facial muscles so that they would not twitch too much. "Let's talk about your future." Asda watched Thales' performance with interest. "Your Highness." Thales knew that although he addressed himself as Your Highness, the man before him did not care about this special identity at all. This made Thales, who had experienced all kinds of gazes after becoming a prince, instantly feel a strange feeling. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only then could he understand the situation and protect himself, even if the existence before him was a calamity that could not be understood with common sense. Of course. He recalled his conversation with Ramon and muttered, "During this period of time, I have thought of ways to investigate some things about air, mystics and magic." First of all, in this asymmetrical conversation he had to seize the initiative. "Very good. This will save us a lot of time." As expected, Asda's eyes brightened. "What do you know?" "Not much but not little either." Thales carefully chose his words. "For example, what exactly is magic and the 3 great magic towers?" "I met a person who is quite knowledgeable about magic." Asda's interest was piqued. While Thales was on tenterhooks, he briefly repeated what Ramon told him. Even Asda could not help but sigh softly. 1,000 years have passed since the collapse of the magic tower, and magic has been banned for 6 centuries. To think that there are still believers in magic. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Thales observed Asda's expression and at the same time, tried his best to think of a way to escape. The other party is a mystic. I don't even need to think about non-peaceful means. Stall for time. I can consider this. But can I really stall for time until help arrives? Or will help really work? The other party's goal should be to become one of them. Damn it, the mystic that everyone hates. Then my best choice is to deal with the other party on this issue and achieve some results by making concessions and lowering my stance. So, is magic the kind of existence he mentioned? A kind of meaning, a kind of belief? At the thought of this, Thales asked cautiously. At the same time he was really curious about this question. "What do you think?" But the air mystic did not answer immediately. Asda's lowered gaze did not move. Under Thale's curious gaze, he crossed his hands and remained silent for a long time. No. Magic is not like this. Not only that, it doesn't have to be like this. Finally, Asda shook his head slowly and spoke slowly. Everyone has their own understanding of magic, and they believe in the magic they understand. Thales was stunned when he heard this. Asda raised his left hand and looked at his palm. His gaze was complicated. At that moment, Thales felt that the Asda in front of him was more like a normal person than ever before. And not a terrifying calamity. Magic is a kind of choice. Asda stared at his palm and slowly clenched his fist. And these choices are neither exclusive nor mutually exclusive. There is no superiority or inferiority. This is the basic philosophy of the seat of all magic, in Soul Tower. Thales shuddered. Wait a minute. He heard a special word. It is also one of the philosophy of magic that I agree with and recognize, Asda said flatly. Thales raised his hand subconsciously. This was a habit from his previous life in the memory fragments. He quickly realized that this was not his previous life, and there were only the two of them. Just as he was about to put his hand down in embarrassment, to Thales' surprise, Asda very skillfully and naturally extended his palm, tilted it up slightly and then nodded. He was allowed to ask questions. That feeling was as if he had done this hundreds and thousands of times. Both of them looked at each other's actions and were stunned for a moment. Asda reacted and smiled slightly. Very good. It seems that I do not need to teach you the etiquette and habits of a wizard apprentice in class. Thales put his hand down and asked eagerly, Soul Tower? I know this, but what kind of magic tower is it? What about its origin? Thales did not even realize that he had completely forgotten that Asda before him was an extremely dangerous non-human existence. He even forgot his original intention. At that moment, his desire for unsolved knowledge completely surpassed his consideration of reality. Soul Tower? Asda narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously, as if he knew that Thales would ask this. What do you know? Soul Tower. Thales lowered his head and desperately tried to recall Ramon's words. I remember that it has a special emblem. Then, the impression this magic tower gives people seems to have many different opinions and no one can come to a consensus? Also, it seems to be at odds with the other two magic towers? Asda did not comment. He only fixed his gaze on him for a very long time. Under the other's scrutinizing gaze, Thales forced a dry smile. Very good. Exuberant curiosity and desire to explore are qualities worthy of encouragement. The air mystic said slowly. Thales could only respond with a smile. Besides, this is the prerequisite knowledge that you should know. Asda was expressionless, but his eyes shone brightly. Listen up. Thales subconsciously straightened his back and sat upright. This time, the mystic did not keep him in suspense. He answered straightforwardly, in the year 618 of the Era of Kings, not long after the battle for survival between the humans and the three races ended, the imparter, wizard Yuri New Moon, who returned from the battle, left the ascetic tower with his 5 students due to differences in ideals. Thales was shocked. They preached their ideals and taught methods along the way, gathering many wizards who were exiled due to the war. Their group gradually grew and their theories and methods became clearer. At this point, Asda paused and narrowed his eyes to look at Thales' expression. Thales furrowed his brows. And then? Don't leave things unsaid. Asda stared at him with a profound look and continued with a smile. In the end, Wizard Yuri, whom we later respectfully called the Master, and a group of wizards led by 21 other sages arrived at the Tripping Peninsula, by the coast of the continent. They built a twin tower there and settled down to study magic. Asda paused for a few more seconds. His gaze pierced through Thales as if he was looking at the past many years ago. But Thales had no time to care about the other party's expression, because he was already engrossed in the story. Putting away his perplexed gaze, Asda shook his head and continued, the new magic tower attracted many wizards to visit. The novel, free, casual, and equal atmosphere of magic research gathered a large number of people. Soon, the land became a gathering place for wizards with the twin towers as the center. Unlike the painstaking contemplation and protection of the ascetics, and the fanaticism and destruction of the alchemists, this settlement gradually became the forefront of theoretical research in the magic world. After various unprecedented and unbelievable magic theories and hypotheses were proposed, they were gradually perfected through endless debates and demonstrations. Magic branches that were originally not recognized by the two magic towers were established one after another, forming the Soul Tower magic system that we are in contact with today. Just like that, the sages jointly built the third branch apart from the ascetic tower and the alchemy tower. It is also the youngest, the most special, the most active, the most prosperous, and the most influential wizard inheritance in the world. At this point, Asda lowered his head and let out a sigh that only he knew. After Yuri Shinue passed away, his ashes were placed in the middle of the twin towers, suspended in the air. A sentence was engraved on the surface of the box with iron elements: "May every wizard have an independent and free soul." That was how the Soul Tower got its name. Asda closed his mouth gently. Thales came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath. The era of kings. The battle for survival. Wizard Yuri, the imparter of magic. The youngest wizard inheritance. The origin of Soul Tower. These were taboo knowledge that he could not easily obtain from books. Thales' heartbeat quickened as he listened. It was as if an unprecedented world had opened up. If Ramon was here, Thales thought, would he kneel down and cry in excitement? He continued to raise his hand eagerly. Also, you mentioned the seat of all magic just now? What is that? Seat of all laws. Asda did not seem to see Thales' expression. He continued to speak slowly and unhurriedly. His clear and pleasant male voice echoed in the small space, narrating the world's most taboo lost knowledge. This is an important branch of research in Soul Tower. It originated during the first civil strife in the Empire and was officially established in 373 of the Empire calendar. It flourished between the 5th and 7th centuries of the Empire calendar. At its peak, half of the wizards in Soul Tower came from the seat of all magic. Every time it opened, apprentices and wizards from the Alchemy Tower and the Ascetic Tower would come to listen, comment, and oppose each other. Asda paused again. He looked at Thales' face, which was filled with curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and nodded in satisfaction. Thales' heart stirred slightly. Only then did he realize that the initiative of the conversation had once again fallen into Asda's hands. But, I really want to know. The second prince looked at Asda before him, and a sense of contradiction rose in his heart. The mystic smiled and continued. I can't summarize the characteristics of this branch of theory with simple words. That would be irresponsible to the students. But I can give you a list of the most influential books of this branch. No, to be exact, it should be 23 important works. If you want to have a deeper understanding of the seat of all laws, I can give you a list of the most influential books. Thales' heart raced as he listened to the mystic's words. An inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain. But he quickly calmed down and realized a problem. Mr. Asda, you are a wizard, right? Thales looked at Asda in surprise. Before you became a calamity? He did not even think about whether his choice of words had violated the other party's taboo. Wizard. That is a title that only those who have achieved publicly recognized achievements in a certain field of magic can obtain, at least in Soul Tower. Asda crossed his arms and grinned slightly. He shook his head slightly. I was just a small apprentice back then. Thales' heart stirred. Ah, so as expected you were once. Yes. Asda nodded. There was a strange light flowing in his eyes. An apprentice of Soul Tower. Thales frowned. But you just said, the magic tower has collapsed for 1,000 years? Collapsed for 1,000 years? So, I know what you want to ask. Asda looked at him and smiled faintly. 1,190 years old, that is my age this year. Thales was shocked. 1,190? In other words, this guy. Thales stared blankly at the young and handsome Asda Sakern, who had not changed at all compared to the first time he met him. Unbelievable. He's 500 years older than the king of Renaissance Tormund Jadestar and the hero Rikaru Extet. Thales opened his mouth wide. No need to be surprised. Every mystic is an immortal, indestructible, and immortal existence. Asda did not care when he saw Thales' expression. This age is very normal. The oldest mystic has even existed for more than 1,300 years. Thales subconsciously wanted to find a notebook until Asda stopped him with a hand gesture. There's no hurry. Asda raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. We still have a lot of time to spend together and I have enough patience. I will teach you from the beginning, from the basics, from magic to the magic tower, to mystic energy and everything about being a mystic. From philosophy to power, from history to the future, all the secrets of the magic world will be open to you. Asda's tone was full of temptation. Then you will obtain the secrets and power of mystics that are above all of them. Until you truly become a mystic. At that moment, Thales felt as if he was pulled back from a dream world to reality. Become a mystic. Thales swallowed hard. He remembered Gilbert's attitude towards the calamity and the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple. And that crazy and unreasonable blood mystic. The mystic who is hated by everyone? Can I say no? But a voice also whispered in Thales' heart. But I am very curious. I want to know more, to learn more, to understand more. Thales realized that the knowledge that Asda described earlier had captured his thirst for knowledge and his thirst for knowledge. Moreover, with his obviously abnormal body, he had to understand his current situation better. Thales frowned with a bitter expression and said tentatively, about this, if I don't want to become a mystic. The air mystic did not speak. But the prince felt that the atmosphere around him had become tense. Thales tried hard to control his breathing rate and waited anxiously for the answer. Thales. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him sternly. He said softly but seriously, becoming a mystic is your destiny. You cannot avoid it. There is no second choice. Thales panted slightly. Looks like it's a little bad. Why don't you tell me first? Tension and pressure returned to Thales' heart. He tried to smile and asked carefully, mystics, what are we? This time, Asda stared at him expressionlessly for a long time. As he withstood the mystic's seemingly emotionless yet pressurizing gaze, embarrassment and helplessness crept onto Thales' face. Until Asda spoke slowly. I cannot tell you the answer to this question because you are still not a mystic. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him, but his tone and words had become cold and mysterious, as if he had returned to that night in Red Street Market. Only when you truly become a mystic that only you can understand, will you finally know what a mystic is. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He doesn't want to tell me? But before that, you have to tell me some basic information, right? Thales scratched his head. As he thought of a plan to escape, he said, at least tell me your understanding. What do you know about mystics? But before he could finish, Asda's expression changed. He suddenly opened his mouth and used an unprecedented solemn tone to interrupt him. No, Asda said solemnly. His expression became cold again and he added solemnly, absolutely not. You are not allowed to ask this question again. He looked as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Thales was shocked by Asda's sudden nervousness. Did I ask the wrong question? Thales observed Asda cautiously until he was sure that Asda would not skin him alive the next time he opened his mouth. Only then did he ask carefully, "Why?" Asda narrowed his eyes, but his expression remained serious. Because this is one of the 3 great covenants, the mystic said softly. Thales was completely stunned for a moment. 3 great. What? Remember, what I am going to tell you next is a top secret that only we mystics know. Asda knew what Thales was puzzled about. He furrowed his brows and his gaze was as cold as frost. With a solemn expression and tone that Thales had never seen before, he said the following words under Thales' fearful gaze. Revealing them is equivalent to betraying all the mystics in the world. Believe me, you will not like that outcome. Once he finished speaking, Asda's gaze was cold as he stared straight at Thales. Thales instantly froze. Top secret that only mystics know? At that moment, the air around them seemed to have frozen. Thales could only feel his heartbeat speeding up. He could only force a smile and nod with difficulty. After seeing Thales' reaction, Asda nodded slowly. There are 3 rules that mystics must abide by. They are known as the 3 great covenants, Asda said softly in the frightening silence. What I just said is the first one. Thales frowned slightly. Chapter 163. First meeting? Do not investigate each other? Thales revealed a puzzled and doubtful expression. Mystic energy is the foundation and root of our existence. It is also the reason why we are called mystics. Never, ever ask another mystic about their understanding of mystic energy, and never reveal your own understanding of mystic energy to any other mystic. Asda's gaze was cold. He used the word, never, 3 times to emphasize his attitude at the moment. This is do not investigate each other. Mystic energy? Understanding of mystic energy? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. So that is the weakness of mystics. Once your foundation and root, is figured out, you will be attacked by another mystic? However, Asda only maintained his cold gaze and stared fixedly at Thales. For a few seconds. What's wrong? Thales felt a chill down his spine under his stare. What you are doing now is trying to probe my understanding of mystic energy, Asda finally said quietly, but the words that came out of his mouth caused his listeners to turn pale with fright. Among mystics, this will be seen as a declaration of war. Startled, Thales subconsciously shrank back a little. This is considered a declaration of war? Thales immediately remembered the blood mystic's words, the civil war of mystics. All right, I won't ask. The second prince could only shrug anxiously. So mystics cannot talk about mystic energy? Then everyone's daily interaction is to greet each other when they meet, say hello, goodbye, have you eaten, and then go their separate ways, never to contact each other. This is not a joke. Asda interrupted him coldly. The three great agreements of mystics were concluded by our predecessors through countless experiences and examples over a long period of time. No matter which one is violated, it will bring about terrible, serious, and unpredictable consequences. The air mystic's eyes flashed, causing Thales to feel a slight chill down his spine. Thales was stunned. He could not help but ask in a daze, "What are the consequences?" "You will know." Asda shook his head. "Now, you only need to remember the first agreement and that it must not be violated." Thales sighed. "What about the other two?" "You are still far from the level where you know about them." Asda still shook his head mysteriously. "When you become a mystic and find your own name of origin, I will tell you. Don't ask me what a name of origin is. You will know when the time comes." Thales, who was about to speak, could only hang his head in disappointment. "All right, at least, can you help me answer one of my doubts?" Asda nodded slightly and his expression seemed to relax a little. Thales revealed a worried expression. "When I use that, whatever, mystic energy you mentioned, the effect is different every time. But almost every time I use it, I feel intense pain. Recently, it almost took my life." As Thales spoke, a few worrisome scenes appeared before his eyes. In the dungeon of Vine Manor, Ralph was shackled. In front of Renaissance Palace, the young psionic assassin and his warm, beating heart. In front of the muzzles of Black Sand Region's mystic guns, red light scattered everywhere, and Araka's motionless bow. Thales secretly clenched his fists. What's going on? He suddenly noticed that after Asda heard his words, he furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The mystic had always looked indifferent, but this instead highlighted the unusual change in his expression. Yes. After a while, Asda narrowed his eyes. He shook his head and snorted as if he did not believe Thales' words. "You haven't even touched the door to becoming a mystic. How can you use mystic energy?" Thales was slightly stunned. "That's right. Do you remember that time at Red Street Market? You squeezed me?" The second prince rubbed his hands in embarrassment. He observed Asda's expression and decided not to describe what happened that night in detail. "In short, we blew up a house and you discovered that I have a mystic's constitution or something. It was the feeling at that time. Later I realized that as long as I bleed I can use that power. It was the same feeling." Asda's expression changed slightly again. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Asda stared at the ground as if he was thinking. "No." After a while, the air mystic raised his head and said solemnly, "Your performance that night, we habitually call it losing control." Asda pursed his lips. "Yes, losing control." Thales suddenly clapped his hands and said, "I remember now. You said this word that night. Losing control." The next moment, Thales' face paled and he did not continue. He suddenly understood what the mystic meant. Losing control. Losing control. Thales looked shocked and murmured, "Losing control?" Asda stared at him silently. The expression in his eyes was unclear. "You mean this power, this so-called mystic energy?" Thales furrowed his brows and his breathing quickened. "Can't be controlled by myself? I can't actively use it?" Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed a little surprised that Thales had reacted so quickly. Asda shook his head and confirmed Thales' guess. "At least in your current stage you can't." Thales looked at Asda doubtfully. "Impossible. I can use it every time I bleed." Thales gritted his teeth and touched his head. "That feeling is like I woke up from a chaotic dream." At this moment, the mystic's expression changed. He suddenly raised a finger. In the next second, Thales' voice was cut off. He then felt the air around him stagnate and he could no longer inhale air. Thales stared at Asda, who had raised his finger in shock. However, the mystic only stared coldly at the prince. He did not say a word. What? Thales clutched his neck and opened his mouth with all his might, but he still could not get any air. It was as if the air around him had solidified and stopped moving. Are you trying to suffocate me to death? Thales opened his mouth in vain, but no sound came out. He could only make an angry expression at Asda until his face turned red from the lack of oxygen. Just as Thales was about to reach for his dagger, Asda finally lowered his fingers slowly. The air began to flow again. Phew! Thales finally inhaled a mouthful of air. He slumped on the chair and panted heavily. Why? Thales, who had regained air, raised his head and looked at Asda with anger and indignation. Have you forgotten so quickly? The mystic leaned forward and stared into Thales' eyes. His expression did not change, but his tone was cold. What did I say to you just now? What did you say? We only met. Thales was stunned at first, and then he reacted. We just... All right, right, Thales murmured, remembering Asda's words. The first contract of mystic energy. His face fell and he sighed. Not delving into each other's affairs. Damn it. Asda stared at him deeply and nodded slowly. Don't forget again. The mystic gave Thales a deep look before returning to his seat. After experiencing what happened just now, Thales was in an extremely bad mood. He continued to straighten out his breathing. At the same time, he raised his slightly lowered vigilance to the highest level again. Damn it. This guy. As expected, he cannot be treated as a normal person. While Thales was cursing in his heart, Asda lowered his head quietly. His expression was unclear. There was a strange silence between the two of them. After a while, Asda finally said, aside from your feelings and understanding of that state, tell me all about the times you actively lost control. Thales sighed. He narrated everything from Vine Manor to Broken Dragon Fortress. A few minutes later, aside from Red Street Market, the rest did not seem like I lost control at all. Being able to use mystic energy during the unconscious contactor stage? Asda muttered, that's too strange. This is the first time I've heard of it. I should say, in the history of mystics, there has never been such an example. And it was accompanied by increasing damage and burden to the body? Asda's eyes flickered as if he was deep in thought. For a moment, Thales could swear that he saw a flash of blue light in the mystic's eyes. Thales slowed his breathing and could not help but feel nervous. It felt like he was waiting for a doctor to read out a diagnosis. However, every mystic is unique. Finally, Asda raised his head with a calm expression. Perhaps you are one of the more special ones. Who knows? But before we progress step by step, don't use mystic energy anymore. I don't want you to become a corpse before you become a mystic. One of the more special ones? Why? Why am I special? Thales sighed in his heart. As he said this, Thales suddenly thought of something. He thought of something crucial. By the way, Mr. Asda, Thales said hesitantly. Excuse me? Asda narrowed his eyes and waited for him to ask. If you have lived for so long, you must know your own kind, Air Pierce. Thales paused for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. Excuse me, do you know a mystic? Her name is... He took a deep breath. They're in Jirana. Asda's expression did not change. Thales raised his head and looked straight into Asda's eyes with a burning gaze. She might be my mother. And the reason why I'm so special. Asda leaned back in the air. More than 10 seconds of silence fell between the two of them again. In the silence, Thales could even hear his own heartbeat. But he did not rush him. Instead, he looked at Asda anxiously and waited for his answer. This might be the best opportunity to unravel the mystery of my constitution and origins. Thales looked at the mystic and thought, I can't waste it. Moreover, he had long suspected the identity and race of his birth mother in this life. While Thales was distracted, Asda's voice rang slowly. Why do you think so? The mystic said flatly, why do you think that your mother is a mystic? Thales was slightly stunned. The only possibility is that I inherited the constitution of a mystic from her, isn't it? Thales touched his head and said anxiously, and I was thinking, if my mystic constitution is hereditary, could my mother also be? And... Thales anxiously thought of his strange and rough physique that recovered quickly, his abnormal brain capacity, and the memories of his previous life that often came back in the form of flashbacks. Not only that. From King Kessel, Gilbert and Jine's secretive attitude towards my mother, to the suspicious conversation between King Kessel and Lycia during the bloodline ceremony, to the high ritual master's fear and hatred towards my mother, and Yodel's words about being entangled with calamities in Mindy's hall? Doesn't all this indicate impossible? A clear male voice rang. Thales was stunned and looked at Asda in front of him. Asda looked into his eyes and shook his head sternly and decisively. Firstly, Asda's gaze was indifferent. The constitution of a mystic is not inherited and has nothing to do with the bloodline. There was once an experiment conducted by wizards. They divided 5,000 people into 5 groups. Forget it, you don't want to know about this. After all, mystics are not hereditary. Thales frowned slightly. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Secondly, mystics are no longer ordinary creatures. Once we completely become mystics, our physiques will undergo a huge change. Everyone is different, but there is one thing in common: we can no longer reproduce with other races. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Thales opened his mouth in shock. Thirdly, Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Other than you, there are a total of 14 mystics in the world, including those who have been sealed. I have met every single one of them, but none of them have this name. Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Thales stared at him blankly. 14 mystics. So few. And none of them are. Anyway. Asda shook his head with absolute certainty and his tone was resolute. Your mother cannot be a mystic. When he heard this, Thales was stunned for 10 seconds. Then he nodded absent-mindedly. I see. So, there is no mystic named Theranjarana. Thales exhaled. For some reason, he felt as if a tense string had been released from his heart. As for mystics, it's impossible for them to reproduce. His prediction was off. With a sense of disappointment, he leaned against the back of his chair and pondered the mystery of his origin. A few seconds later, Thales exhaled and revealed a self-deprecating smile. This can be considered as letting go of a doubt that has been lingering in my mind for a long time. But at the same time, Asda shook his head again. However, strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life, although I don't think it's giving birth, in the true sense of the word. Asda crossed his arms and thought for a while before he slowly said, but strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life. Thales' heart instantly froze. The second prince's pupils shrank. He slowly raised his head. Oh. Asda separated his clasped hands and raised his head. A lady with a bad temper. Asda revealed a clear smile. Then the mystic said a name. A name that made Thales' expression change. Giza Streelman, Asda said flatly. Chapter 164. Your reaction is not quite right. Asda leisurely pressed down on his slender and beautiful fingers while he observed Thales' reaction. The air pressure in your body is changing rapidly, Giza Streelman, the air mystic repeated flatly. What? Does this name evoke any memories? Giza. The blood mystic. With an uncertain expression, Thales recalled the unusual time in the birch tree forest. It was a combination of nervousness, fear, horror, disgust, perversion, and madness. He also recalled the words that the unreasonable lady left behind before she disappeared into the darkness. I will never let you suffer. The pale-faced prince of Constellation snapped out of his thoughts. He raised his head to look at Asda, sighed and nodded. Not long ago, I had a relaxed and friendly conversation with your dear Madame Giza, one of the leaders of Blood Bottle Gang that is widely rumored in the outside world. Thales said listlessly. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Thoughts formed by mystic energy slowly surged in his body. Giza? That means she has survived the threat of the burning wind cannon. She has returned from her weak state of slumber and regained her consciousness. Perhaps she has also regained her ability to eat. Asda's thoughts fluctuated slightly. Ever since I returned to my physical state, I have been following this boy's unique breathing and searching for him from thousands of miles away. I have never bothered with Blood Bottle Gang. Compared to the value of this boy, the Blood Bottle Gang was simply a piece of trash that could be discarded. But since Giza has returned, perhaps it's time to have a long-awaited conversation. After all, with this boy's appearance, Blood Bottle Gang's plan may have to be delayed. However, Thales' next words attracted the mystic's attention again. Thales observed Asda's expression. He took a deep breath and sighed heavily before he said, when Lady Giza saw her mystic companion after a long time, she expressed her uncontrollable joy to me. She also decided to kill me. To celebrate my first meeting with her. After he finished speaking, Thales saw Asda frown, which was a rare sight. The air mystic, who had been calm and unmoved since the beginning, placed his right hand on his left arm, pinched his delicate chin and muttered to himself. Thales raised both of his hands and hooked 4 of his fingers into quotation marks. He raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "This is for your own good." Asda's expression was solemn. "You mean, Giza knew that you are the future mystic but she still tried to kill you?" The air mystic keenly caught the main point. The second prince looked into Asda's eyes and nodded slightly. "Obviously she doesn't welcome my identity as a mystic." Thales shrugged and said sarcastically, "I guess the competition in the field of mystics is so fierce that it has reached the point where newcomers need to be suppressed?" Asda continued to ponder. Thales could feel that he was thinking carefully. "I was lucky that day." Thales shook his head. "I can already imagine the next time I meet her." After a while, the air mystic raised his head solemnly. This is a problem." Asda's tone was cold again and his eyes were bright. "As a partner I will go and talk to her. Just like in the past." Thales looked at Asda's expression and guessed that the conversation should be about over. At least, the enmity between them had gradually disappeared. "It's time to discuss my future plans with him. In short, becoming a mystic is too risky. I can't do it when I have limited understanding." "Very well." At this moment, the air mystic stood up from the empty chair and interrupted Thales' thoughts. He was expressionless. "Let's go." Thales' expression changed drastically. "Go." Thales' eyes moved and his breathing quickened. "Where are we going?" "To get you out of here, of course." The air mystic raised a hand. The bedroom window was blown open, revealing the darkness outside. Cold air and wind continuously seeped in. Little Rascal, who was sleeping soundly by the bed, unconsciously curled her body, licked her lips, and hugged the blanket tighter around her body. Now. Thales shuddered. He clenched his fists and looked at Asda in disbelief. "Isn't this a little too sudden?" "At this very moment, there are 2 complete and powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City," Asda said slowly. "They are in the palace we are in right now." Thales was stunned. He looked outside the door. The air mystic sighed. "You didn't think that I took such a huge risk to come to you just to sit down and chat, did you?" Thales frowned. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. The thing he was most worried about had happened. "Prepare to start your new life." Asda nodded nonchalantly. "As a mystic you still have a long future ahead of you. You still have a long journey ahead of you." "Wait, but I still have a lot of questions." Thales scratched his ears and cheeks, desperately thinking of excuses to stall for time. Like the relationship between wizards and mystics, how can I become a mystic, and what Giza said about the factions of mystics. Oh right, there's also the legendary anti-mystic equipment. You and I both know very well, child. Asda shook his head mercilessly and exposed his intentions. There is no benefit in wasting time. Even if your subordinates realize that something is wrong and come to rescue you, it will only be their misfortune. Even if the elf next door whose breathing is stable and steady and who seems to be a supreme class elf is the same, the mystic replied flatly. We have proven 1,000 years ago that even the gods are helpless against mystics. Thales was stunned. He looked at the open window and felt the cold air coming in through it. *T. What should I do? Wait? Thales raised his head. His expression was worried and anxious. I can't go with him. I have to think of a way to stay. Mystics have a very bad life in this world, right? Thales looked at the air mystic and sighed. From the destruction of the ancient empire to the battle of eradication and the fission of the continent. Perhaps following you is not a good idea? Perhaps I should stay and we can regularly. This time Asda looked at him from above. His gaze was subtle. Thales felt his heart clench under his gaze. He could not help but stop talking. Asda slowly opened his mouth. His tone was fleeting, but there was a chilling aura in it. This world has chosen to forget about magic in the past in order to suppress our numbers. That is why most people do not know what we are, such as those idiots in the gang under my command. Even the battle of eradication, which people are supposed to be familiar with, has become a legend of heroes fighting against unknown calamities. The mystic placed his hands behind his back. However, those with status and power are still wary of our existence, and see us as their greatest threat. Whether it is magic or mystic energy, they all abhor it. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. But it is precisely because of this that you must come with me. Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the other party. Asda's gaze was solemn. Once your identity is exposed, they will not care whether you are a prince or not. You will end up worse than the orcs who fell into the hands of humans. Thales stared at Asda in a daze. He pursed his lips and recalled the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple, Gilbert's words about the calamities, the unsettling Black Prophet, the secret of Ramon and Yodel's mask. But, a dozen seconds later, no, I can't just leave like this. Thales gritted his teeth and shook his head. I am their prince. I have a mission on my shoulders and I know many people. There are some things that cannot be simply left behind. But he was once again interrupted by the mystic. I say. Asda smiled faintly. His eyes were full of mockery. Is it because you are worried about your safety that you are unwilling to become a mystic? Or is it because you are unwilling to give up your noble status as the Prince of Constellation? Thales was slightly stunned when he heard this. The air mystic snorted coldly and said, even if 2 months ago you were just a lowly child beggar? At that moment, Thales' heart was truly shaken. Unwilling to give up, Prince of Constellation, noble status, the image of the night he first arrived at Mindy's Hall appeared before his eyes. That strong figure announced that he was the only remaining heir of Constellation. Gilbert and Yodel knelt down on one knee in front of him. Wyatt placed his hand on his chest and swore to him that he would die for him. Ralph used his clumsy sign language to show that he did as he was told. There was also the surge of people under the Hall of Stars. There was also the deafening cheers that reached the horizon. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. If I had come to you when you were still a child beggar, would you still react the same way? Asda spoke at a moderate pace and his tone was not heavy, but Thales felt an inexplicable sense of pressure from him. Thales took a deep breath. He remembered the child beggars shivering in the 6th house. He remembered the struggle in the cold and hunger every year. He remembered Morris' fierce and angry wolfhound. He remembered Quide's ferocious expression. He remembered Rick's mysterious smile. When you were intoxicated by the title of prince, or struggling bitterly in the misery of being a child beggar, when you were moving back and forth between the joy and pain of both, Asda stared at him coldly. Have you ever thought about what you really are? When you are stripped of all the definitions that others have given you, and when you leave all the situations that you used to exist, what is left of you? A prince who is noble because of his bloodline? A beggar who was born lowly and unfortunate? A genius child who matured early? A pitiful person who is struggling to change his fate? Asda lowered his head and looked at his expression. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. A noble prince. A lowly child beggar. A magnificent palace, a worry-free life, and subordinates who listen to his orders. A dilapidated abandoned house, a daily life of cold, hunger and cold, and thugs who beat and scold him at every turn. Heaven and earth. He opened his mouth slightly and subconsciously wanted to refute, but he realized that he could not say it out loud. Thales stared at the ground in a daze. Do I really think this way? I can't leave, can't bear to part with the nobility of a prince? Child, you have to understand that to become a mystic, the air mystic said coldly, you have to wave goodbye to your past no matter how glorious and unforgettable it is. Don't let your past bind you. Only by decisively abandoning it can you finally ascend. Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. It seemed that the wound made by the Mindy silver coin was throbbing again. The inscription on the silver coin appeared in his mind. A king is not respected by his bloodline. Being a mystic is not a profession, it is not a job, and it is not a title, Asda said firmly. The meaning it represents is far beyond what you can imagine. This is an unprecedented choice. It is an opportunity for you to find yourself, understand yourself clearly, and reshape yourself. Now, you have such an opportunity to make your own choice. The mystic walked in front of him and extended his hand towards his face. Choose to return to your original life and continue your seemingly realistic, seemingly down-to-earth life, but in reality, you have no choice. You have no freedom, you are muddle-headed, and you are confused about your future. Asda's hand stopped in front of the mystic's nose. He flipped his palm over and a ray of blue light flashed from it. It spun continuously around the mystic's palm and eventually formed a deep blue light ball. Just like that night at Red Street Market. Or choose your own heart, the mystic continued. Choose to see how far you can climb and what kind of scenery you can see in the end. Discover who you really are. Thales stared at the ball of light in Asda's hand and frowned deeply. How far I can climb, what kind of scenery, who am I? Asda slowly clenched his fist. As he moved, the ball of light in the mystic's hand was extinguished. Gusts of air blew past Thale's face. The mystic's gaze changed. These are the words my guide said 1,000 years ago when he led the confused me on the path of mystic energy. Thales listened to Asda's words with an unpleasant expression. He clenched his fist even tighter. And now, 1,000 years later, I will be your guide and guide you to become the most amazing existence in the world. Asda nodded slightly. Trust me, a mystic can not only obtain unlimited life and endless power. Those are just the most insignificant additional gifts. The air mystic slowly raised his arms. His tone was ethereal and mysterious. The world we can see, the vision we can touch, and everything we can feel is far beyond the imagination of any other existence. Compared to that, the light of the gods, the glory of the priests, and the dignity of the king are all dwarfed, insignificant and boring. The panic-stricken Thales lowered his head. Asda lowered his arms and looked at Thales. With a firm gaze he nodded slowly. We should go. In the next moment, before Thales could react, he was already floating in the air. Thales turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that his vision was rapidly changing. As the wind howled, a chill invaded his exposed skin. Cold air poured into his mouth and nose. Oh, wait, I haven't. Thales wanted to speak, but he was powerless. He only felt himself begin to spin. He did not know where the sky was and where the earth was. Asda flew out of the window with him. Thales gritted his teeth in pain while he was high up in the air. The scenery before his eyes changed from a small bedroom to a vast expanse of snow and towering mountains under the moonlight. As well as the things that were slowly becoming smaller and farther away in his vision, Heroic Spirit Palace. The Star Killer, Nicholas, stood in the Hall of Heroes with an unpleasant expression. His gaze was fixed on the ferocious-looking spear on the wall shelf. The Soul Slayer Spear. Buzz. A low and rapid vibrating sound was heard. The few members of the White Blade Guards beside Nicholas stared at the gun in shock. The legendary Soul Slayer Spear is vibrating? Nicholas narrowed his eyes. He walked forward and placed his hand on the Soul Slayer Spear. The commander of the White Blade Guards felt the sensation in his hand. Then he heaved a heavy sigh. Sound the alarm in Heroic Spirit Palace immediately. Nicholas raised his head abruptly. His expression was stern and solemn. The highest level. We are in big trouble. A guard beside him frowned. The highest level? But he still nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Seal the gates leading to Axe District and Spear District. Count all the people patrolling, be they palace guards or White Blade Guards. Nicholas turned around and pulled out the white-hilted saber on his back. It was a unique saber. The blade was bright silver, the blade was slightly gray, and the spine was a deep brass color. The arc of the saber was different from the white blades unique to the White Blade Guards. There were 2 curved arcs from the hilt to the tip. I want everyone to report back every 5 minutes. If someone goes missing, I want to know where he disappeared to within 5 minutes. Nicholas held the saber in his hand. His expression was as cold as ice. As he walked, he ordered his subordinates, "We will go to His Majesty's bedroom immediately." The guard who delivered the order immediately disappeared before his eyes. Soon urgent orders came from afar and nearby. "What's wrong, boss?" An assistant beside Nicholas frowned and asked him, "The Soul Slayer Pike is..." "Yes, the situation is not good." The Star Killer's footsteps became faster. There was a hint of redness on his pale face. "The Soul Slayer Pike will not warn for no reason. It is recorded in the legend of the White Blade Guards that the last time it sounded like this was more than 600 years ago." His assistant's expression froze. "More than 600 years ago?" the assistant repeated in disbelief. As the order was given, more and more soldiers came to relay the order. The orders became more and more urgent, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. "Yes, more than 600 years ago." Nicholas calmly walked towards the king's bedroom. As he raised the saber in his hand, he said sternly, "When the Soul Slayer Pike was still in King Raikaru's hands, when we went through the Battle of Eradication." Thales tried his best to open his eyes amid the howling wind. He wanted to see the scene before him clearly. But he could only see Asda's figure in front of him and his fluttering robes. A few seconds later he could feel that they were descending rapidly. At this moment, swoosh. A rapid and sharp sound rang out, as if the wind was being torn apart. Clang. There was a muffled sound. Thales did not understand what happened. He only felt his vision waver. The next moment he rolled on the soft snow. His shoulder hurt from the friction. Damn it. Thales coughed violently. He cursed his luck in his heart as he struggled to get up. Damn it. What happened? Why did I suddenly stop? He shuddered in the cold snow. Then the Prince of Constellation was stunned. He raised his neck as high as he could. Under the moonlight, he found that a huge statue appeared before his eyes. It was almost several stories tall. It was a heroic warrior holding a pike. His expression was heroic and compassionate. It was the statue of Raikaru Extet. Thales woke up abruptly. They were at the highest peak in Dragon Cloud City, the cliff of the sky. He looked around and found that the whole of Dragon Cloud City was beneath his feet. I see. The statue of Raikaru the hero looked so small from below. But when it's right in front of me... At this moment, Asda's voice rang and abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Did you really think that I wouldn't notice you? Asda sighed. There seemed to be a lot of dissatisfaction in his voice. Whether it was in Heroic Spirit Palace just now or in the air, I was deliberately avoiding you. Thales turned his head in shock and saw Asda standing under the statue. He was facing a dark figure in front of him from a distance. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure. Who is that? Because I'm really not in the mood to play with you today. Asda shook his head. His gaze was sharp. You monster that won't die. The mystic narrowed his eyes and cracked a smile. Black sword. What? Black. Thales shuddered violently. Black sword? Thales took a step forward and looked at the figure in disbelief. In his impression, this title represented Black Street Brotherhood, the legendary. Under the moonlight, the figure walked out slowly. Under the moonlight, he raised a strange, black longsword. What a coincidence. The expressionless man turned his body sideways and lowered his head slightly at Asda. The moonlight could only shine on his black robe. Only a pair of sparkling eyes could be seen in the dark. They were directed at the mystic. I'm not in the mood either. You monster that won't die. Black Sword's eyes emitted a chilling light. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.